Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The program will begin momentarily. If you could please take your seats. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to Helium House Austin. Please welcome from Helium Foundation, Scott Siegel.
Welcome, welcome. It is wonderful to have everybody here this morning. And thank you to those who were able to make it out to the happy hour yesterday. It was so nice to finally put some three-dimensional faces to names or faces to Discord handles, actually. So we had a wonderful time yesterday, and it's going to be an amazing day today. I want to officially and formally welcome you all to Helium House Austin. I am... hold for applause. I am Scott Siegel from the Helium Foundation. I'll be your MC for this morning's session, but we have a great day of programming throughout the day that's going to run until about 5 o'clock. Be sure to stick around because we also have a happy hour with live music. It's going to run until about 9, so please stick around. It's going to be an excellent day. Wonderful speakers that are going to be joining us. Also, make sure you make your way, obviously, downstairs to the first floor. And also up on the third floor, we've got a lot of different product features and demos. It's going to be a little bit toasty up there, so make sure you get yourself some water throughout the day. It's really, really wonderful to be back in Austin. It all started back here in 2019. Small team with a very, very big vision. Now become the fastest growing wireless network in the world. So much of that is thanks to the wonderful community of folks that are here. So yes, round of applause for all you folks. Really couldn't have done it without you. But want to get to the, let's kick things off. We've got a great day ahead. So want to get to man of the hour. I want to introduce Helium Network founder and CEO of Nova Labs, Amir Helium.
Good morning. I'm impressed to see so many people here on a Saturday morning. It's great to be here. So this all started a long time ago. Like, I'm not sure if many people are aware that Helium started back in 2013. So this picture is one of the very first pictures that I remember taking. That's Sean Carey and Sean Fanning. This was taken at NASA. And this was like really the first time that we got together to try and build what became Helium. We always had this vision of building a wireless network designed for sensors. That was always the original vision. And it took us a long, long time to get here. But not many people know that it started all the way back then. I had this conversation with Fanning, who I think some of you know founded Napster. We wanted to figure out how to do this in a different way than a traditional telco company. We didn't really know how to do that. And we tried lots and lots of different things. We ended up launching what is now this version of Helium back in 2019, actually right here, almost exactly 3 years ago. And it's been like a remarkable journey. Like, I think when we launched this in 2019, we weren't exactly sure how things were going to go. We had 150 hotspots in Austin. We only manufactured a few thousand of them. We weren't really sure how many people were going to buy these things. We were curious. Like, it seemed like an interesting idea to try and build it out this way. And then what's happened since then is we now have 65,000 cities, 170-odd countries. It is the largest continuous wireless network in the world. And it continues to grow at an incredible pace. And really thanks to all of you guys. Like, we quite frankly, don't do a whole lot relative to the community, right? Like, you guys are the people building this and deploying it, and to see the growth of it has been absolutely incredible. One of the things which I feel like personally doesn't get enough appreciation and enough attention are the users of the network, right? Like, here's some of the interesting and fascinating use cases. Some of them are upstairs, by the way, so you'll be able to see things like Viloc and Nano Things, and who else is up there? Seed is up there. CalChip, Victor, Hive Mapper is downstairs, Drone Deck, which is doing fascinating package delivery with drones, which I absolutely love. So there are all sorts of fascinating use cases that the Helium network has enabled. And this was always the dream to some extent, right? Like, we wanted IoT to exist somehow. People had been talking about it for years and years and years, all the way back to when I can even first remember thinking about Helium, which was 2011. And so now, now that the network exists and is broadly available, now we're starting to see the applications and the use cases show up. So super excited about this part of things. I would definitely encourage you guys to spend time upstairs and downstairs looking at some of the applications and some of the use cases, because some of them are incredible. Like, M3 has a drone upstairs, which is kind of amusing to me because one of the things that we did early on in Helium was fly drones around with sensors on them to see how far the coverage area would extend. So cool to see it kind of come full circle with an actual application. One other cool thing that's happening on Helium, which I think some of you are aware of, is that we have enabled roaming with other network partners, right? So there are companies like Senet and Tectena and Extelia and Actility that are other LoRaWAN networks that are now interoperating with Helium, right? So they have applications, they have customers, so companies like Volvo and Cisco that are customers of Actility, for example, but using the Helium network and using the network that you guys have built. So this has been hugely successful. I think there's a lot more to come here, and we keep adding more and more roaming partners over time. So I can't stop laughing. This one is just a reminder of like how vibrant and interesting and bizarre the community is, right? And so on our Discord, there are close to, I think, 200,000 people now in our Discord. Reddit is very active, but I try not to spend a whole lot of time there. But the community is like, it's what makes Helium, right? Like it is one of the most interesting communities in all of crypto. I think it probably has the most non-crypto native people involved, which to me is amazing, because it's much more about applications and use cases and like useful things rather than DeFi speculation or things that I don't particularly understand. So I've loved like interacting with the community. I think for those of you that are here that spend time on Discord, I spend a lot of time in there like engaging with the community. It's fascinating to me. I love being part of it. I love the memes. So yeah, it's a great universe, and I want to always remind and be thankful for all of you guys for helping us get here. So there's been a lot of talk over the last like 2 or 3 weeks about the future of Helium, right? Like there's been a lot of changes proposed. We've been talking and promoting a lot about HIP-51, which we'll talk about in a second. But really, I think one thing I really wanted to make sure to get across was that IoT doesn't go away for us. Like we haven't forgotten about LoRaWAN. It's taken me a decade basically to like get to this point of like having what I think an actually useful, ubiquitous IoT network. We have no intention of like leaving it behind, and I wanted to like make sure to say that because I know a lot of people are concerned about that with all the discussion that's been going on. I am like incredibly excited about some of the stuff that's coming on the IoT network that we will be talking about in the near future. But there's plenty of like interesting and fascinating things coming. And I wanted to just like make sure to talk about this for a second and just be clear that we are not leaving LoRaWAN behind. We don't expect it to disappear. Like we're very focused on it. I'm very excited by it. I'm still like, it's still the baby for me, right? We're not abandoning it in any way. But did want to talk about HIP-51 for a second. So I think a lot of you guys know there is a process in the Helium network called the Helium Improvement Proposal Process, which is the HIP. And we borrowed this term from Bitcoin, who really started all of this. And this is how changes get proposed and made on the network. HIP-51 is a proposal that suggested a way of adding more network protocols to Helium, right? So it wasn't just an IoT network. It was potentially an IoT network and a cellular network and a VPN network and a Wi-Fi network and any kind of network. And this was really born from a conversation that I had with Tushar from Multicoin. I don't know if Tushar is here. Maybe he's back there somewhere. But we were trying to figure out like how to involve other protocols in the network without them cannibalizing each other too much. That was really the concern. The Multicoin team, along with some members of the community, I think JMF and Abai from our team, went away and came up with HIP-51, which is this proposal to build what is effectively, or what we've decided to call, a network of networks, right? And the idea here is that we want to figure out how to grow the pie, basically, right? The initial thing we did was we had this pie chart on the website, and everyone went nuts about it because apparently everyone thinks that LoRa is going to get 1.2% of the rewards. It's not. We changed it now. It's a picture of a small moon and a big moon. Like thought maybe that was a better way of like trying to get the point across. But the idea here isn't to try and create fixed slices for different protocols. That's not the idea. The idea is how do you allow multiple networks to like live in harmony with each other and add value to HNT? And I think HIP-51 does a very good job of this. The idea here is that different networks will have scores effectively based on how big the network is. So that's how many hotspots there are and how much data travels across the network. So at the start, obviously the LoRaWAN network is enormous. It's like 850,000 hotspots. the 5G network is tiny. I think it's 2,000 or 3,000 hotspots, right? So something like 95, 96, 97% of the rewards in the network will still be going towards LoRaWAN until those numbers start to change. We expect other protocols to come into play. So there's a HIP, I think it's 64, which proposes to add Wi-Fi. So the Wi-Fi DABA team is somewhere. I definitely recommend finding them and talking to them. And we'll see more of these, right? We've been talking with the guys from Boring Protocol, who is a decentralized VPN, which for me personally is another one of those applications that I always wished existed. Like I'm very privacy focused, or try to be very privacy focused. I wish more people were on the internet. And decentralized VPNs, I think, are a really interesting application there. So each protocol will have its own way of doing things, right? Like in the VPN case, for example, there wouldn't be a proof of coverage, right? Because it's not a coverage network. In the cellular case, it would be a very different type of proof of coverage from the LoRaWAN proof of coverage. And the idea here is to like sort of segregate these things and give them their own technology stack, give them their own tokens, give them their own governance effectively, because they're all going to operate in very, very different ways. So I hope you've all taken the time over the last few weeks, or those of you that are involved in the community, to kind of get into this and understand it. I'll remind again that it isn't a pie chart of 1.2% going to LoRaWAN miners, just in case anyone is wondering about that. But I'm super excited about this. The scale of telecom is so large. It is one of the few industries that I think you can measure in the trillions of dollars. And so to be able to like put a dent in it in any way and to sort of move forward in multiple dimensions, I think is incredibly exciting. IoT is a huge industry, but the combination of all of these is huger, right? And I think that's the way of thinking about it, and that's why we have the small moon and the big moon. So we should have launched with the small moon and the big moon. That was a mistake. So the first thing that's going to happen is there's going to be a new token for 5G called mobile. And this is going to launch in the next few weeks. Anyone who has a 5G radio will just start to earn mobile tokens. There's no proof of coverage system initially. Literally just having the 5G radio online will allow you to start earning mobile tokens. And that's going to happen in the next few weeks. While you're here, the first 100 people to buy either from Moso Labs or CalChip can get what I think are incredibly cheap prices on these things. So Moso is selling a indoor bundle for $9.99 for the first 100 people, and CalChip is selling for $15.99 for the outdoor bundle. So outdoor radios have much larger range, but they need to be mounted outside. They need to be mounted up high. So depends what you're going for, but this is all going to start in the next few weeks. So would strongly encourage everyone to like get on this bandwagon, to start building the cellular network in the same way that we started to build the LoRaWAN network 3 years ago. And mobile is going to really be the start of that. Later on in summer, we'll be adding more and more of the functionality that was described in HIP 51, which is all of HIP 51 is very big and very complicated, as I think you all know. It contemplates a lot of different things. We're not going to be able to implement it all in one go. We're going to like take a very piecemeal approach to it. So mobile is the first step. Then I think in August we will add IoT, which is the token for LoRaWAN, which is a controversial subject that I'm happy to talk about with anyone. And then later on, towards the end of the year, we'll hopefully get to the full functionality that was described in HIP 51. So definitely recommend going upstairs and downstairs and checking out the 5G offerings from CalChip and Moso, because it's a great way to get started, and I don't think you're going to see these prices again for a little bit. And that's it. So I wanted to, again, just to thank everyone for coming here and thank everyone that is part of the network for being along with us on this journey. It's been an incredible journey. I still can't believe the scale and the size of Helium and how we managed to get to this point. And it's really thanks to all of you people. So I wanted to say thank you all again for coming. Thank you for being part of the People's Network. And I hope to see you all growing the cellular and other networks over time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amir. It's really amazing to look back on that. I always tell people you have to think about like anything that's blockchain related in dog years, because you talk about the history over 3 years and what's happened that amount of time. It's just absolutely incredible. We had an amazing session at Consensus yesterday focused on foundation. So every different layer 1 blockchain that's out there talking about their different applications, the kind of use cases, and people just came up, and every other crypto that's out there coming up and talking about, like, wow, you guys are really doing stuff that's impactful on the ground that people can really see and feel and touch. And hearing that type of, like validation from other folks who are doing stuff in the NFT space or doing things in DeFi of, you guys are really solving a social and civic problem. It was just really fantastic to hear. We're actually going to take a quick break, but we'll be back in a few minutes for our next session. So you haven't had a chance to say hi to your neighbor, meet a few folks that are nearby, grab some coffee and water. We'll be back in a few minutes, so quick break.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin shortly.
All right, if everybody could please take their seats so we can try to get the discussion down to a dull roar. All right. Excellent. Hopefully everybody was able to freshen up, grab a quick water, coffee, meet a couple other folks who you haven't otherwise already met or been chatting on Discord now, finally have a real-world connection. Our next session is Hot Seat, so I want to welcome up to the stage. We've got the host of the Unchained podcast, Lars Shin, and Amir Helium back to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to our session. I figured that we would just not assume the audience knows every single thing about Helium. So hello? Okay. So why don't we just start with kind of a basic question around what problem it is that you were trying to solve when you set out to build Helium and how you felt Helium would resolve that.
The initial version of Helium, or the version that I think we have now, was really aimed at trying to build a ubiquitous IoT network. Like, how would you build like a network that was literally everywhere for IoT devices, which are things like sensors and tracking devices, and it's difficult. It's a difficult problem to solve in a traditional way, right? Like, we've seen big telcos really struggle with deploying IoT networks because the cost is just, quite frankly, too high to build the network, which means that the cost to use the network for the users is too high. So we wanted to figure out like how to deploy a network in a slightly different way, right? Where there weren't billions of dollars of cost like absorbed by a single entity, because the downside there is, as I mentioned, like you have to pass that cost on to users, right? And so companies that are building like precision agriculture applications or logistics applications, tracking packages, it can't cost $20 a month, right? Like it in a lot of cases, customers want to spend like $1 a year or something, right? So you need a very different way of building the network. Okay,
let's back up because before.
And we just be like a low budget version of AT&T or something, right? And so we didn't really want to do it that way. And so we struggled with all sorts of different approaches. Like, we tried to make it sort of developer first and sort of hope that developers would build the network to figure out that crypto was a thing.
We're still early.
Yeah, well, it's still very early, right? But it didn't feel like it at the time. But yeah, even back in like 2013 or 14, I think Mark Phillips, who runs business development for us, who's here somewhere, we were joking that we should put ASIC, miners inside hotspots, right, to mine Bitcoin. We didn't really know what that meant at the time. We were like, I don't know if that's even a thing. But then we sort of forgot about it for 2 or 3 years. And for me, when I read the Filecoin white paper, actually was the first time for us. It's like, well, what if we could do the same approximate thing but for network coverage? And that's kind of how it was born. It was probably sort of towards the end of 2017.
And so once you introduced the token, kind of how did the network behave, or how did participants on the network behave before, and then how did they behave after?
So it was really a big reboot when we started this version of Helium in 2019. As I mentioned a little bit ago, we launched actually here in Austin in 2019. And I think there's 3 types of like participant in Helium. At least this is the way I've come to think of it. There are like crypto enthusiasts, right, who are familiar with mining. Maybe they mine other, crypto protocols. There are IoT enthusiasts, so people who are already involved in IoT that, were working with LoRaWAN or knew about it, or were building sensors or were building applications. And then there's a group that I don't know how to describe them any better than to just call them like telco anarchists, who hate telcos, right? And it's an easy one to hate, right? Like I don't think anyone is particularly like thrilled with the telco industry. So those are kind of the three constituents, and they all behave kind of differently, right? Like the IoT enthusiasts are focused on the developer applications and like how to build, stuff that uses the network. The crypto miners are like purely focused on like mining and ROI and rewards. And the telco anarchists are just, doing
all the crypto networks. You've got like the speculators, the actual users, and then the people who are kind of like ideological about it. So it's fascinating. It's basically the same here. And so now at this point, you've grown to 1 billion devices. How did you do that? And kind of give us a picture of like where they are and where you still have kind of dead spots, I guess. I'm not sure how to call them.
Yeah, so there are, it's closing in on about 1 million devices globally now.
Oh, sorry.
Hotspots.
I misheard you when we spoke the other day.
Billion sounds better, but
okay.
I wish not quite there.
Definitely a difference.
Getting there soon. So someone, I still can't believe that this is accurate, but someone said that 10% of the Earth's population is close to helium coverage now, which I don't know if that's true or not. Don't hold me to it, but it sounds good. And 75% of U.S. zip codes are, have some amount of helium coverage. And so some of that is a function of the technology that we use. So the protocol that we use is called LoRaWAN. It is extremely long range, right? So a single hotspot can create, in some cases, miles and miles of network coverage. But really, it's just to do in terms of like closing that gap. It's still wildly complicated and confusing for the most part. So I think Helium did that well, and it's a big part of why the network has been able to like grow and expand and reach so many different people.
And so it sounds like there's quite a concentration in the US.
I actually don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but there are about 65,000 cities and 170 countries, I think is the approximate number. So I actually don't know the percentages, but it's definitely, we started in the US, like we were US centric for a while. But we now have like all sorts of different vendors that are manufacturing hotspots in different regions of the world. And so it's very global now, but I actually don't know the distribution percentages.
And so you started with the Internet of Things. Can you talk a little bit about who it is that began using Helium for that purpose and kind of what that usage looks like?
Yeah, so I think one of the challenging things with the IoT space is it's different from something like cellular, right? Like with cellular, like there is a use case, right, which is phones, like for the most part, right? And with IoT, it is not like that. Like the use cases are just literally everything, right? Like anything you could think of, right? And so the breadth of applications are both impressive, but also a challenge, right? Because it's difficult to focus on any one particular thing and say like, okay, that's where we should be spending all of our business development energy or something, right? It doesn't really work that way. And so it's everything from precision agriculture, which is the whole industry of how do we make farming more efficient, basically, right? Using data and sensors, to logistics, like how do I track packages and know where everything is all the time, and to there's a drone delivery company that I just mentioned, which is one of my favorite, where they're actually delivering packages using drones. So it's very, very broad. I think Salesforce is using it to track employee badges. So it's all over the place. Like you couldn't even look at a single use case and say like that's the one, right? Like you can in cellular, for example, which is both a strength and a challenge at the same time.
I have to say, the Salesforce thing sounds a little creepy.
Yeah, I mean, all of it's a little creepy. They've got like sensors everywhere, right? And
it's like one of those like tags on you, that you put on an animal, or I don't know. But anyway, hopefully they're
I won't speak to Salesforce's HR policies. I don't know.
So now let's talk about some new initiatives that you have. You're going to be adding new networks. Talk about what those networks are and why you decided to add them. And something interesting to me is that you're going to have tokens for each of them. So I'm curious about why you decided to go that route as well.
It was really demand-driven, is the way I like to think of it, right? We were very focused on IoT. We've spent so long in that industry that I don't want to say expert, like I never feel comfortable saying we're experts in something, but we know a lot about IoT. And so there's still a lot of work to do there, right? Like we aren't finished by any means. It was really the FreedomFi team. So FreedomFi is a company based in the Bay Area also that was building open source cellular networks, right? Like their vision is effectively to be sort of the Linux or Red Hat of cellular networking. Today, like that industry is dominated really by 3 players, like Nokia, Ericsson, and Huawei are the companies that build base station infrastructure for all the telcos. And the vision there was like, okay, maybe just like you did in the enterprise server market where it used to be dominated by like Sun and HP and Microsoft and eventually kind of got blown up by open source Linux, maybe the same thing could happen in the telco industry for cellular, right? Which is that the infrastructure could get much cheaper and much simpler and be much more broadly available globally. And so they discovered Helium at some point in their journey, right? Like, and realized that Helium was an interesting way of accelerating that vision. And so that was really how we got introduced to it. We had always toyed with the idea. Even in our original white paper back in 2018, like, there's a section there where we talked about, like, we would like to figure out if we could do the same thing in 5G or cellular or Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or any other type of network. So it wasn't a new idea. I just don't think we knew exactly how to do it, right? Like we were still so focused on IoT. And then the FreedomFi team had done so much work already on how to do that. And so it sort of became a natural thing. It's like, okay, well, how would we fit cellular into the network, right? Because you've got like this token supply and so much of it has already gone to the IoT network. And how would you incentivize the creation of the 5G network the same way, right? And that's how this idea of like multiple tokens was born, sort of thinking about Helium as like an L1 and an L2 in the same way that like Ethereum has ETH and L2 tokens are, on top. That was kind of the idea and that was sort of the vision behind it.
Oh, does that mean that with existing Helium devices, you can just add 5G to your existing device, or do you need a separate device, or?
It will probably be possible to do some of that, right? So I know, I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to talk about it, but one of the vendors is thinking about doing that, making an add-on device for their existing hotspots that makes it possible to turn their existing IoT device into a cellular-ready device. But for the most part, you'll be buying new hardware that does a different thing.
And how do you encourage people kind of in those dead areas to I guess, spin up devices? Because I imagine like cities probably have much more coverage simply because there's more people there.
Yeah, I don't think we've done this perfectly by any means, but we came up with this idea called proof of coverage, which tries to verify whether coverage exists in a place, right? It's like one of the most difficult blockchain problems is this sort of like Oracle problem as they describe it, right? Like how do you get data from the outside world into the blockchain and know that it's true, right? And the simplest example was always the weather, for example, right? Like how would you know that it's like 72 degrees in San Francisco, like, and be able to verify that and prove that it's true, like,
or 100 degrees in Austin,
or 100 degrees in Austin with 80% humidity or whatever it is. So part of the proof of coverage idea, and this was a community proposal like several years ago, was to try and increase the rewards for areas that were less dense, basically, right? So basically trying to use economics to motivate people to do the right thing. It works reasonably well, but you still have this situation where there are like 4,000 hotspots in like Manhattan or something, right? And it's, so it isn't, people live where they live to some degree, right? And so some of the journey is just reaching more people, right? Like is reaching people that are in those rural areas. I think with 5G and with cellular, it's going to be quite different from IoT because the user can also consume their own network, right? In IoT, like a lot of the applications are still B2B type applications, right? They're industrial or they're commercial in some way. There are still very few consumer-focused IoT applications. So I think the people building the IoT network don't necessarily get to use it, right? Like it's for someone else. And with 5G, it's going to be very different to that, right? Like the people building the network may also use the network, right? And so people in rural areas, in dead spots who don't have good coverage from an existing telco might be inspired to try this because it's a way to like build networks in their community or for themselves. And so I think the dynamics there with 5G versus IoT are going to be quite different.
And so when you kind of project your vision out for when this network kind of has, a decent amount of coverage and there really is a 5G network, I guess, or a cellular network that you can mostly rely on, what does that look like? Like you were saying, maybe it would bring costs down, because I personally don't really know what it means to have an open source cellular network. Does it mean that I won't have a mobile, what's the word? I won't like pay AT&T every month, or kind of what does that look like?
Yeah, no, I think it's exactly what we would like to end up happening, right? Is that we know of at least one entity building a carrier on top of Helium 5G, and I think that's super exciting. And so you might subscribe directly to them, right? And rather than use AT&T or T-Mobile or Verizon or whatever, you may be a customer of a carrier that lives on the network, right? And I expect there to be a bunch of different benefits for doing that. One is definitely cost, right? Like you can probably bring the cost of using the network down to fractions of what it costs today, just like in IoT, the cost of deploying the infrastructure is so much cheaper than the traditional way of doing it. I think there are going to be other benefits depending on what it is that people care about, right? Like it's going to be much, and they'll be harder to like do SIM swap attacks, and like, so it sort of depends on. I think it will depend on the segment. Like for some people, price is going to be the main driver. For other people, like for me, privacy would be the main driver. For other people, security would be the main driver. So there's lots of different ways of looking at it. But ultimately, like this is infrastructure that anyone can use, including the carriers, right? So like we have constantly been in talks with all of the major carriers. I think Freedom Fi announced that 2 of the 3 big US carriers are already testing on the Helium 5G network to use it as a offload network for themselves. So there's going to be lots of different ways that the network gets consumed, whether you know it or not.
And what does that mean, offload network? Is that like when there's peak demand or something, they have this kind of backup resource, or? Something
like that. It sort of depends on the situation, and I always use the example of airports as being a good one, right? Like if you go into an airport, particularly in the United States, the cell carriers don't actually own those networks, right? So if I'm an AT&T customer and I go into SFO Airport, it's still going to say AT&T in the corner, and it's going to look like I have 5 bars, but I'm actually using someone else's network. Like it might be run by Boingo, it might be run by someone else, and Boingo has a relationship with AT&T that is sort of passing data back and forth. And increasingly, wireless networks are built this way, right? Like often they are owned by multiple parties. And AT&T is sort of the subscriber face, or T-Mobile is the subscriber face. But in the back end, it's actually a network of networks, for want of a better word. And so you could imagine Helium 5G being like that. It would be one of the players in that ecosystem. And AT&T or T-Mobile or Verizon may choose to use the Helium network for a bunch of different reasons. There may be coverage in areas where they don't have coverage. It may be cheaper than what they're paying someone like Boingo to use the network. It may be congestion, right? Like their main macro network may be too busy or too crowded, and you can think of it, especially for events. Like if you go to the conference center to try and go to Consensus, like the cell phone service there is atrocious, right? Because you've got 5 bars, but nothing works because there's just so much traffic on the network. And so there are going to be lots and lots of different situations, I think, where it is interesting to the carriers to like use a network like Helium to like offload, basically. That's the sort of industry term for that. And we have that on the IoT network today. There's sort of like centralized entities that make it easier for companies to get to use the network. And some of the reason for that is, like some of these big corporations don't want to hold tokens. Like sometimes they can't hold tokens for like legal reasons. So sometimes it is necessary for there to be an interface somehow, right? And I think what's important is making it possible for like multiple entities to be the interface, right? Like we don't have to be the interface on the IoT network, for example. Like there are several providers that make it possible. If you didn't want to do it directly on chain, and you didn't want to hold tokens, and you would rather use a credit card, for example, like there are entities that will help you do that. And so to me, it's important that it isn't just us. Like sometimes customers are added to the network. We have no idea who they are. We don't even know they exist. And that's great, right? Like it's perfect to do it that way. So I think there will always be multiple paths that you can choose. And if you are a miner, for example, and you have a bunch of tokens, there's going to be a way for you to just use the tokens to consume the network directly. It's going to be more sort of, prosumer focused that way, right? Like only a certain group of people are going to do that. Others are going to be just like, I want to, just give you my credit card basically and like treat it as if it was AT&T or T-Mobile or Verizon. So as long as I think there's options, I think it's okay that there are centralized entities that sit there, arguably in the same way that you have you have fiat on and off ramps in crypto in general, right? Like you need a Coinbase or you need an FTX or you need someone to like be the interface to get in and out of the ecosystem. And so it's similar to that, but I think a little bit more open.
And actually, we kind of touched on this question of why you would have a separate token for each of these new networks that you're building, but why is that? Why is that necessary?
I think a few different reasons. I mean, one of them is to think about governance, right? Like the way the networks work is going to be very, very different from each other, right? And as an example, like the cost of using the cellular network should be completely different from the cost of using the IoT network. Right, and as an example, I think using the IoT network is about $400 a gigabyte, right? In cellular land, that's absurd, right? Like you just could never pay that, right? And so in the 5G network, it's 50 cents a gigabyte, right? And so there are going to be these very different considerations, and the way the proof of coverage protocol works is going to be completely different from network to network. So one of them is to try and encourage governance of each protocol to like be in the hands of the people actually like building those networks, right? So if you are building the IoT network and you are a holder of the IoT token, like you are the one with governance rights for that token, right? Not HNT holders, like IoT holders, right? And the same for 5G, and that will be called the mobile token. And so part of it is that. Part of it is this sort of notion of like unit bias, right? So there was an improvement proposal maybe about a year ago that suggested redenominating HNT, right? So that one HNT would become 1,000 HNT. And part of that is miners don't like earning 0.05 HNT a day or whatever the average is, right? They would rather have 50 or 500. And we aren't the only network to have like struggled with this. Like Polkadot did this, a while ago. They redenominated and they added, like 4 zeros to the end of their, to their token. And so some of it is that, right? Like having this sort of redenomination. And some of it is just to allow the economies to exist on their own. Like people might, speculators or investors in those networks, I think want to speculate in different ways depending on what the network is, or they might have different desires or different visions for how this is going to go. And so having separate tokens allows for all of that activity, but still accrues value back to HNT, and sort of like HNT is sort of the reserve currency, kind of like gold in the sort of US dollar analogy, but like back in the 70s.
So in terms of the cellular network, I just imagine there's going to be a lot more challenges in growing that, simply because, as we've mentioned, there's so much more demand for cellular, packets. I'm not sure what the terminology is. So how do you imagine overcoming that? Because I do think probably the Internet of Things network is just a lot easier to build because there's not as much demand. So.
It's easier in a bunch of different ways, right? I mean, the range of the IoT network devices is much larger, right? And so there's, in radio frequency technology, you're like always trading range for bandwidth, basically, right? So you can make the bandwidth extremely small, right? So that you can only send, tiny bits of data, and you get longer range out of that. In the cellular applications, it's the opposite of that, right? The bandwidth is very wide, but the range is relatively tiny. So you're going to have a different type of challenge, right? Like you're going to need many more devices, devices being hotspots, in order to create like reasonably useful coverage networks. The flip side of that is there's so much more demand, right? So arguably there's more economic incentive to set up more devices because there's going to be a lot of phones using those networks, right? And so it's different from the IoT network, which is, I think, still searching for applications, right? Like there's 5 or 10 year like lead time basically for IoT to get big, as far as I'm concerned. And there's one example of a company using this network called NanoThings that has built this tracking device that's like a sticker. And they started before we did, right? And they're only now, like getting their product to market in like a meaningful way. And so that's how long it takes to like go from an idea to like an actual product. So everyone kind of has to be aware of that, right? Like IoT is on a long timeline, and that's okay. But cellular is going to be very different. You're going to require many more devices, as you're saying. Like the demand is so much higher for bandwidth. The range is so much worse on the device side. But at the same time, the economic incentive is very different, right? Like they're going to be like real data consumption on the network, and that's ultimately where I think Helium and HNT as a token needs to be, which is ideally like decoupled from the very speculative nature of the crypto markets, right? Like it shouldn't be that when Bitcoin goes down 3%, HNT goes down 10% or something, right? Like we want to like try and get rid of that coupling so that demand for HNT is primarily driven by usage rather than speculation.
All right, well, what future kind of milestones or challenges are you looking forward to as you move forward with Helium?
Yeah, so as I mentioned a little bit earlier, like the mobile token launches in a few weeks, and so that's kind of the first major milestone, which is that anyone that owns a 5G hotspot will start to earn mobile tokens. So definitely a good time to start getting involved with that. And then there's a lot of like implementation steps required in order to like get to the sort of fullness of a network of networks kind of idea. So I think it will realistically probably take us until the end of the year until all of that is finished. And so but that's exciting work. And then I'm excited to see what people do with the network, like as it grows, right? Like, and we already know about some of the things that are coming, and it will be exciting to announce some of those partnerships and some of those deals. This work that we're doing as Nova Labs as a company, which we'll also be announcing, which I think is also really exciting. So we have our hands full for the foreseeable future, but it's all to me like incredibly exciting and an amazing journey.
And what have I not asked you that you would want this audience to know?
I'm shilling again, but people should buy hotspots while they're here because they are heavily discounted while everyone's here. So go do that upstairs and downstairs. Yeah, and like I said, I couldn't be more excited about where Helium is and where Helium is going, and so and I'm continue to be thankful for the community that has joined us on this journey and is really responsible for all of the growth.
Great. Yeah, I have to say, for those of you who read a lot of crypto coverage in the mainstream media, the New York Times generally, I mean, I wouldn't say that everything they write is negative, but like they're a newspaper, so they're going to cover problems. And one of the few positive articles I read on crypto in the New York Times was about Helium. So there you have it. I think that says something. But yeah, I really enjoyed this discussion. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Laura.
All right. On there. Thank you, Laura and Amir, for a really great discussion. Wonderful covering on history of Helium, some of the work that's being done now, and certainly the exciting future that's ahead. Up next, we're going to have a conversation all about usage. So for panelists, we want to welcome up Larry Ketchersid from Media Sorcery, Nathan Moses Gonzalez from M3 Agriculture, Laura O'Toole from Drone Deck, and voted favorite of the community, Nick Hawks, Gristle King, moderating the panel. So please come on up.
With a beer after this.
Absolutely.
About world domination.
There we go.
Deploy IoT in rural communities, working with farmers to help them not only optimize production, but hopefully improve their sustainability practices. So really awesome to be here, and thank you.
Yeah, as Nathan said, I'm really excited to be here as well. So thank you, Helium, for inviting me out, Nova Labs. I'm Laura O'Toole. I'm the VP of Business Development at Drone Deck. I think we were mentioned a couple times around here, so some of you guys might be a little bit familiar with us. But we are the smart and secure mailbox that is consolidating all autonomous and secure delivery, traditional delivery. So looking forward to the talk.
My name is Larry Ketchersid. I live in Austin. I'd like to apologize for the heat in advance. If there was anything I could have done with it, like turned on the outdoor air conditioning, I would have done it before you guys came here, so it's tough. I'm the CEO of Media Sorcery. We're a workflow automation, security, and rules company. We originally got started and still have most of our business in the healthcare space, working with healthcare devices. But to our software, an IoT sensor and the events that come out of it are the same as the events that come out of a blood glucose meter or blood pressure cuff. So we use our tried and true software that we've burned in on the healthcare industry to build things in regenerative agriculture, recycling of wind turbines, you name it. We're just trying to automate the processes and use the data that come out of the sensors.
Cool. Is anyone, you can show me a rate of show of hands, anyone not familiar with Helium? Okay, so we don't need to kind of start at the very beginning. One of the things that you guys will see as you're deploying not just hotspots, but figuring out how to use sensors is that it is pretty difficult to use them if you're like me and kind of non-technical. Maybe like these guys totally have it down. So I thought we'd kind of make a jump between what I might see as really difficult and what you guys might see as really difficult. Larry, I'll start with you. What are the challenges that you're seeing in, let's say, a specific use case down in Mexico on a farm down there?
That's a good one to bring up, since I called you like my phone a friend when I was down there and said, please, what am I doing wrong? I mean, it's very different setting up a sensor network in a rural community than it is setting it up in a city where there's tons and tons of hotspots. I mean, if you looked at the Explorer map for Austin, for example, there's hotspots everywhere. But we have 2 farm projects active, and we're about to start 2 more down on the Pacific coast in Mexico. One is a mango tree farm, and one is a traditional regenerative agricultural farm spot out in these rural areas or the place where you're actually doing your project. So it's a bit of a different situation than just turning on a hotspot and providing proof of coverage.
Yeah, challenges right away. Laura, what's going on? What's super tough in drone land?
Yeah, so we've been really lucky. We are actually using our own hotspots for our coverage for our pilot program, and we're also making our own sensors that are using the Helium network, using LoRaWAN. So we've really minimized a lot of these difficulties that we would run into. We do expect that there will be some as we start large-scale deployment and add more sensors on. But currently, it's been pretty straightforward. The biggest issue we run into is that until recently, there really wasn't a great way to monitor several hotspots. It's really, you can monitor several devices really easily. But since being here, it's actually been brought to my attention that there's some companies working on that, and so there's a lot of people building on the network. So anytime an issue arises, there's pretty much someone that's willing to help you out, already working on that, already thinking about it. So it's been great for us so far.
Yeah, so the challenges that you guys are gonna have are not gonna be the ones that most of us have, because it sounds like you guys are pretty kind of tech heavy. Cool, that's great for you guys, because it's a difficult thing. Nathan, what are you finding that's super challenging in the deployments you're doing?
Yeah, I think rural growing communities. So I work primarily with specialty crop growers. So that could be apple orchardists, folks that grow almonds and pistachios. And it's very difficult to communicate with them, the importance of these type of tools to promote sustainability. So agriculture operates on very tight margins. It's a very difficult space to be in, and it takes years to return on investment. So for example, if you're growing an apple orchard, it's going to cost you around $60,000 just for that per acre for the apple orchard to come online. It's going to take about 10 to 15 years for it to return that investment, and you have a tree for 20 years. So it's a very long decision. Growers don't think in terms of like minutes and seconds. They tend to think in terms of like years and decades. And so coming into communities of practices where they're used to their workflow, they have a very standardized way they do things, very subjective knowledge, and introducing these sort of concepts around objectivity and trustworthy data to develop ML applications. That's sort of been a difficult challenge, but as we start to engage deeper with the community and demonstrate how these tools are making sense on scale, I think there's really a rapid transition, and I think that's what you're seeing as well in your space, where grower communities really are starting to understand how to embrace these technologies and are really starting to make sense of them, not just in terms of the practice and application, but in terms of their bottom line as well.
Yeah.
And if I could add on to that, I think the big deal is when you get the proof, right? So one of the things that we focus on, and I'm sure you are in yours, is the data is proof, right? One of the good things about having data that comes on a blockchain is it's immutable. Same spot, dig up the dirt, put it in a baggie. And what they're measuring is a lot of things, not all yet, but a lot of things that we can measure with sensors. So you include some satellite imagery that says that you're doing things right, and you include some sensor data, and you can get carbon credits a lot faster with proof that came from sensors on a blockchain network. I mean, I think that's cool.
That is cool, yeah. Let's see, so you guys on the flanks here are both doing stuff not just with the technology side and getting sensors in the soil, but both of you are also working with the communities to go beyond like, hey, just put the sensor on the ground and then learn from it. Can you talk a little bit about how you think about including a community in, let's say, a LoRaWAN deployment?
Yeah, sure. That's really where it comes down to. So I believe both you and I, we work with different United Nations groups on this topic. And here in the US, it's much easier to engage with communities around technology and how these sort of tools work. The further away you get, especially as you look in developing countries, it becomes very complicated to not only provide the infrastructure to support these communications, but also to demonstrate to them a practical application of how it makes sense to them on the ground. Yeah. So always, I think that's a major challenge. It's not just about coming to communities of practice with sensors and ideas. It's really more about meeting their needs where they're at that point in time. So, I believe that any business or anybody in this space will have an infinite number of ideas and where the horizon goes, and all of us tend to live over that horizon, right? We as business practitioners are operating businesses today that we're planning, 3 to 5 years in the future. But when you go and engage with communities of practice, it's really important to address what they're looking at now and how these tools can benefit what their issues are today. So having an idea of how these steps work to support their challenges is really important, and I believe that's something that a lot of us in the space can really benefit from is identifying use cases that your customers need versus coming to them with a solution that maybe they don't even need, maybe they don't even know they have a problem with.
Yeah. Laura, I'm going to switch off the farming. I'll come back to it. But Laura, how do you find customers? This is so the reason I'm asking this is people are here to learn how to use a people's network. They're watching the three of you start these or run these businesses, and they're trying to figure out from the knowledge that you guys have how they may be able to run their own. Is for a box where you're going to get a drone delivery, that seems like something where it's a chicken and egg thing. You either have a million of them, there's all these drones flying all over the place, or nobody wants to use it. How do you think about starting that?
So because of that, we're actually looking at rolling out in strategic zip codes, and really low-hanging fruit for our customers typically is kind of more B2B than B2C.
Okay.
It's a lot easier. There's direct flight paths for drones. We also work with ground robotics, autonomous vehicles, as well as traditional delivery, though. So when you're talking about drones specifically, it is a little bit harder. We're working with cities, and we're getting ready to roll out in our first pilot program in Lawrence, Indiana. We have commitments from the city to put in up to 4,000 units in the city by the end of this year, beginning of next year. So when we get that kind of coverage, drone delivery then becomes very easy. We offer charging stations and things, and we do micro-weather data to address some issues that are impediments to drone delivery. So really rolling out in whole neighborhoods, new developments are the easier for the residential side.
Yeah, oh, interesting. I'd like to pause. I know most of these things are just the four of us talking up here, but I'm sure that you guys have questions in the audience that are probably better than the ones that just the one brain up here can come up with. So if anyone has one, just stand up and yell it out. I'm sure we're not going to have 30 people standing up at once.
Regards to putting drones in the sky, is it easier to do it at a state or city level, or do you still run into federal issues around airspace and things like that?
So we're not actually the drone, we're the mailbox. So we work with drone providers. So Amazon could potentially be someone that we work with that delivers to a drone deck. So they're not actually really competitors. We are actually very excited to get to be able to talk about this and say this. We beat Amazon to our patent by less than 9 days and others by less than 2 weeks. So we know they're iterating in that space and are interested in what we're doing. So they're not competitors, they're potential partners. As for the regulatory side, there's always going to be a federal component when you're talking about drone delivery. The FAA is going to be involved even on the state level. Now, it does help when you have that state and city backing, because they kind of can push it forward and be like, oh, well, we're doing this, the plans, that does help. So it's kind of getting engaged on every single level for that regulatory space. Mm-hmm.
Dig it. That brings up a good point. I'll get to in a second. Is there something really cool that I've seen out of Amir and the team is this ethos of collaboration. And so instead of competition, we are in a space now where you can collaborate with other people. You can see how you can all work together. Right? We've got two kind of ag tech people up on the stage. I'm sure there is some place where instead of competing, it's like, oh, we could work together and do this. Here's how we did backhaul. Here's how we did that. And so whenever we start asking these questions or thinking about businesses in the world of Helium, one of the first things that I'm always thinking of is, and it comes from the example set by the Nova, formerly Helium Inc. team, is how do we work together? What's your question?
My question is, how much do you rely so far?
You got a nice loud voice.
How much? Yeah, I know, but they're recording this too, so other people can hear on the live stream. Anyway, how much do y'all utilize or have utilized the grant process? And what I'm thinking about specifically, yesterday was the deadline for the Climate Smart Agriculture grant that goes up to $2 billion over the next 2 years on USDA. How much have you all been involved in the grant process, and do you have any insights into that?
Yeah, I guess, on my end, we've worked very closely with the United States Department
project where there's no coverage. We've got a vegetation management project for, I didn't know there was such a thing as vegetation management, but under solar arrays, you have to go clean up all the grass so it doesn't get in the way. We've got a sea cucumber track and trace project. There is no coverage for almost all the networks in any of those places, and they're places where people need the coverage. So what we're trying to figure out is, we have one of our hotspots down in Mexico for both the sea cucumber project and the regenerative agriculture project on top of a shack. It's a store, and the only reason we have it there is it's not enough of a revenue generator for the AT&Ts or Telcels in this case to go out there and do it. So I think it's a layered approach as far as what we're doing. We're going to put sensors down to help these farmers and these bioculture people do what they do, and then we're going to go automate some of those tasks, and then we're going to help them all go get carbon credits, and then we're going to build some infrastructure on top of that to help these people, all while providing some of that crypto back to the community so they can replicate those processes again and again.
Right, yeah, and to add to that, I think that telecommunications companies have conflated data use with people, right? They're looking at your cell phones, they want to make sure that they have your cell phones on their carriers. But if you look in rural growing communities, environments that we operate in, there's such a need for data and such a dearth of it. And so, things that we can see in direct applications around 5G and farming, for example, currently there will be these large robots that'll drive through the orchards and take photos, and then somebody has to take a hard drive, pull it out, go bring it back to a network, plug it in, translate the data to a server, bring it back, just to get the data, right? If you could create a high bandwidth process that could actually enable you to transfer that directly from the field to the cloud for processing and back down, it would really streamline that process. And then in terms of actually, orchards are very, very tight spaces. And as we start to see more automation, I would imagine that those spaces will become even tighter as we move away from having humans picking fruit, for example, to robots. And so really needing precision guidance, much more precise than what we can see from GPS or even differential GPS. Using things like RISI as well as integrating that with satellite data is going to be a large use case. And I feel like in ag, that's going to be a really big transition. I imagine within 10, 15 years time in rural communities, you'll see a ton of data coming out of it from robots, and even still with not a lot of people in there.
It's interesting to think about that, is that there's so much data on a farm that the farmer knows that the rest of us don't, and that is really one of the big promises of giant sensor deployments, is that we all get access to that data and we can see it, and that's one of the things I know you guys are doing. Laura, I want to make sure we hit you with the 5G and latency stuff. I'm imagining drones have to be semi-accurate?
Yes, it is very important that drones are accurate. So the simple answer is yes. We're actually, all our devices, all our units are already connected to cellular. They're not using 5G right now because FAA is not allowing drones to be using 5G. So it makes sense for us to also be on 4G as well as the robotics, everything's using it. So, but we have a whole lot of sensors. We're just discovering LoRaWAN really, and so in Helium, it's still very early for us. So we're kind of at this place where most of our sensors are actually using cellular, and we're slowly starting to move them over and start testing. We're doing monitoring right now, but there is so many different possibilities for our sensors. We're doing microweather. Can we move that over to LoRaWAN? Well, the easy answer there is yes, we can. People are already doing it. We're looking at gunshot tracing with noise. That's something else that we can put on the LoRa network. But for the latency and stuff, videos is kind of the big thing right now. So we have cameras on our decks, both inside and outside. Those are obviously can't function on LoRaWAN. It's the data packets are too great. It's constantly streaming. So things like that we're definitely still going to be using cellular network and eventually, hopefully, 5G.
Did you say gunshot tracing?
Yes. So
people shooting down your drones with guns? Is that what gunshot tracing?
That's actually, it's not for that. It's for municipalities. We work really closely with a lot of smart cities, but that is a concern that a lot of people bring up.
Yep.
But
I was going to sadly say welcome to Texas, but that's too close to home right now.
Yeah. Well, there's Texas actually has the most robust drone delivery pilots going on right now, and that has not been an issue yet. I don't think people realize how often sometimes drones are flying around near you and you don't notice. We're not constantly looking up. They're not as loud as people think. So a concern, but not as major of a concern as some people believe it to be. But it is something that a lot of people are innovating to deal with ahead of time. So,
dig it. Let's shift back to something super useful for hopefully you guys. Is that at the beginning of the business journey for you, or maybe at the beginning of the LoRaWAN business journey, is what were some of the challenges that you hit that if someone came up and said, oh, I'm starting a business in Helium, I'm going to use Helium, that you'd say like, hey, think about this piece and solve this first, or at least pay attention to this?
Yeah, I always, what I love about being here in Austin is that my mind's always in rural areas. So, we're in such ubiquitous coverage. We have 5G. There's so much coverage here. Yeah. And, being in the city and going out to a rural area with your hotspot, you're going to have to create a lot of infrastructure to support it. So, for example, like in our orchards, we'll have, it's about a 12-foot pole that we bury 3 feet in concrete into the earth. We have a large solar panel, a battery. We're literally having to create networks to support LoRa, but that's exactly what we need to see for agriculture. So I think that's one of the major challenges is thinking about the infrastructure and how you're going to backhaul your data is a really critical piece of this puzzle. And obviously, if you can plug into Wi-Fi networks, that's going to make it, or just home networks, it's going to make it much more affordable to start. But really being aware of the costs up front and what your return on investment is going to be, what that timeline is going to look like, and therefore what sort of service you can provide. Really having a full package and a firm understanding of your application, I think, is a critical step at the starting point.
Yeah, agree. Laura, what?
Yeah, so as I said earlier, we haven't run into too many challenges, but the advice I have is don't be limited by the use cases that people are all thinking about. We have so many sensors that we're trying to see if we can put them on LoRaWAN because there's so many benefits to it. And you hear people talking about like, well, what can you do on LoRaWAN? I don't think that's the right mindset for it. It's what can we not do? So there's so many possibilities. You just got to start trying. You got to start iterating in it. And I think that's a really important part of this right now.
Yeah.
I think everybody needs to find their own personal Gristle King.
Thank you.
And I'm only half kidding. Laura said it earlier, the network is really, really helpful. You've helped me out a lot. Kaplan's helped me out a lot. Laura and I just met about 2 or 3 days ago, and we're already talking about how we can exchange information. The Discord is really helpful. And some of this stuff, we're still building the network. We're still doing bleeding edge stuff. So I think coming from a traditional healthcare company, we didn't ask a lot of questions. Healthcare is very private. We're supposed to be protecting data, but just ask. If you're trying to build something, it's possible somebody hasn't thought of it before, but for the most part, you'll find somebody that's willing to help you out or try this. Have you tried that? It's a great community. It really is a good community.
Yeah. What do you guys see as far as the future? And I'll queue up the first piece that I see is all of this data that we're seeing collected is useful not just for your customers or your business, but it's useful almost globally, depending on what it is. Yeah. Are you thinking about incorporating that value of that utility in your business plan, or is that still something like, hey, I know that exists, but we've got our hands full with what we've got?
Yeah, we're absolutely thinking about how to. I think I mentioned earlier that we have a product that's a proof of authenticity and quality, yep. Right? Same thing that we did for healthcare. We were moving COVID-19 test kits. We had to prove that they were stored at a particular temperature. That's how I first met you, right? We were trying to find a sensor to measure cold storage. Sure. But we put all of that data on an immutable blockchain, right? We store it either on IPFS or Arweave somewhere so that we can say, this happened, and if you don't know it happened, the who, what, when, and where is out on a blockchain somewhere. Yep. So we're storing as much of that data for posterity as we can. And I think when you get to a best practices, whether you're doing some wind turbine recycling or cucumbers or whatever, somebody else in the world is going to want that data. So making it available is a good thing, and it's a big thing.
Totally.
Yeah, and I would like to add on to that, to just thinking about all the other national data sets and international data sets that are already available. I think that's what's going to be really fascinating here is you have, you can look at macro, meso, and micro levels of data. And a lot of the things that we work with at M3 is mostly the micro level. We have a bunch of embedded sensors on the earth, and we're really thinking about how to now scale that up to what we do with our drones in terms of sensing with mapping, as well as how we can then incorporate satellite data to make the most sense of that. So I feel like, for folks that work especially on algorithm side of things or ML, these are some really exciting opportunities to find ways to collaborate with folks. And I think that's what's going to be really exciting is moving forward, as we start to normalize data and best practice around that, creating synergies between those levels of data and making meaning out of that is going to be a massive boon for any number of industries.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so for us, we're kind of similar uses as Larry for the blockchain. We have a lot of data coming in. We have authentication pieces, micro weather, car counting, a lot of data that's really interesting to municipalities and cities. And so having the blockchain is great for that. It allows us to be able to make sure that data is, it's there, it's safe, we know exactly what's happened, it's not going to be changed, it's going to be available for people. So that it's been great for us for that.
And then I guess we'll finish off with what's next for you guys. And Laura, I'll start with you because you got some pretty exciting stuff coming on the pipe at Drone Deck. Tell me what's going on next.
Yeah, so we're actually getting ready to launch our second crowdfunding round on Start Engine, and we're very, very excited about that. So anyone who's interested in investing and you're not an accredited investor, you don't have to worry about that. You can go ahead and invest, and we're really excited to get to announce that.
We should start a table like the guys that are selling 5G, and you can sell it here.
There we go. That's a good idea. And then we also, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, we are getting ready to start our pilot program, our first one in Lawrence, Indiana, and we're going to be testing a lot of different things there, and one of them is LoRaWAN actually in the field in our units and some of our sensors using that. So we're really excited about that, and we have more pilot programs to come. So.
Ripping. Awesome. Larry, what's next for you, dog?
We have projects coming out of our ears, man. There's so much demand for automation using the sensor data. I never knew that there was such a thing as sea cucumbers before. I've heard about them. Somebody came up and said we need to monitor sea cucumbers. We'd like to monitor the carbon in the water. There's floating sensors on LoRaWAN that can measure certain things in there. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what someone creates next on top of it, and we're really excited about the 5G opportunities to build on top of what we've already put out there.
Yeah, Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm just really excited about is to continue to work with growing communities and help them achieve their sustainability goals. I think that's a major hurdle for us. So, United Nations put forth that by 2050, we're going to need to see as much as 70% more food produced internationally. The former Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue, said here in the United States alone, we're going to need to produce 40% more food by 2050. And so the time of competition, I feel, is over, I hope. I feel like it's time for businesses to really to start to collaborate around these very urgent problems. And I think that's what really excites me about the Helium community, whether it's working with groups like DWeb or talking with folks on Discord about how we can coordinate our best practices and efforts. I really am looking forward to engaging further and deeper within Helium, as well as other communities that share this sort of ethos. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Dig it. If there's anything that anyone in the audience could help you with, we got 56 seconds left, so don't burn it. If you were asked and kind of wave a magic wand and solve some problem in your business, Laura, I'll start with you. What would that be?
So, not more than just a specific problem. If you hear about our use case and you were like, well, we're iterating on this thing that we think might help you, we're building this, then reach out. There's so many builders on LoRaWAN and the Helium network and everything. And so it's hard to be aware of everyone that's out there. We're really aggressive on partnering, and we're trying to offer the best solutions we can to our customers. So if that's something that you think you guys, have a good tool for, reach out to us, please.
Dig it. Nathan, anything you could use help on?
Exactly what she said.
Okay.
Yeah, great answer.
Reach out hard.
Yeah.
Larry, anything for you?
I really need a soil organic carbon sensor for one thing, but I would agree. I mean, we're all on Discord. If you guys have any suggestions or you need any help, reach out and find us. I mean, I'm happy to share what we've learned. I'm happy to take credit for everything Nick taught me and pretend that that's mine. So
right on. And that's time. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. Good work.
Thank you. That was great. Okay. All right. Thank you. That was a really fantastic panel. I really love the conversation. I think Laura kind of put it best when she framed it. It's really a matter of framing of what can't you do on LoRaWAN. So continue to think about things in that way. It's really amazing if you step outside of this building and you talk to any of these other blockchain projects, the degree of which these types of physical real-world use cases are happening it's all here. It's all on Helium. So really exciting to see a lot of the stuff. We're really just at the tip of the iceberg. Reminder, by the way, Larson is downstairs doing book signings, so please go down and see and visit her there. Otherwise, we're going to take a quick break for a few minutes before our next session, so we'll see you back here soon.
The program is about to resume.
All right, so if everybody could take their seats, or again, try to lower volume of conversations, or at least take them into a different room, would appreciate that. So one of the most important things that we do as the foundation is around ecosystem development. A big part of that is our grants program, where we work across different types of use cases, applications, but I don't want to speak for that. I want to invite Clarissa Redwine, who actually oversees our grant program, to stage to talk all about building with the Helium Foundation.
As Scott mentioned, I'm Clarissa. I run our grants program. And so at the foundation, we are charged with stewarding the Helium network and making sure that we live up to the vision of building a network of networks. And the grant program is really a lever to help us facilitate that larger vision. And as Amir said earlier, we recognize how much the community has helped build and grow the network, and the grants program is here to support community members that are enthusiastic and willing to build and decentralize the actual development of the network itself and all of the tools. And I'll sort of share a little bit more about how the grant program works and some of the grantees that we funded in the past. So when we look at grants and build our strategy, we're really staying opportunistic, listening to people who come to us with ideas that maybe we haven't thought of before, and we also listen to the community. What does the community want right now? But we also stay future focused, where we're thinking, okay, what will we need a few years down the road? What infrastructure is needed? And we take all of that into consideration whenever we're thinking about funding a project. So we fund a lot of different types of projects, but they sort of fall into 4 major categories. One is infrastructure. So what is going to help the Helium network function better? What is going to help the community have a stronger, more secure network? And then we also fund tools. What makes the network more accessible, more usable? What makes a better user experience? That's something that we look for when we get applications around tools. And then another thing that I am super excited about, I have a background in IoT and I've worked with a lot of IoT creators in the past. We also fund projects that are building open IoT, things that people can continue to build on and actually put out into the world and showcase how you can use the LoRaWAN protocol in Helium. And then last but not least, we do offer grants for education and community building. So if you are thinking of writing a blog post that people are wanting to learn more about a specific area, or if you're thinking about setting up an event that helps people learn more about Helium, those are things that we can fund as well. And I'm actually going to share a few example projects to give you an even better idea of the projects that we fund. So one of the earliest projects that we funded was for a secure concentrator card. So does anyone know what a concentrator is? I'm just curious. Raise your hand. A couple people in the back. Okay, so inside every single hotspot, that's our LoRaWAN hotspot, is a concentrator card that helps send and receive signal. What this grantee, Paul, is building is a secure version where he's putting an extra microcontroller that can verify that signal is coming from the location that it says it is. So sort of making witnessing more secure. And this project is in development right now, and he just got 5 boards back from manufacturer and is testing them right now. And we'll actually be posting a blog post all about his project next week if you want to learn more. But really excited to see this one come through. And another project that you might be familiar with, how many people know of mappers? Yeah, awesome. How many people have a mapper with them right now? Okay, amazing. Yeah, so this is a beloved project across the community. It's from someone on our team, Joey, who you'll hear from. Yeah, and so this project is really focused on, again, validating where coverage is on the network in real time. So people have these devices that they stick in their pockets or throw in the back of their cars or even attach to their bikes. And on their commute to work, they are in real time mapping the coverage of the network. So really amazing project. And I think one of my favorite parts of this project is how the community has grown around this project. And it's been sort of an introduction for a lot of people of how the network works, how devices actually use the network. So this is another project project that we would consider more of an infrastructure project that is helping us understand how to make the network a bit stronger. So another project that we wanted to share today, front row. So, when the Hotspot team came to us and said that they had a project idea, it was kind of a no-brainer. This is a team that has already built a tool that is widely used in the community, has a really amazing user interface, builds a lot of value. So when they came to us about building another block explorer that's open source, we were like, yes, of course, this is exactly the kind of project that we want to fund and support for the community. So this is another project, and actually we stole this photo from Twitter because this team was building in the airport on their way to Consensus. So really exciting to see this come forward. And the logo, I mean, it's amazing. It's the best one. Okay, so another type of project that we fund that I mentioned before are IoT use cases. And we're particularly interested in use cases that show the advantages of LoRaWAN for IoT. And one of my favorite projects, I believe that the creators are here. I don't know if they're in the room right now, but oh my gosh, awesome. So Nivea is building a smart ag tech solution for tea farms in India. So they are talking to farmers, understanding the process of growing tea, and then helping them understand all of the conditions that they need to track in order to be more efficient and grow better. So this is a use case that we're excited to see grow across the community in ag tech, so we wanted to help them along. Another use case that we funded not too long ago and is in development now is a creator building a corrosion monitor for oil and gas pipelines. So this is a new sensor that is going to come to the network. It's open source, and it's addressing a very serious issue of aging infrastructure that needs to be tracked and managed so that we could have a safer ecosystem. So we're really excited to see that come. And one of my favorite projects is a bit out there, kind of literally, but this is a team out in California that is building observatories that are decentralized across the globe. They're essentially connected telescopes that are imaging near-Earth objects. So they're tracking satellites and other objects that are surrounding Earth for the eventual need of managing all of that traffic. So we're funding projects that are building on industries that already exist, but also looking to the future and wanting to enable IoT in the next decade. So very exciting projects. And so as you've seen, we do fund a lot of different types of projects. So how do we evaluate all of these projects? We have a team of experts on our grant committee. This is an all-volunteer team that gives their time because they are excited about Helium and excited about the things that are being built with the network. And we have people like Kate from an investment firm that is really well known in the hardware space, formerly Bolt, now Baukunst. And this team is helping us understand which IoT projects could have the most impact. We have experts of every stripe, just like Kate, on the team, including a CTO of a major city. So any project that we're looking at, we try to find experts who can give us an even deeper understanding of the impact that that project could potentially have. And I have to say, it is open if you want to apply to be part of the grant committee and see some of these projects in their nascent stage and help us evaluate and support and nurture these projects. Either find me here today or you can apply online. All right, so I wanted to give you a little bit of insight into what we actually look for when you apply for a grant, because I know a lot of people here are active community members building interesting things that might be a good fit. So one thing that we look for is kind of obvious. We like to see a project that does start and end in a 12-month period. So you want to pick something that is finite, that we can understand where it starts and stops. And another thing that we look for is, does the team have the skills to bring this product or project to life? You know, have you built something similar in the past? Do you have experience? Those are things that, you know, anyone who's going to give you money is going to look for. So another major thing that I've mentioned a few times throughout this talk is we do look for people who are really serious about building a good user experience. That is key for us. So especially if you're building a tool or an IoT project, that is something that we want to hear about, that you have a plan for it. And speaking of plans, we don't want this grant to be the end of the road for you, obviously. We want to know that you have a plan for sustainability. So what is your plan for funding after the grant? That's something we look for as well. So yeah, I'm happy to share more tips and tricks and best practices if you want to find me after. All right, so when you do decide to apply for a grant, we've tried to streamline the process quite a bit. So your very first step is a quick pitch. It's maybe 20 minutes. You're sharing maybe a paragraph where we ask some major things like, you know, how is your project going to affect the network? What is your major elevator pitch? Things like that. So it shouldn't take you very long to get a very quick signal from us whether or not we can fund your project or move you forward. And when you are moved forward, then we will ask for a full proposal where we do ask a little bit of the harder hitting questions. Yeah, so I encourage all of you to submit a quick pitch. It's a very easy process, and we love seeing all the different project ideas. All right, so I did want to encourage all of you to apply, and also there are, I think, a handful of grantees in the audience and floating around this event today, and they're all very open and willing to talk about their projects and their roadmaps. So. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say to you. Thank you so much, and thanks for the team running the events.
Thank you so much, Clarissa. Again, the grants program has just been incredibly strong and growing so well. I do strongly encourage, if you've got an idea, again, at all those different levels, whether it's infrastructure tools, different use cases with some open source components, please reach out to Clarissa, apply online, find anybody, certainly come and find me if you have any questions about it. We're really eager to continue to support and grow the ecosystem. Next up, we're going to talk about Web3 and connected mobility. So I want to bring Abhijit from Goodyear up on stage.
This up. Thank you very much for having me here. I represent Goodyear Ventures, which is the investment arm of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. And today we are here to talk to you about the real world use cases of the Helium network as we see it and as we are trying to implement it in our business. So before we go anywhere, let's just talk about who Goodyear is. In short, we are a 123-year-old company which enables mobility of goods and people. So anytime a plane lands, or a truck moves goods, or you drive in a car, chances are that the tire industry is there with you, and we are a major player in that industry. So we have been helping people and goods move for the last 123 years. So you might want to ask, what are we doing in the crypto space, right? In the next 20 minutes, I hope to shed some light on that question. What we are really looking at is what are the next 123 years of mobility going to look like. And if we look at that, there are 5 key trends in our industry that are very, very important. A lot of you may be riding platforms like Uber and Lyft. The large point for us there is how mobility is changing is that individual ownership of cars is moving to fleet ownership of cars. So that's kind of one big change we are seeing in our industry. Autonomous vehicles. You're seeing a lot of use cases where goods are getting delivered by autonomous robots. There's use cases where groceries are getting delivered. People are stocking shelves using in the middle mile with autonomous mobility. There's a lot of use cases around electric vehicles. You're starting to see that decarbonization of transport is very important, and EVs are playing a huge role there. And of course, sustainability is something that's underlying all these trends. The one in the middle is what brings me here today, what brings us with respect to the Helium relationship. And I do want to say that we are very proud investors in Helium in their last fundraise. So very, very excited to be partnering with Amir and Frank and team. The connectivity aspect, which is in the center of these 5 key trends, is what is really bringing the Helium relationship to Goodyear and to other industries, I assume, in a very meaningful way. The reason is everything is connected today, and it should be, and there is value in that connectivity. Let me give you one example. If we are running an autonomous vehicle, if you're driving behind a truck that's moving goods for a retailer completely by itself, and it's happening today. It's not utopia. It is actually real today. If you're driving behind that truck and there is no driver in that truck, you would like the components of the truck, including the tires, to be connected in a way that safe and efficient mobility is possible. All these components, when they need help, they need to raise their hands up to a system and say, hey, I need help, right? So we believe that the world of connectivity is really upon us. And it's not really feasible for us to achieve all these new modern technologies without having that hyper-connectivity. And that includes our industry, the tire industry. And we are really excited about that because that brings us into the next 123 years of our existence. And we feel that we can make mobility safer and more efficient with all these trends. But the key thing to solve for here is making everything connected. And you can imagine that's what got us really excited about the Helium, Helium network and the team that's actually doing this work and the community that's actually helping build the Helium ecosystem. So we have made 12 investments out of that, and Helium is kind of in that middle where we think it's one of the greatest examples of how to make ubiquitous and efficient connectivity happen. I won't belabor on all the companies we have invested in. We are very proud of each one of them, Helium in particular, of course. So moving forward, it may be a surprise to you that connected tires is not a new thing. We actually know or have connected tires up before. On the extreme left-hand side of this image, you see a gentleman bending down and actually triggering a sensor that's inside the tire so that he can get the tire's unique ID. And when he's actually measuring the tire's parameters, he can record it against that ID. Why do you think that's important? You are a consumer, you drive your car, I'm not sure you ever end up measuring your tires till someone tells you it's time for you to change the tires. But for large commercial fleets that move goods all the time, safety is important and you have to keep up with preventive maintenance, and therefore this stuff is very important. Imagine FedEx, imagine UPS, imagine Amazon. So they are people who would value these kind of things. But on the left-hand side image, there is a big problem. The problem is this human hand that's holding that trigger that has to scan the tire, it becomes very difficult to reach products at scale. It is possible, it's feasible, the technology works. It's called RFID, but it is difficult to scale it because it's a lot of manual effort to make that reading happen. So you can imagine how the Helium network can help. And we have some very excited engineers in our team working with the Helium team in exploring how we can actually get that use case to become more scalable and less costly because of the manual effort needed in kind of scanning that use case. There are use cases where sensors are going inside the tire. And as I said, all of these are designed to fit a vehicle which is inherently getting more connected, right? So all of that, we believe, can come together and make for a very, very much safer and much more efficient mobility in terms of bringing these use cases to life. So in our attempts to connect the tires to the network, we have quite a bit of experience. I've actually personal experience working in IoT projects related to tires, and the goal was always to make mobility more safe and more efficient. In fact, you may imagine if there is any data scientists in the room, if I tell you how a tire is actually leaking, if there is a nail in the tire, it is actually possible to prevent a roadside incident from happening for a commercial truck customer before it actually happens, because we can understand those signals coming out of the tire, and we can actually predict that there is something wrong with it. So those kind of use cases make mobility safer and more efficient, and we have connected up tires in the past using for those use cases. And these are some of the challenges that I personally run into. We had a lot of complexity in managing SIM cards, and we are a global company. We operate all around the world. Managing networks globally also is a bit of a challenge. It takes unique geographic approaches. One of the things that I run into is data cost issues. I think Amir was on stage talking exactly about that problem. What I can afford to pay to watch Netflix is not the same cost structure that should apply to connecting things like tires, right? So it's not going to be $8 a month. That just doesn't work. So we've had faced problems around how expensive it has been to achieve these levels of connectivity. And of course, last but not the least, there's an active amount of debate on whose data, who gets what rights to use what data, et cetera. So these are all problems or opportunities that we have seen in achieving a connected world with respect to our product and our industry. Not all these problems can be solved with one silver bullet, but when we first met Helium, we looked at what you guys were doing and what the community is building, and we felt that this was incredible because it has potential implications for having a global network offer us that connectivity solution. It may not solve all the connectivity aspects that we're looking for from the tire standpoint, but it's really good enough to solve for a lot of the use cases that we have in mind. So we saw that promise in the network, and we were really all aboard in terms of coming online and working with the Helium team to figure out how we can leverage this incredible network and make our products more connected. And that effort is what is continuing today, and we hopefully will have more to talk about in the next couple of months with respect to what we are doing. So how can the Helium network help with respect to what we need? The first thing I love about the network is how global it is. It is very, very hard to find something that looks exactly like that. And we have to really thank the Helium community for building something that is as unique as that one and as ubiquitous as that one. So having this contiguous aspect of a network, not having to worry about what will happen if I move, if the truck moves or the car moves from here to there, having that contiguous aspect is one of the key advantages of the Helium network that we absolutely fell in love with when we saw the first time. And we love it every day because it seems to be growing exponentially as we speak. I don't know, in these 20 minutes that I'm talking, it probably, I don't know how many more modems we're going to add. But it's exciting stuff. It really is to see the growth. So we really love the fact that it's global, it's contiguous, and it's taking the worry out of my mind in terms of which network partners do I have to find in which parts of the world, because we make products that go everywhere. We will have a plant somewhere in the US supplying probably products globally, or somewhere outside of the US supplying products into the US. So this is really interesting for us to see this global aspect of the network. The second aspect of a network, I talked about cost. I spoke to Frank and I tried to understand, hey Frank, what would it cost if I actually connected a set of 4 tires that go in a car, assuming that we have the right sensors and all, and we don't yet, we're working on it, and I think we'll have high confidence we'll find something from the Helium ecosystem. But assume we did all that, what would it cost me? So I did this math, and it came to be about 35 cents per year for an entire car, for its tires to actually communicate, what is it, once every hour. So this is unheard of. I'm not aware of how else we can achieve this cost structure, connecting things. By the way, this is how it should be, because things should connect with a cost structure that is different from how people connect with the cost structure, right? I pay, I don't know how much I'm paying nowadays, 10, 15, pick a number for Netflix. That's not the type of cost structure we're looking for here. But if you look at what the Helium network's cost allows us to do, it allows us to connect a car's worth of tires, which is 4 tires, for 35 cents for the whole year. That makes it very interesting. And believe it or not, efficiency is very important in all industries, especially in the industrial setup that we are in. So cost per passenger mile in moving people and cost per goods mile in moving goods, these are important metrics, right? No matter how cool your innovation is, those are metrics you've got to hit. And connectivity is a key component of that cost. And as I explained, connectivity is a key component of the future of mobility. So this is important. And this is one of the things that got us really excited about working with the Helium network and really trying to leverage the fact that the community-built network can actually afford to have a much, much lower cost structure compared to some of its alternatives. And that got us really excited. So reducing network costs is one of the things that we found was very interesting. The third thing, and you know, I come from a world where some of the IoT use cases I've led in Goodyear has involved having a sensor in a tire, communicate to a receiver which bolted underneath the car or the truck, receiving the data, and then transmitting it over a 3G network. Oh, by the way, I have many 3G sunsetting sob stories. Don't get me started on that. So there's a lot of complexity that we need to really go through. And you know, that for us in the industry, what we are looking for is the data, right? Because the data gives us the ability to analyze and create value for our customers, like the FedExes, the UPSs, the Amazons of the world, and give them better uptime, lower cost of operations, right? So for us to deal with all this complexity is a barrier to adoption. And if the Helium network can take those barriers away, that's great. Now, where this fits is when you simplify the IoT architecture needed to get the data into the network and into our hands, you kind of remove those barriers to adoption. If I don't have to put in a receiver underneath the car, in addition to putting the sensors in the tires, that's huge for us. Because that kind of takes away a scalability barrier to exactly achieving that end goal of getting the data. So we really like the fact that from your ecosystem in the Helium world, we are meeting a lot of new people who are rethinking sensor design. And because of all the modern stuff that's happened in the last 5-6 years, which has made sensors much more functional and much more efficient for us, we can imagine a world, as I said, you know, we have been around for 123 years. We can imagine the next 123 being very different and being enabled by these kind of technologies. So very excited for the fact that not only is Helium leading, in our opinion, on the side of network costs for IoT devices, but also the ecosystem that you guys have put together is actually encouraging new sensor manufacturers to come forward. We're working with a couple, we're assessing a couple with the help of the Helium team. But it's kind of enabling these manufacturers to come together, these tech companies to come together and provide us with these devices, these sensors, at a fraction of a cost of what we are used to seeing, even 5-6 years back when we were running these IoT use cases. So that's just a triple whammy of advantages, right? So number one is the ubiquitousness around the world. Number two is the cost of the network. And number three, from the Helium ecosystem, we are finding lower cost hardware solutions as well. So I cannot really tell you how excited I am, and indeed some of the Goodyear engineers working inside the company are, to actually partner with Helium and the ecosystem players and kind of create a robust solution that gets us to the levels of connectivity we think we can get to. Next steps. So yeah, we are working with, as I said, we are working with Helium very closely to really understand how we can get to the efficient Internet of Things use cases. We love the network because we think this is kind of custom built for things versus being a hybrid of things and people. And we really think that that's key. We want to partner with players in the Helium ecosystem. So if you're somebody who's thinking in the same lines in terms of what we just discussed, let's have a chat. Love to connect with you. And also at the same time, we want to explore the enterprise connectivity use cases. We have a lot of Goodyear facilities that might be looking to connect up differently in the future. And the 5G use cases that are coming forward could be potentially interesting for us. So those are also things that we are talking about. So I have a couple of minutes left on the clock. I can open up to questions if if people have any questions. But really, before I did that, I wanted to thank Helium and thank the Helium community for what you built. It's truly valuable for companies like Goodyear, which has existed for about 123 years, in terms of truly valuable to us in the industry to take connectivity to the next level. And when we take connectivity to the next level, we take safety and efficiency to the next level also. So that's really important for us. So I thank you very much for your attention and opening it up for any questions.
Real quick, in terms of partnering, I'm curious if you've addressed the idea of sharing data from your sensors. So here's a specific use case. In my agricultural application, we're planning on having a sensor on the tractor to, GPS, right? Well, if you already have one there that's got it built into the tires, could we come to you and say, hey, give me your GPS, and we'll pay you for that data, and that could be a partial sharing situation. Have you thought about that sort of thing?
Yes, absolutely. I think those are very, very important considerations, because if you don't have to retool something for your use case, in addition to me retooling it for my use case, I think that's more efficient and a smarter way of approaching it. So yeah, let's talk is all I'm saying. So yeah, absolutely. So I think we want to also, as an example, we are also considering working with the car manufacturers, because they're an important component in this whole ecosystem. And we are actively working with some of them to understand how we would fit in to this overall landscape of the connected car. But I think that's a very fair game in terms of what we would want to do. 29 seconds left. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Abhijit. It's truly inspiring to see a 120-year-old company taking the leadership position on the future of mobility. And again, all of this being powered on the Helium network. I do not want to be the one that gets between everybody and lunch, so please go enjoy. Make sure you check out the product features upstairs, and we'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no, you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away.
Like nothing I found, My mind overwhelms. I think that I'm broken, but I hope you can't help. I know I'm not perfect, but some days I feel far more worthless. Baby, you make me feel nervous. If I still have you, I have purpose. It's all worth it. I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. What's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me?
Good afternoon. We ask that you find your seat. The program is about to resume. Good afternoon and welcome back to Helium House Austin. Please welcome from Nova Labs, Mark Phillips.
Hello. How is everybody? More excitement. Yeah. All right, how was lunch? Did everybody get lunch? There's lunch everywhere. You should definitely be eating lunch. If people are in the back and want to sit down, there's a bunch of seats sort of scattered up front. Don't be shy. We all know each other, or should know each other here. So I am Mark Phillips. I run business development for Nova Labs. I've had the sort of pleasure and privilege of being with Nova for almost 9 years at this point. We have a fantastic panel here on the new internet and how it went from showbiz to reality. Before we get there and I introduce our panelists, I just want to say this is remarkably overwhelming and humbling for every single person at Helium Inc. and Nova and who's been in the community for 9 years. The blockchain history is only about 3.5, 4 years long. But it's almost emotional, quite frankly, because it's just staggering to see the support and the excitement and the number of people that have come out on a Saturday after being up late, probably having too many drinks. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of every single person here, and let's sort of keep this going. So I will quit rambling. So who here has watched Silicon Valley? Hopefully, most people. I have cackled for hours at things like the conjoined triangle of success. Did you write that, Jonathan? I hope you did. Manufacturing and growth and product and engineering, and then some sort of compromise that Richard has to sort of do. I'm going to introduce our panel here. So it's going to be moderated by Katie Canales from Business Insider. We've got Jonathan Dotan, who's a writer for Silicon Valley. We've got Frank Mong from Nova Labs, and Eddie Lazarin from A16Z. So let's give them a round of applause.
All right, testing. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome to Helium House in this lovely air-conditioned venue. Thanks for the intro. As Mark said, we're going to be talking about the decentralized internet and all things Web3. And so I thought it'd be good to start with Jonathan. Of course, you know, this space has skyrocketed in interest in the past couple of years during the pandemic, the crypto market, blockchain technology. But it certainly isn't new. It's been around for a while. It appeared in season 4 of Silicon Valley in 2017. So I would love for you to just give everyone a rundown. For those of us who haven't seen it, what kind of ideas were featured in that season?
You guys hear me okay? All right, cool. Well, I'll just tell you a little bit about the origin of it, because I think it's just kind of insane. So when Mike created the show, he had one small little scene in the pilot that said, when these guys were basically like it was like these engineering bros were looking at Richard's technology, and they're like, oh my God, this guy, he searched within a compressed file, and they're like, that's amazing. And then it all got escalated to Gavin, and Gavin goes and makes the offer to Richard, and boom, we have a show. And they turned to me, and they were like, okay, so what is that? And I was like, well, you don't know? They're like, no, we're comedy guys, And Mike had been an engineer and understood intellectually there's something interesting about compression, but that's not the sexiest area at all of computer science. It's kind of in the basement, of like the electrical engineering department. And so we constantly needed to invent ideas about why compression would matter. And I saw this article that Bram Cohen was doing this thing called Project Maelstrom, where the idea was to use the BitTorrent protocol to host not media files, but actually to host HTML and websites. And I thought, oh, that's crazy. Because if you can do that, boom, you've got this censorship-resistant system. And so I walked it into the room and I said, I think I've got something for Pied Piper to do. Everyone loved it, and they said, with all the best ideas that we came up with, wait, because we need time. And so in that basically that was season 2, so by season 4, finally had a chance to make something of it. And then this thing called crypto came around, and then just put lighter fluid on this whole thing. Someone threw a match, and suddenly, oh my gosh, the world could actually be changed by this. So yeah, hopefully that's a clear kind of path. It was unexpected is the bottom line. And every season, the most panic thing would happen. We'd all look at each other and we'd say, okay, what do we do? Because we didn't have a grand master plan. Every season enrolled organically. So.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good rundown. And of course now everything, it's called Web3. It's this kind of umbrella term encompassing, all of these different spaces. And so I'd love to just get y'all's definitions of what Web3, kind of means to you. It's kind of a loose term. Everyone has a different description of it. So if you were to tell, you're a parent or a neighbor of what Web3 is, how would you describe it? We can start, I guess, at Frank. You want to start?
Yeah, I have a pretty different perspective on Web3 relative to the rest of the crypto universe. I think it's more than your privacy or data sovereigns. It's more than NFTs. I actually think it's ownership of the internet, and it's ownership of the on-ramp to the internet. I think that's owned by massive monopolies or whatever you want to call them, but owned by the few, and rightfully so. I think for the last couple hundred years, because the few are the ones that really put the capital in to dig the trenches, run fiber across the ocean. And so it's true. They put the investment in, and they should figure out how to monetize that investment. I get that. But I think as we move forward into more decentralized world, or a world where connectivity has to happen for people to interact, I think, freely, then I think the ownership needs to shift. I think people should also own a part of that internet, and certainly own a part of the access to that. However that manifests, I think it's yet to be seen. But that, to me, is the power of what Web3 and what this Helium community here can do.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I'd say maybe there's 2 frames that I think are most helpful for me. The first is maybe I think of Web3 as the movement. I'm taking this a little bit from Chris Dixon from the team, but Web3 is kind of the movement, crypto's the tech. The way to summarize the movement is with allowing ownership to be a fundamental programmable primitive of the internet. Right, until today, of course, in the information age, the internet's about transmitting information, but information isn't the full story. If we can have cryptography that protects and enshrines property rights, then we can create all kinds of new things built on the internet instead of using the internet to transmit things that we build between people. And that just allows for all new kinds of things to take shape. Maybe another way to put it for me is that historically until today, the only way to enshrine property rights has been with governments, with nations, with ultimately someone with a gun at the end. And allowing that to be instead enforced by cryptography, by math, means there's a whole other branch, a whole other category of solution that we can use for coordination, for protecting assets, for protecting people's relationships with economically valuable things. And that's kind of how I think about Web3. Yeah.
Nice. So this is a convenience store clerk, right? That was the hypothetical person?
Sure, yeah.
To that person, I would say Web3 is the internet that we deserve. And that was actually a billboard that Richard and co put up in season 6. Because we were trying to strategize at the point at which we're trying to explain to people, right, Silicon Valley, like a broad audience. And the idea was like, well, why should you care? It's not just like, what is this thing? But it's like, well, why is it? And I think that over time, maybe there were people at the EFF and other kind of tinfoil hat like crazies who were just like, look, this is all going to go horribly wrong, right? Like the government is listening in like with these like unmarked buildings to your traffic, and everyone's like, that's nuts. You're completely wrong. Like this is amazing. I can get all sorts of awesome things with e-commerce and all that. And then like lo and behold, like Snowden comes out. And there literally was an unmarked, terrible building in San Francisco where the government was indeed listening into all this. And then he started to say, like, well, there's all these challenges around monopolies, right? And the extreme distortion of the economy that's occurring with now the most valuable companies in the world are all people that extract not oil, but they extract data. And that has implications. The same way that we've learned around how power is concentrated with oil companies, and they became, for prior generations, like enemy number one. Now the techlash goes in, and arguably season 6 of our show was more political than Veep, right? Because actually, like the table stakes of what we were talking about, how are you going to own your information? How are you going to get access to it? Those have like extraordinary implications for the future of humanity, and unfortunately, our hero had to sit there in front of Congress and make that case. If you've seen episode 1 of season 6, not persuasively. But the truth is, this is what we are all doing. And I can talk a little bit more about after the show what I've done to take some of the lessons that I learned and start to really apply it. But yeah, I do believe that Web3 is probably one of the most important technological and social choices that we have to make as a civilization about the future of our knowledge.
Nice. Thank you for giving y'all's definitions. These are 3 very nuanced ways of describing it. But I feel like, just playing devil's advocate here, I feel like one of the biggest criticisms of Web3 is that it is really hard to define, right? It's in the early days. It's not in everyone's hands yet, right? It has not reached mass adoption. So I want to ask y'all, what would you say to that argument and that piece of criticism? And we can start with Frank, or we can flip it up, and Jonathan can go first. Or
yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, I recall, this kind of dates me, but when I was in college, I was using something called a modem, and if you guys were there too, it was like U.S. robotics. Every couple of years, you upgrade from 12.6 to 16, and when you had 128 kilobits, you're like, oh God, this is great, and you wait for that, and then you connect. I remember how amazed I was with that technology. Fast forward, I'm sitting in my office like everyone else in a cubicle, and now this thing called Facebook comes to life, and everyone seems to be just sharing everything. Oh, I'm here too. I went to this school, and here's my background, here's my phone number, here's my social security. Please take my information and do something bad with it. And that just exploded. Everyone loved that, right? We're all addicted to that. And to me, I think that's the fundamental problem, is that all of us went through that journey at different phases, But the young folks in the room that grew up into that, I don't think know any different. Like you literally are born into a world where your picture was posted on Facebook without your permission, because your mom and dad, like me, are idiots that just did it, not knowing what we were really doing. And so I think that kind of analogy and the state of which we're at is part of the barrier, is that behaviorally we've been trained that it's okay to not care about privacy. It's okay to just, hey, post everything. And we just assume that it's okay and it's safe, when I think, in fact, it's probably the worst thing that could have happened to us. But we're all in it. We're sort of just all in this. So I think realizing that as a first step, and then understanding, well, okay, I get that. I don't want to do that anymore. Then how do I undo it, or how do I change my behavior? And what is okay to do? Like, what is a safe path? Like, what's the alternative? I still want to socialize. I still want to, have friends. How do I do this? And I think that's the unknown. And that's where the UX, the UI, user experience, the user interface, and like how you do things, like how easy is it? Like easy. Everyone wants easy, 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 right? We've been trained on that too. Amazon Prime, 2 hours, 1 hour, 1 minute, give it to me now, right? That's the world we're in now. And so I think this is part of the challenge that all of us here who want to do things differently are faced with. How do you change this?
Totally. Just over a decade ago, Facebook was something that college students used, that a lot of people wondered if it would ever make money. Now, it's something that middle-aged people use and that writers analogize with extracting oil, right? It's totally, it takes about that long for the wave to crest that big. It just takes that long. There's generational changes that need to happen, user experience changes that need to happen. There's a couple things today that I think in retrospect we will look back and think is absurd. Like, for example, the fact that you go to a website, you contrive some credentials, you have to make up a password or maybe pay someone to make up a password, and then you immediately start uploading information about yourself to a website. That's the conventional authentication experience. It's not that hard to imagine a world where instead you come up to a site, and then you give it permission to authenticate into your data repository that you control, and you give it views into those specific things. You would need a password. All you need to do is give like a temporary decryption key to them. Like, that kind of paradigm is way technically simpler. It hardly exists today. I think that'll be the case, just as a specific example. Sure. But we're just so used to the way of doing it now that detecting the absurdities of the way things are arranged today is just a little out of reach.
I mean, I guess my first question would be about adoption. Numbers are interesting, but I think who is adopting the technology is really important to ask. And I'd argue that right now, and certainly Eddie's got a front row seat into this, but I think some of the brightest minds of this generation are saying, engineering, business-wise, are saying, this is something that's really important, and you're having this aggregation of talent, which is unprecedented. And so if they're adopting it, then now we can start asking some really interesting questions around what do they think are the solutions, and how can we try to have people influence that roadmap. Yeah. So things I'm working on now at Stanford are trying to bring historians and journalists and lawyers to the table to say, how can we think about Web3 and its impact on human rights? And instead of trying to undo a lot of the damage later on, when we move fast and break things, say, well, let's actually have these people at the table now to influence how this technology could make sense for them and to truly advance human rights, not just have it from a branding perspective, right? Like, I mean, that was the recurring joke of season 1, right? Is we're making the world a better place with, we had a document that basically had like tech gobbledygook that you could insert right after that phrase. And it was fun because we had these consultants on season 1. I had about 12, but by season 2, think of that as like our series A, or I guess in this term, this world now, it's like your seed round, right? And I had about 200 people in season 2 that we'd go to and be like, hey, we need to say something like really dense and ridiculous about X, Y, and Z like technology thing, and then they'd immediately write back on Slack or whatever, and then boom, it's like it's in the script, or it's on a Post-it, et cetera. But anyways, the joke, that key joke from the first season was we're making the world a better place with whatever distributed ledger technology that you can put on like some sort of hardware-based like security system that would allow you to whatever buy a donut.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that, so now we know there's a tremendous amount of talent, and that's super exciting to think about that those people are going to be adopting it. The other thing, just to emphasize, like I think a key point that everyone's talking about here about where we are in this moment of history, I will never forget probably the most interesting interviews that we did as part of our research process for the show was sitting down for an hour and a half with Bill Gates, and it was wild. One, because I got a microchip installed and everything's been great. Super great. But also, he talked to us about computing as it existed in the late 1950s. And in a almost like scarily like encyclopedic way, he was able to talk about early computing and some of he could speak about the exact computer that he used at Harvard, for instance, and what it meant and what was the hardware profile of that. And Gates talked about these miracles that had to happen with connectivity, with hardware. And if you go back to the late 50s, they had to dream of a world in which you had a computer that could be useful for personal use, right? It wasn't this industrial machine, but it was actually something that could sit in your home. And then they thought, well, we could connect all of these things together. And that concept of computing as personal and connected was actually articulated in one document in 1958 as a vision for what would eventually become the internet. I had no idea about a lot of this, and as I got deeper into research, like that's what I've come to understand, is that Web3 is actually borrowing on a tremendous legacy here that's come from the very origins, not of the web, but of the internet. And those people had to be audacious in their thinking, because at that point, I think computing was being done with like vacuum sealed like glass for computing processing. And so take that into perspective, like that it does take a while, but if we have really smart people working on this and they're ethical and they're inspired, cool stuff can happen.
Nice. I'm wondering, I mean, do y'all think that's going to be one of the biggest hurdles? You know, mass adoption being a key factor in making a project successful. I think that's even cited in the show, right? I don't want to mess this code up, but what is it? People won't want to participate until the quality is high, and the quality won't be high until we get a lot of people. Do you think this is something that, you know, we're gonna see in today's Web3? Do you think that might be one of the biggest hurdles?
I think that Web3 actually has some unique tools to circumvent these hurdles, right? And Helium is a great example. Is that starting a new network is an incredibly, like a hardware network, is an incredibly capital intensive, incredibly difficult enterprise. It takes an unbelievable amount of dedication from all kinds of parties and capital raised. But one of the cool tools that crypto has is by being able to distribute ownership of itself and enshrine that cryptographically, you can allow a grassroots movement to create a new type of thing that normally you'd need to centralize a giant pile of capital and throw it. So that means you have a whole new tool that never existed before to bootstrap extremely expensive networks. That's a new type of solution to a very old kind of problem. I think that fundamentally makes it a little bit faster, and it means that people who are excited about that vision and want to be a part of that, who appreciate and understand that the UX is awful in the early days, those people will tough it out because there are rewards in doing so. And they can have a kind of ownership of the result that wouldn't have been possible before. So granted, huge obstacle, but there's interesting new types of tools to resolve it.
I think there's a couple of different barriers to get through. I think the technology, thankfully, has all kind of collided together at the same time. From our Helium perspective, it's the wireless technology and the advancement in protocols, advancements in even in the U.S. government in this case for opening up unlicensed spectrum in the 5G spectrum. That's very innovative to allow open licensing here in this space that we're operating in. So that you've got innovation in government, you've got innovation happening in technology with ecosystem players like FreedomFi and Rack Wireless and Moso Labs and Bicell. Like there's a lot of technologies that they've had to create over 4 years, decades to get to where we are now, and that's here. And then I think ultimately it's engineering effort from folks like at Helium to take the pieces and try to piece it together, add on the value of the cryptocurrency or a new incentive model that makes sense for the masses. I think all those pieces have to come together at the right place at the right time with sort of the right problem set. And I think that's sort of what's happened here with our community, is that the right problem set has presented itself, and we happen to have all the pieces. I think beyond this, we can't do this alone for Web3 or for decentralized internet. This is going to take more than us. But I think the challenge will be for everyone here to sift through all the folks trying. There's tons of players now, which is great to see for our industry. But you have to sift through, hey, who's really going to be able to execute? Who's really going to be able to take all the pieces and put it together and solve the correct problems? I think that's yet to be seen. And I think along with that is UI, UX, et cetera. So I think that's probably some of the barriers I'd see.
There was one of the more entertaining conversations that we would have with consultants. Every year, I'd love to sit down and put a quarter in and then listen to Roger McNamee talk to me for probably like 3 hours without taking a breath. And I'll never forget, I was sitting at Bucks, which for Web 1.0 people, they might know because there's a bunch of big deals cut there. It's on the other side of the 280, just at the top, think of it as the top end of Sand Hill Road. And Roger sat there and he said to me, listen, I wrote Mark and Sheryl Sandberg this letter about, I think something's up, and I think this election, and some weird things happened with this election. And this was like March or February of that year, and he had just written the letter, and he was totally spooked out, and it was just strange. And I was looking around going, like, this sounds like a massive conspiracy. Like, what really happened? And of course, he came out later, like with a book, and Cambridge Analytica scandal hit, and Roger and among many others were right to be concerned. And I want to add something here, which is that I think UX is certainly a part of the problem, and incentives are part of the problem. But I also think that people also start to care when there are these moments of history when people realize that actually this stuff really matters. Web 2, you could argue, had that moment with the Arab Spring. Right? You had this massive change in which people understood that, wow, this technology actually has this power to, the thought at the beginning of it at least was to bring down dictators, right? And Tahrir Square, it was very clear the role that Facebook played in bringing together a bunch of people to topple, Mubarak. Lesson 1. Lesson 2 of that story, if you fast forward to Syria, is that you have Web 2 failing because ISIS had gamed the YouTube algorithm and started to optimize beheadings for YouTube. And their campaign of terror was waged incredibly effectively with technology. And specifically, they gamed Web 2 and just did not, it caught us all by surprise. Russian misinformation campaigns, those tools were sharpened in Syria. Unquestionably, they were perfected there. And then they brought them over to the United States, and they started to wreak political havoc there. Okay, so what's this moment for Web 3? Well, I've been working more recently on issues around using Web 3 to advance human rights. And one of the tracks within our lab at Stanford has been working on war crimes documentation. And so we've been working on projects in Ukraine nonstop. We've been, and yesterday we just announced that we submitted a cryptographic dossier to the ICC that registers instance of war crimes in Kharkiv, Ukraine, at the early part of March, and that's registered on multiple protocols. We're literally giving a custody NFT to the ICC to establish a clear cryptographic chain of custody. Now, what keeps me up at night is that the political moment here is actually quite fraught, because as we are speaking, Russia is being forced off of the internet, as the traditional internet, for good reason. However, that act is also a signal to any other autocrat to say, hey, let's go do this too. And what I mean by autocrat, let's widen that definition a little bit. Someone like Modi over in India has already given us every signal that we would need to know that he believes in data nationalism and sovereignty of the internet, like by country, or by, let's say, political persuasion even, in his case. That is terrifying. And it's undoing the fabric of what we all want, terms of our values. And so something like Helium, I think has this tremendous opportunity to be thinking about this new geopolitical climate. And so I think that actually is going to be one of the main drivers of how people change their perceptions around Web3, because I think we've taken a lot for granted with the world as we have it. Because like, well, the internet's going to be around, and it will, we'll have connectivity. Go and try to tell that to someone in, Kharkiv. It's just not the same story for them. So.
Nice. No, that makes a lot of sense. I think we have time for one more question. Something I've been curious about that I'd love to get y'all's opinion on. But throwing it back a little bit to the early days of the internet, the concept of decentralization, it was kind of on the table, but gradually power kind of fell into the hands of a number of very, very powerful centralized entities. There's of course this acronym CDFI, Centralized Decentralized Finance, that I've seen tossed around recently. So do you think today's Web3 is maybe in danger of that? And what are the implications if it heads that way?
It's a great question. I think Web3 actually has a lot more in common, spiritually speaking, with Web1. And that's not a coincidence, right? Yeah. And that's because a lot of the original vision for the internet had to do with, was like an analog with like a city, like an analogy with a city, right? It's this rich space. There's all kinds of public spaces and private spaces and all kinds of interesting parties participating in a rich and interconnected way. And the reality is we've seen a lot of deep centralization. And I think that that's because the architecture of Web 2 lacks the ability to enshrine decentralized ownership of things, right? The network effect has to accumulate to a single party. It's whoever controls the underlying platform. It's whoever controls the underlying specific hardware, whoever controls the data center, where all the algorithms run, where all the data is stored, right? Unless you can find a way to give supremacy to the software over the underlying hardware, you cannot break this paradigm. And I think crypto uniquely enables this. It's the first time that you've been able to create a situation where the software continues to run as designed without depending on a specific instance of the hardware underneath. Right? The hardware is commodified in its relationship with the protocol. That's a new thing. That means you can finally create network effects that accumulate instead to decentralized networks as opposed to unilateral parties like tech companies. Mm-hmm. So there will be, of course, there will be like the CDFI, that's like a hilarious meme. It pops up like once in a while. I die at it, honestly. There's some people who tweet very funny things about that. But of course, there will be all kinds of centralized actors in Web3. Like, of course there will be, and I don't even mean that in a bad way. There's going to be companies, there's going to be protocols, there's going to be relationships between companies and protocols. Clients of decentralized systems will be controlled by single people and all kinds of things. But it's just a matter of where the key network effects accumulate. That is the key question. That's the key difference.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting. I think it's yet to be seen. Just thinking about Helium and where we started, and you heard Amir earlier talk about this. I mean, we were just a wireless startup trying to figure out how to build a network. Decentralized or centralized wasn't even on the table. We're just trying to solve a problem. It turns out doing it in a decentralized way is a far better way, much lower cost. But we wouldn't have known that unless we tried it as a central entity first. And so I think part of the couple of things I think about with this is, what is the problem, and is the problem real? Is it really a problem, and can we only solve it using some kind of crypto-based incentive that involves the community? And is that solution far better than a central approach? So those are some of the things I think everyone has to weigh for themselves. And the last part of this is the people behind it. And we're Helium. We were a company of, when we did this, when we launched, I think we were 20 people when we first launched in 2019. We're only 60 people now. So we're not that much bigger. But we are a centralized group. And the reason we've open sourced everything and we've really phased it very thoughtfully is because fundamentally, the small group that we do have believe that this belongs to everyone. And that's the only way we'll succeed. And so there's still some selfishness there. We want to succeed as individuals, but we can't do it alone. And the only way to make this grow faster and add fuel to the fire is to give it away. without barriers, right? Without taxes, without fees. And that's the only way this will grow. But each of the companies and projects you guys research and look at, you have to go figure it out. If that group that's working on it, that's developing it, has the ultimate ability to actually get it. I think that's a big part of this.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And just to emphasize, I think maybe it's trite to say that people matter, but let me say it. And let me explain why I think it's so important. We had many ways of ending the show, and I won't spoil it for those of you who haven't seen the last episode, but I think that we wanted to have a cautionary tale that was out there, and it felt right at that moment. And it was actually a very bitter pill for those of us who had like alternate endings in mind, and we had talked about. For us to swallow, it was like, oh man, okay, I guess we could do this. And then over time, we realized like what actually a wise decision that was, and it's credit to Alec and Mike for just like really, really seeing that this was actually the right way of doing it. Because you can get really carried away with like the possibilities of the tech, and like the reality was that some really bad stuff can also happen with this, and we felt, again, without spoiling anything, that there are consequences. And if I look at the last 20 years of open source technology that's out there, it's clear that that has worked as a method of making things more secure, scaling. The internet that we have today is a function of, like, its success is really a function of the fact that it is open source, and crypto could not exist at all without it being open source, because that's how you develop trust. But here's the problem. Open access and just giving away stuff out there and being transparent, it does not bring inclusion. Time after time, when you look at the statistics around who is developing open source technology, it ends up being white, male, young. That's a problem.
Why?
Pardon?
Why is that a problem?
I'm happy to talk to you offline about that. I think that my point is that if we're trying to say that we have a value about being inclusive, my point is that it doesn't just happen organically on its own. And if we're saying that that's the value, and we're saying that open source technology is the only way to get that done, what it means is we need to be proactive in thinking about how we make those values work. If you disagree with the values, I think it's just a different conversation. But if we believe in the values, it means that we have to work extra hard. So what things like Helium and others projects we're trying to work on is it is about those people making brave decisions to think about governance, brave decisions about thinking about how those values can be encoded directly into the software itself. And it sounds like you guys are doing really cool stuff, and that's really inspiring. Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, well, I think we're out of time. Thank you so much for being here and for answering all my questions. And yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in.
Great job. Thanks, guys. Nice job, Frank. Thanks, Katie. All right. That was a fantastic panel. I want to say thank you again to Katie, Frank, Ed, and Jonathan. Okay, so we talked, or Amir talked this morning about Chapter 2, right? Building on the foundation of the Helium network, which is IoT and LoRaWAN, and expanding the impact of this economic incentive model to other areas of the world, and building new protocols into what H&T and the community can do with the protocol. So we're going to dig into that topic with four great people here. So we've got, I think the slide here, oh, it's cut off. FOMOBI from Boring Protocol is going to join us to talk about what they're doing with their project. We've got Abhay Kumar, who's a Chief Product Officer from Nova Labs. Tushar Jain, who most of you know, from Multicoin Capital, who's been deeply involved in the project. And finally, Karam Lakshman from Wi-Fi Daba. So take it away.
Thank you, everyone, for spending the time with us today. I'm Abhay Kumar. I run the product team at Nova Labs, and I'm on the Helium core team. If you see me on Discord, I'm Hashcode. I wanted to introduce this group of folks.
I think I really wanted to kind of connect this to the last conversation that you just heard. Something Jonathan said around, what's happening in a lot of countries around the world. I think, especially in India, I think, Karam, you can talk a lot about, providing access to people. Moby, like, you guys are building a VPN. This is very relevant to us. And Tushar, you've sort of seen this space grow, and we came to you and the rest of the Multicoin team a couple of months ago to really think about, like, how do we enable multiple networks. On Helium, like, we already had an idea, or we sort of built this IoT network so far through the community. We had some ideas of what 5G could look like, but how do we enable Wi-Fi protocols, VPNs, CDNs, really just any kind of data network to sort of live in this enormous ecosystem that we think should exist, this network of networks. So maybe I wanted to get started with just like really quick intros for the folks that don't know this group. We'll start with Tushar, and then Karam, and then Moby.
Sounds good. Hi everyone, my name's Tushar. Really excited to be here. I am co-founder and managing partner at a firm called Multicoin Capital, which has been involved in the Helium network since right before it launched, and also co-author of some of these HIPs that we recently passed.
Hi, I'm Karam. I'm one of the founders of Wi-Fi Dabba. Our goal is to bring 1 billion Indians online with super cheap, super fast internet. We hope to use the lessons that we learn in India to expand Wi-Fi globally and bring more data access to the Helium network.
I'm Moby Dick. I'm the founder of Boring Protocol. We're a decentralized VPN on Solana. Currently exploring a DVPN sub-DAO under the HIP51 umbrella with Helium. So,
awesome. So I wanted to start maybe with you, Moby. Like, when you're thinking about VPNs, you probably have some opinions, and your community probably has some opinions of why they're important. So I want to start with maybe just like why they're important.
Yeah. So traditionally, when you use a VPN, you're putting in credit card information, personal information. That's all stored on a centralized server. So moving to crypto payments with a VPN, you're reducing all that to your wallet address. There's no personal identifying information. And then as far as the routing of the information, the traffic, it's not through a centralized service. It's these individual nodes that we're distributing to our network. So everybody that's participating in this can buy one of these nodes, plug it into their Wi-Fi router at home, and they're now an exit node in the VPN, and they are incentivized to do that through the tokenization. So that's probably some of the biggest things. The fact that we are kind of committed to the open source and moving in the community governance model the same way that Helium has. I think that's really important too. And then just not having logs. Traditional VPNs have always boasted no logs, but we've found out the hard way, kind of retroactively, that that's not the case. So I think that those are all probably the most important aspect that puts a DVPN as important.
Yeah, and typically VPNs are deployed in large public clouds, right? And so how does Boring Protocol sort of differ there?
As far as
where are the exit nodes? The exit nodes are.
Yeah, so we've right now our product is live in a private beta. We last September we opened up a small offering of these nodes, and we have, I think, in 23 countries we have nodes operating right now. A little over 600 nodes that we distributed, and we're just recently opened up a second sale so that we can grow that node count and provide even greater access. The kind of chief driver of people wanting to use it right now is, believe it or not, it's not privacy, it's actually geo-hopping. People are trying to get beyond geopolitical restrictions that they face in certain regions. So it's pretty neat to, we built it for privacy, but to see how the user wants to use it is more important. I think it's really.
I mean, it really comes down to access, right? When at the beginning of the current war in Ukraine, there were people in Russia that weren't able to get information, right? And they couldn't access the BBC. There's a big news article about that, and people are finding ways around to get the access. And we know that this happens in lots of countries, right? And I think the fact that you have 23 countries means you can choose where you want to be, like, and sort of access data in potentially a different way than what your sort of local governance might care about. So I think it's really important. Karam, I was just wondering if we could talk a little bit about like what you saw in Bangalore and like how you built your network, and kind of like eventually we'll talk about how this all bridges to Helium, of course.
Sure. So I think a lot of what I'm going to say mirrors a tremendous amount that Amir had touched upon earlier. Building networks is incredibly hard. Wi-Fi Dabba started about 6 years ago in about 2017. And the reason that we started our service was, while India's got about 1 billion, 1.5 billion people, there's less than 20% broadband penetration in the country, right? That is ridiculous for such a large country that's able to contribute so much to the global internet with such little access. We started by looking at, okay, the minimal infrastructure that was there, could we optimize that and provide more access? So we partnered with existing internet service providers to try to build out this massive public Wi-Fi network. In the span of a year, we deployed a couple of thousand hotspots, and we ran into a wall really quickly. It turns out that the core reason that infrastructure, especially broadband infrastructure, is hard to build is the core component is underground optical fiber. And to try to dig trenches across entire cities and build out meaningful networks costs billions of dollars, takes many years, requires political connections, and it's an incredibly hard thing to do. The second problem with that, as we worked with our partners, because we deployed thousands of hotspots and we were unable to scale beyond their infrastructure, is most of the companies and organizations that tend to build out networks sort of view the world from either a regulatory capture or resource capture perspective. They're not really interested in expanding access, lowering costs, that sort of thing. They've got a fairly good monopoly that they're willing to grow at a tiny rate, and there's no real incentive for them to do anything about it. So we decided to take a really long and hard look at, was there anything that we could do to improve that core fiber problem, and then the layer on top, which was the Wi-Fi. Like all good things in technology that I'm sure a lot of you know, things were invented 20 years ago, but the time for their use has only started to come now. A really good example of this is machine learning and AI. A lot of these ideas are 20 years old, but either the compute or the data sets are available only now. The same principle holds good in communications technology. So lasers have been used by NASA, the military, and other organizations for a solid 20 or 30 years, but they had limited uses for them because bandwidth was low. And when we took a look at that technology, we found that upgrades and advancements in optical core technology and compression algorithms had made massive leaps over the last 2-3 decades, and you could actually use lasers to replace underground fiber. So we spent a solid year building an engineering group, building out these lasers, and for a period of 2 years, across the city of Bangalore, we installed a bunch of lasers on rooftops and telecom towers, right? Think of this as a poor man's version of Starlink. Even Starlink actually uses lasers to communicate between its satellites. They're fundamentally the same technology. So we ran this laser grid for a solid 2 years, right? And in Indian conditions, so you've got crazy summer heat. Austin is nothing compared to what we experience. We've got a ridiculous amount of monsoons. We've dealt with things like monkeys even that climb on poles and bring things down. But over a period of 2 years, we're really happy to say that we sort of managed to refine this technology and bring it to a place where it was incredibly useful. One of the things that was really interesting over that sort of 3 to 4 year period that I've compressed down so small is the demand for data in India exploded dramatically. We had a revolution in the 4G space, and data consumption started doubling year on year, and people were starting to hit their mobile data caps, and they wanted something more. And we always had this great deal of love that came from the community. People would talk about, can I install your devices? Can I help you? Can I be a franchisee?
Everyone sort of, I thank you guys for fixing whatever's going on. That's awesome. But we're rolling with it because this is what we do. Tushar, I want to hear a little bit, kind of two things. The first thing, kind of like, when we came to you with this sort of challenge of how do we enable many networks to live in the Helium ecosystem, kind of like, how you and the Multicoin team kind of started thinking about it, and we can talk about the different conversations you and I had earlier on too, and we can kind of go back and forth there. And then I'd love to also hear about, like, you see a lot of different networks coming to you on the venture capital side, and like, how do you kind of evaluate like these kinds of networks, and like how they could fit inside of an ecosystem like this?
Yeah, for sure. So when we initially invested in Helium back in 2019, I remember thinking, this is going to grow beyond LoRaWAN one day. And in fact, actually, I reread the blog post that I wrote to announce our investment back then. And it's still up there. Our website is multicoin.capital. And the first line that we wrote to describe Helium was not, it's an IoT network. We wrote, this is a new business model for deploying and managing wireless networks. So we always expected that we were going to need to evolve the technology and grow beyond just a single network. Sorry, just the background noise here. So Amir came to me in December, I remember, and he was like, I really have a vision for multiple tokens living within the Helium ecosystem. I think having a single token govern all of the variables necessary for all of the different networks was really cumbersome. And we also wanted to make sure that we could parallelize the dev work that's necessary to build out all of these networks. So we started thinking, like, what do we do, right? Like, how do we change the mechanics to get this to work? So I think we published the first draft of HIP 51 in like January. And I actually went back and reread that first draft, and it was not that great. It was really complex. Right. It was basically like I sat down with a few of the people at Multicoin, especially Cheyenne, who's been very helpful on all of this. And we just threw all of the crypto economic primitives that we've seen over the past 5 years of investing at Multicoin at the wall and thought, like, what could work, right? Like, let's try everything here, and then we'll work with the community collaboratively. We'll simplify it. We'll figure out what does an actual proposal look like.
You mean bonding curves aren't like obvious to everybody?
Yes. Some of the complexity, made sense in my head. Sure. But once we tried to explain it to people, we were able to refine it with a lot of the feedback that the community came back with of like, what if we designed a system that you didn't need a PhD in Helium to be able to like understand? So we tried to simplify it dramatically as much as we could. And we also wanted to go out of our way to seek what would those initial use cases be for the network of networks, right? We had been talking with Boris from Freedom 5 for quite a while around 5G. So I think that was announced last year at some point. Yep. But even though we'd been having those conversations, it wasn't yet clear how exactly the 5G network would work. And there were some technical specs that still need to happen. So Boris was very helpful in helping think through that. So was Karam, as well as we were thinking about Wi-Fi, and Moby as we were thinking about VPN. And I think that there's just a lot of value that's created by having a network of networks, because you need a Schelling point for these different networks. There are very strong network effects within the sub-DAOs as they're proposed, but then there's also a network effect at that higher level, because actually the network is all of you guys. It's everyone in the community. It's the people who are actually deploying the hardware. It's the people who are actually evangelizing the network and helping grow it. And so while there is a technical network effect at the sub-DAO level, right, where I can walk around and in Austin, I can hit how many LoRa hotspots? I think there's probably like 10,000 LoRa hotspots in Austin, something like that.
It's probably more like 400, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I haven't looked.
Hopefully not 10,000.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
But I think that there's another network effect at the Helium level of the community that helps make it all possible.
For sure. Yeah, and I think, you know, when we started, we sort of had this like perfect idea of what how to define this thing. But as you said, like the PhD in Helium is there's not a lot of people who have it. That's for sure. And certainly when you have a community of hundreds of thousands on every sort of medium out there, Discord, Twitter, Reddit, wherever, like you need to make it simpler. And I think the one thing that we tried the whole way is to try to reduce the complexity of 5051. I think like going to the Chapter 2 website now, like compare that against the original copy of the HIP, like it's just literally a different language, right? And I think a language that many people can understand. I want to kick it back to you, Moby, like to think about like, you know, what does it take for, you know, when you're already building a network, you already have a network, you already have a token, you already have users. You know, what do you imagine the path forward is for a new network like that? You know, there are others out there who are probably thinking, oh, maybe like the Helium ecosystem is something I should look at. Like, what do you think about?
That's kind of the reason that we were led to Helium's. We were trying to find other, I guess, infrastructure projects within the space that had, you know, gone through this journey. Obviously, a little bit further down the road with the Helium network because we're just a year old. But that led us to check out Helium and kind of understand how it is that you guys have progressed. And it's been great that we've, you know, gotten a relationship with this project because as fate would have it, you guys are developing the other networks, and we happen to be one of those. So I don't really know how to answer that question other than to just go out and do it. So right.
That's the best answer, right? Like ultimately, like that's what we want. We want you guys to just go out and do it and come to this community and say, hey, here's how you participate.
Yep. Right? A lot of trial and error and a lot of focus on the community and what they have to bring to the table as far as perspective goes. So
if you were like, you know, 2 years from now, let's say, you know, what would you like the Helium community to help you with? Like if you see that your goals for 2 years from now.
That's something I'd have to think about. Yeah.
No worries.
Just it's been great. Just the short relationship that we've had, having you guys' experience, and
I mean, I personally would love to just run an end node on my hotspot. Like that's a really simple one, right? And you know, I have decent internet at home. I'm lucky in that sense. Not everyone does.
We would like to see Helium hotspots that are technically capable with their hardware run simultaneous boring or VPN node. Offer them, you know, this other outlet of profitability through that network structure, and I think that's kind of a more sustainable approach as opposed to us just going and building all of our own nodes. You guys already have all this hardware in the field.
There's a lot of Raspberry Pis out there.
There's a lot of Raspberry Pis out there, and the demand is certainly not slowing down as we found with trying to source them. So, and like I say, I just think that's a more sustainable approach. If we use what's already in the field, then we're not continuing to add to that demand. That's really not necessary. So
yeah. Hiram, how about you? Like, if you see like where you want to be in 2 years, how can the Helium community help?
So 2 years is one bit, but over 5 to 10 years, we really want the idea of everybody owning the core infrastructure of the internet for themselves. This is an incredibly important thing, right? I think one of the speakers earlier sort of brought up this broad idea that you do see more and more fracturing of the internet happening on nation levels, on regional levels, different levels of censorship, different levels of access. You know, depending on where you're born, your experience of the internet is actually really different from somebody born somewhere else. And it really feels like both the incentives, thanks to crypto, and technology have now hit this point where we've got this sweet spot where this infrastructure and the ability to coordinate the deployment of this infrastructure is in this sweet spot where over the period of the next couple of years, this is something can be done. To take something actually from Boris is, look, we might not have this utopian ideal network that, you know, is owned entirely by the people and everything works, but certainly a strong percentage of it can be done. And from the Helium community's perspective, and just if you look at the iterations and the edits of the hips and that sort of thing, being able to stand on the shoulders of giants and learn from common mistakes and get advice and that sort of thing just makes that process more efficient. And shout out to Hotspot, for example. One of the problems is sort of coordination between decentralized deployments, right? How do you do that? So one team, one company is never going to be able to do this. You need a large group of people with incentives aligned. I'll just finish with one really short, simple way to think about this that really struck home to me over the last couple of years as we've been trying to deploy in India. It's taken India 25 years, almost $1 trillion, and about 30 companies, including government deployments, to get 20 million broadband connections and 400 million 4G subscribers in a nation of 1.5 billion people, right? If they're even going to go from like 10% to 20%, what? Do 1 billion people have to wait another 25 years, right? There's got to be a better way to do this. And this is a fantastic sort of step forward in that direction. And yeah, we're really excited to be part of this.
Tushar, how could we engage with the community to, there's these, so we passed at 51, and it was overwhelming. There's a lot of overwhelming support out there. But we have more work to do, right? We have to define what the LoRaWAN sub-DAO looks like. We have to define what the IoT sub-DAO, sorry, looks like, what the mobile sub-DAO looks like, and what the Wi-Fi sub-DAO looks like, what the boring product, like the VPN sub-DAO looks like. Like, how do we, we took, the sort of very open approach with these HIPs, where we said, here's the first version. It may not be perfect, but we're going to put it out there. How do we get the rest of the HIPs to a point to voting and potentially passing?
That's a good question. I want to comment on the process. I think building in public is really important for crypto. I think the ideas being built in public is also really important because you get a lot of eyes on it, and it helps improve the end product. It helps improve the end spec that you end up passing, and it's much better than the way that product decisions are made at Web 2 companies, I think, where it's a handful of people who have just design authority and no one else can even see it until the product is done. But also, we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good enough, right? Like, we need to ship. We need velocity. If we spend the entire time just debating and bike shedding, right? Like, you can end up just kind of turning into a community that just talks and not a community that builds. And I think having the velocity, having just the momentum is extremely, extremely important. I think Helium has proven out a very significant thing, which is that you can use tokens to build physical infrastructure. Helium is the first project to do that. I think Helium is the largest peer-to-peer network in the world, with 850,000 nodes. It's up there, if it's not the largest. And so that's a major proof point. But we also can't rest on our laurels and say, hey, we've done it, because we haven't, actually. We're only on day one of the journey. There's a lot more to build. So to address your question of, what do we do next? We obviously have drafts of HIP 52, which is the IoT sub-DAO specification, HIP 53, which is the mobile or the carrier offload specification, and then we have HIP 64, which is Helium Wi-Fi, which is, and I just want to specify, that means public Wi-Fi, where you connect and then you pay to connect. There will be Wi-Fi used as part of the mobile sub-DAO as well for carrier offload. So Wi-Fi is used in both of those. And ideally, perhaps even the same hardware could simultaneously be on both, which is something I'm optimistic about. So I think we have those three out there. We want to continue to get community feedback. We've already had, some people who are here today have given great feedback, thinking through all of the details, thinking through the edge cases, pushing back on things. I really appreciate the disagreement, actually, when it's well-intentioned and well-researched. I think that's what makes it a lot better. I think, in my opinion, IoT and mobile are pretty close, but we need to give the community enough time to digest and I think there's one more edit that we'll push out soon based on some of the feedback that we've gotten around the hotspot staking, and just trying to think through that a little bit more. Then, I think we need to work together to write new HIPs for these new sub-DAOs, like DVPN, which is a use case I'm really excited about, or DCDN is another one that we've been thinking about and are really excited about, and proposing new mechanisms for those, because those are really different networks, right? They're not the same kind of network. So you can copy paste some pieces, and people who are reading these HIPs probably notice like there's some similarities there, right? Because everything is open source, you don't need to reinvent any of this stuff. But you do need to think about it all from first principles. You do want to be really thoughtful in those design decisions. You don't want to rush those things. My ask of the community would be, please continue to contribute in the discussions. You should be able to understand the mechanics well enough that you can explain them to someone else. If you can't, that means we have work to do to simplify it and to work on the messaging. And please help us continue to think through edge cases and weird things that can happen that we may not have thought of. Because really, it's a community effort to go and design this stuff and build it. I think that would be my biggest ask.
Awesome. I guess I wanted to just close with giving you guys just a chance to sort of say something that you sort of either don't need from the community, but maybe from us on the Nova Labs team, or maybe just sort of like some closing thoughts. Moby?
Cool. Well, yeah, I just wanted to express thanks for being here, for you guys that are listening and getting involved in all this, and I kind of want to reiterate what Tashar said. The criticism that's well thought out and well intentioned and researched is very helpful, just to our project, but to the space as a whole. So, thank you.
Yeah, I echo the exact same thing 100%. Please give us your feedback. We need it, we want it, and we're really excited to be able to, deliver great things to you and along with the community over the next couple of months, couple of years.
I would say, in parting thoughts, I want to emphasize the importance of momentum and continuing to ship. I think that is the most important defining feature. I think the Helium community has done a fantastic job of that so far. And I'm really optimistic that this new structure with the network of networks will help accelerate that. But at the same time, I want to also recommend patience for a lot of people, because this is a big mission. This is going to take us years to really do this. The people up here, they've been working on this for years. And we're not going to go and change the backbone of the internet, tomorrow. It's going to take us some time. There's a long time of compounding and building up the network, and that we're going to make mistakes and we will recover and we'll keep going. But we need to also remember that what we're doing is really ambitious. And so it's going to take us a little bit of time to get there.
Yeah, I think I wanted to echo that from my perspective. Like ultimately, velocity is not the same as speed, right? Velocity has a direction, and it requires everyone to sort of have a focus of where we want to go. And it really is like we want a better internet. Like as trite as that may have sounded with the last session, we actually fundamentally believe it. Like we want better access. We want to actually see that happen. And so really it's about our intention and our direction that we're going. So really wanted to thank all three of you for being here. I really appreciate it. And yeah. And thank you all for hanging out with us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Great job. Thanks, Tashar. Nice job. Okay. So we are going to talk about 5G momentarily. Before we do that, we're going to take a very quick break. So sit tight. We'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you.
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever.
Good afternoon. The program is about to resume.
Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored?
Okay. Everyone take some seats. If anyone wants to sit down, I'll give you a couple more seconds to do so. There's a bunch of seats over here. You don't have to stand for the whole thing. Before we get to the next panel, I personally want to apologize to anyone who might have had issues registering their badges recently. Apparently, when I went to get my badge this morning and change my name from Mark Phillips, which is very boring, to a bunch of balloon emojis and Fark Millips, the balloon emojis broke the registration system. So it took it out for like 4 hours. So if anybody from the company Bizabo is here, I solemnly apologize. Okay, so moving on. So we just talked about new things coming to the network, Helium Chapter 2. Who here, by the way, would want to run a VPN node on your hotspot if it's out there doing nothing, right? It's a brilliant thing. We have this infrastructure. We should use it. So moving on, we're going to talk about 5G. So if you've read the white paper, which I assume everyone here is committed to memory, we do talk about all these different wireless protocols. And so we started with HIP 37, which was Omni Protocol, and then moving to HIP 51, 52, 53, 64. We're getting there very, very quickly. So we're going to talk a lot about 5G here. So we're going to bring up Frank Wong, who is the COO of Nova, to moderate this panel. We've got Stephen Leotis from Moso Labs. I'll do a shameless plug. They're selling packages downstairs. You should certainly go buy one if they're not already sold out. Jesse Rash from BuyCells, another shameless plug. There's packages downstairs. Go buy those. Boris Rensky from Freedom Fi, who had a huge hand in starting this whole momentum here around HIP 37 and 52. And then Izzo Wayne from GigSky. So let's give him a hand.
Welcome, guys. I have to say, at Helium, I feel like I was always the dumbest person in the room, which is certainly true. here on this panel, I feel like I'm the dumbest person on the panel, which is also true. So you guys are very lucky that I'll be asking questions, which I hope it relates to everyone here, common questions that I've heard, both in our community Discord around 5G, and other things around, what does 5G really mean, and how hard is it? How practical could this be for us to really bring 5G cell towers, which today, very complicated stack, not just hardware, but the software itself, and how folks on stage with me here really have innovated to bring that accessibility to everyday folks, not just technical people, but everyday folks. I think that's a journey that we're going to take to get there eventually. So before we start, why don't we just do a quick round of introduction, maybe your name and what company you're with, and your favorite flavor of ice cream, because it's so hot. Start at the end.
I'm Izzo Wayne. Been working in the telecom space for the past 18 years. I work for GigSky. I head of product, but GigSky is a global travel SIM company that has a bilateral agreement with hundreds of operators around the world, and we're the first to launch actually essentially the first mobile plan on Helium today.
Your ice cream?
Ice cream, vanilla. There you go.
Yeah, Jesse Rash, CTO for the North America of BuyCells. Yeah, we initially launched actually back 2015, 2016, and with selling mostly small cells designed for small operators. So we kind of led in kind of the space where this is going with the distributed model. But yeah, making the pricing available to everyone and minimizing the solution and the technology necessary to build your own network. We feel we kind of pioneered and took over that space from back then in preparation for CBRS to launch. And then, it turned out that Helium was kind of the perfect model for making this really to the average consumer, making it deployable. And then have been working with the Freedom Fi team to help make that happen when it comes to like the neutral host capabilities and connecting to the MNO networks. But yeah, ice cream, I guess, chocolate chip cookie dough.
All right, hey everyone, I'm Stephen Leotis. I am from Mosa Labs. I'm one of the co-founders. We actually just publicly launched on Thursday. That doesn't mean we're brand new to the space. We're actually backed by a company called Sercom, who's been building small cells for 15 plus years. So the co-founders, we are part of this company that is trying to bring these products that have been more traditionally B2B and bringing them directly to the consumer. So what we're going to do is, we're going to build the Helium 5G infrastructure, the small cell products, the gateway products. We're also going to build solutions so you can actually use the network. And I think that's one of the things we'll talk about today. How can you use the network beyond the traditional, put your SIM card in your cell phone? What other innovative use cases can we create? And so we'll talk about that more today. My favorite ice cream is pistachio.
So Boris Rensky, Freedom Fi. I'm curious how many of you know what Freedom Fi is. Can you raise your hand?
Oh.
Yeah, well, actually, very few. I'm surprised. So we actually were, I would like to say, very early on, working very close with the Helium team, kind of figuring out what the Helium 5G journey would look like. My personal background is open source cloud infrastructure. And at the moment when we actually came across Helium, we were focusing on basically kind of consumerizing and simplifying deployments of small scale networks, cellular networks in the CBRS band. So today, what we do is we build this box called the Freedom Fi Gateway, which there is an example of there. But this is not really kind of bread and butter for the company. The bread and butter is just the software that goes in the box and working with various partners across the Helium ecosystem, like most of the folks that are sitting here, enabling them to actually, deploy Helium 5G. So high level, this is the intro. And the ice cream. I don't really like ice cream. I used to, but I'm getting fat, so I'm trying to not to I've taught
Fair.
myself not to like ice cream at this point.
Wow, that's very impressive. Very impressive. I love chocolate ice cream, so if anyone wants to get me one, please, I can use that right now. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate you being here with us in the community. I think just to level set, because I think folks here from different walks of life, different levels of technical understanding, and certainly online, you get diversity of folks who are really interested in how this all works. Maybe we could start with just some basics. Like today, how does a telecommunication company establish connectivity? Like how hard is that? I don't want to get too deep into the rabbit hole here, but perhaps contrast that with sort of your perspective of how it should go for them in the home. Like why is this going to work, and why is this going to be so different than the difficulty it is today for the way in which telecommunications roll out cellular networks? 5G is a great example. Like I feel like 5G as a word has become more of a marketing word versus technical. And I feel like 5G has been something that the entire telecommunications community has been talking about for maybe almost 10 years now. And why is it still not here? So maybe talk about the difficulties. You want to start?
Sure. I can actually share some insight there in terms of having worked at AT&T, which is a large telecom operator with its own infrastructure, but also working at GigSky, which is a virtual network operator that doesn't have any infrastructure. For GigSky today, GigSky has to have bilateral agreements with operators around the world to leverage their infrastructure. So at the end of the day, what's the most important element in a network, mobile network, is the SIM card that allows the device to connect to the network. GigSky has its own SIM card, but when the device arrives at a certain location, the device needs to connect to a tower that might be owned by another network operator. So therefore, GigSky has to have agreement in place with that. Now, the most important thing, and we're in our business, it's a commodity business, it's about price. Today in the US, we buy 1 gigabyte for $4. When we heard about Helium and 50 cents a gig, we're like, oh my God, this is great, we need to do this, we need to be the first to do it. Now, when you think about, from an AT&T standpoint, a large operator has infrastructure, it costs a lot of money, they need to get licenses that cost billions of dollars. Now with CBRS, with Helium, what they're saying is an opportunity to really reduce CapEx. We really call this zero CapEx model. It completely is going to change the telecom space. A lot of big operators right now are looking at it from afar. This is very intriguing. They have a lot of requirements they want to put in place. But I guess in summary to your question, it really depends on the profile of the network operator. But it's very hard whether you're a virtual network operator or a large telco, established telco, to deploy network in general. And I think with Helium, it's really reshaping the whole industry and making it more easier for operators to deploy.
Yeah, I think, yes, I could add. So it really wasn't long ago, a traditional cellular carrier network, you would need hundreds of thousands just to get started. You have the core, the EPC portion of it. And there's very few vendors out there that were providing, so one was like there's just not many vendors out there, and they're typically used to dealing with the carrier market, so it's priced at a certain point. It wasn't priced for some small operator, let alone consumer, to build a network with it. So that was a big key. So when we launched, we tried to solve that by doing a cloud-based EPC, and so basically, we made it so you wouldn't need to buy a core at all. There was no core you had to invest in, and you just had to buy the radio, plug it in, and then there's some automation there to get it connected back to the core. But this was a way to kind of kickstart the market and make it so a lot of the small ISPs, because that's kind of who we targeted initially when we came to US, is we found that there really wasn't any vendors. I think there was maybe Telrad at the time that was really the only one pushing like a solution that you could maybe buy under 20K. So if you could buy a small cell for a few thousand or whatever, and that's really all you need to do, you just plug it in and get it going, then great. And that works for private networks really well. But the biggest thing that can make this whole distributed model work, I think, is CBRS really, because you need license, you need spectrum. That not long ago, there wasn't any spectrum. You had to be, spend tens of millions of billions, in a lot of the spectrum. So that was the big thing. So now that there's spectrum available, that's not the typical like unlicensed, like 2.4 or 5 gigahertz or now 6 gigahertz. the cellular networks don't operate in those bands, and those bands are very congested and noisy. So CBRS had a good middle, I think, ground of we'll provide some licensed use, we'll share it with the incumbents, and then there's still like an unlicensed component to it, but it still has to register at the SAS. You still have to get granted and permission to transmit, and the SAS has a better ability to mitigate interference that way. But really, without that spectrum and without the growing ecosystem to make all these devices affordable, it probably would not have, cellular probably would not be a thing, at least at this point, like where we're at today.
Yeah, so Jesse, just to clarify, tell the audience what an EPC is.
Oh, sorry.
What's an EPC?
So the EPC is the packet core. So this is, and this is the LTE terminology, right? For 4G. But the core network is the anchor point for all of your radios and for your internet connection, essentially. So in a carrier network, it's a little different from Wi-Fi, where all the traffic leaving your Wi-Fi device, your AP, it's all transmitting on the network as you would expect. But there's a tunnel that's established between the radios and the core. So in the solution we have right now, today, that tunnel is like directly connected to the gateway. So the FreedomFi gateway is essentially the core. And the open source piece of it is also why this is working, right? Because you can mitigate that cost of spending, even though the cost of cores and the different vendors are out there, you can buy cores for a few grand now, but that's still a lot of money. Sure. That would not work if every gateway costs several $1,000s. So the open sourceness of it and what FreedomFi really put together is also the big key of making.
You also use an acronym SAS.
Yeah.
What does it stand for?
Okay, so SAS is so in the CBRS world, the SAS is what's approving the spectrum access system. So every CBSD device, so this is any device that talks to SAS, we call a CBSD, and that device has to get permission, right, authorization. So when you plug in this kit, the solution, basically the radio cannot go active until it's signed by a CPI, which then gets approved by the SAS. And then as far as the CPI, I did hear this question a lot, so maybe I'll help answer that too. But there's a lot of question about, I'm not a CPI, how can I install this radio?
What's a CPI?
And the CPI is a certified professional installer.
Ah, there we go.
Now, don't pay attention to the words of CPI because it's not really what it is. The CPI essentially is signing. It's authorizing that the install parameters that were entered for this radio is accurate and correct.
Okay.
Because to become a CPI, you have to take this test. It's approved by certain bodies, approved by the FCC. But so the CPI is going to be the person that's signing off, saying, okay, this installation is correct, because ultimately, if there's anything wrong with that install, they become liable.
So let's pause there, because I've heard a lot of problems here. It's very complicated, right? We heard capital expense. So nationwide networks would be billions of dollars, I'm guessing, right? License fees, I heard that as well. Sounds like there's lots of layers of regulation. Maybe it's FCC, maybe it's some other entities that have to coordinate. So there's license fees involved. You introduced the core. I'm trying to remember all this. EPC, and something called an orchestrator, like a SAS, to make sure things are going the way it should. And then you need a special installer that has the license to do all this, because they were educated on this.
Right, but to add on that really quick, the CPI does not have to be the person who actually physically installs radio. So even though it's called Certified Professional Installer, anyone here can take an indoor-outdoor radio, install it, and then I know FreedomFi has a certain process and an app where you're basically verifying all the install information, right? You're taking a picture of it, you're saying the azimuth is pointed in this direction. The GPS will kind of like grab some of the other information. But when you install the radio, there's a certain procedure. And then that goes, not to speak on FreedomFi's behalf, but that will go to their design.
So to put simply, all right, you need lots of money. You need to have some government approval. Which to me sounds like the DMV, which sucks probably. No offense to the government. And then you need like a degree in some education to understand how to put all this together and get it installed. So that's pretty complicated. All right, because I don't think I can understand more.
We didn't cover hardly anything.
No, that's just scratching. That's scratching the surface. But this helps sort of paint the picture of why infrastructure is so expensive. It's not. It is rocket science. It's not sort of trivial, which we wish it would be. Maybe it can be. So let's pivot now and have you two address. Well, how do we do this at everyone's home? Like, how's that possible?
So before we go there, I wanted to also say another thing. So first of all, Jesse is like one of those unique personalities of which there's maybe like 5 people in the industry exist. Jesse's one, I'm the second, probably. That actually have some level of understanding of how the cellular wireless stack works. And this kind of, relates as to why I think Helium and decentralized model is also so good for 5G. So the thing with cellular is that, and folks here have mentioned before, is that it all kind of historically been built in a very bottoms-up fashion because you have to buy, spend billions of dollars of spectrum. So typically, there is like a handful of MNOs in any country that were able to buy the spectrum. And these are large companies. So because this is how it is, typically everything is kind of built in these like layers that are isolated from each other. So there's people that know everything about a radio, or even not a radio itself, but like a small component of a radio. There is a person that knows everything about like one specific component of a core. There's a person that knows how to, do like RF planning. And if you go to like, if you look at the whole thing altogether, there isn't anybody who understands how the whole thing works end to end. These people generally are very, very few. And it's not just about the complexity, it's about lack of the sort of understanding in the system of how to get rid of that complexity. And this is to a large extent, I think, why there's been so much talk about like 5G and small cell deployments and all of the stuff. But very little has happened because in the telco world so far, telcos operate like in this complexity building macro towers where you spend $20, $30, $50,000 deploying one tower, and you have 7 types of engineers that know one specific thing just deploying that one tower. When you try to deploy a small cell, it doesn't make sense to have 7 people actually do the same thing because the small cell is not nearly by definition as powerful. And typically when we're talking about 5G, most people think of 5G as a millimeter wave, which doesn't go far. So you need to have like a lot of very cheap small cells installed in a very kind of like plug and play fashion. And not just because of how complex it is, but because of how the industry historically evolved, this was like an impossible task. So I think that Jesse's team has done an enormous amount of work to simplify this. But at FreedomFi, when we were working to do like the first deployment using the BioCell's radios, like the first CBRS network, it took us 3-4 days of people that relatively knew what they were doing to bring up one site, right? And then you can kind of maybe do a site every 2 hours. But the complexity was always there. And I remember distinctly, like Jesse and I were actually visiting a WISP and deploying CBRS.
What's a WISP?
Wireless ISP. So it's like basically a wireless internet service provider, company that gives you access to the internet, not through the wire, but through a wireless connection of sorts. It can be point-to-point Wi-Fi, or it can be 5G or LTE, or there is proprietary solutions for this. The general term in the industry for that is WISP. So I remember we were basically with Jesse doing this install at the WISP. Probably took like a couple of days to bring up 5 towers or something like that. And like Jesse was there and he knew what he was doing. And the other guy also was super brilliant. And then we went for dinner together, and I already at that point had like a Helium miner, and I'm like telling Jesse, what do you think? Like, do you think that we can actually like at some point get it to the point where
like we could deploy a tower like that only with a degree of simplicity that the Helium OG miner comes online. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's pretty fucking crazy. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's, we can try to simplify it, but it sounds pretty crazy. And like to think about like actually how far we have come from that point to today, I think is pretty amazing. We still have a long way to go, but I think that we're making pretty good progress.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Steven.
Yeah, so amazing points up here, and I think we've kind of all discussed this. This complexity of getting it to, for anyone to be able to deploy is something we have to overcome as an ecosystem. Like if you've checked out some of the live demos here, the indoor devices, the outdoor ones had these complexities with governance and having the CPI requirement, the SaaS requirement. All that should be transparent. And I think that we're doing a good job building these products for indoor that are plug and play. I mean, the seamlessness, it's basically like Wi-Fi is today. When people buy routers from Best Buy, for example, anyone can do it. Your mom, your grandmother, your grandfather, whoever, they can go do it. You plug in the cable and it just works. And we want to continue to make that the case. So it's not just, we have to step out of the technicalities and really make it user-friendly. So app-driven, something that's simple. You click the button, you have the instructions, and I think we're starting to make those strides. One of the challenges will be with this outdoor device. We all want coverage, and that's one of the things that I wanted to highlight from the typical MNOs, the big network operators, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, right? They have these huge sites that have really complex, big towers, and have this complexity of installation. But even with small cells now, those guys have challenges deploying those outdoors because there's site acquisition challenges. You can't just go and install it on a street corner without talking to the city and getting permission, whoever might own that pole, for example. So we're solving a problem here where anyone can take their property and make it an access point for 5G. So this community and what we're doing here will help distribute and enable people to take control of their network instead of relying on these other guys to go and get permission to do it, because you have permission, you own your property, you can run this network. So I think those are the...
Actually, this is a good segue, because why don't you describe what it would be like to install a Moso Labs indoor unit to the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Freedom Fi, tremendous product, and simplicity, they built into how this works. So the product today, I'll just give you an example of how this worked. When we installed this demo upstairs, these products are brand new out of the box, straight from our factories. And you took it out, you plugged it into your router, right? You plug the gateway, the AGW, the little Freedom Fi box, into the router. And you just follow these simple instructions. You followed a couple of prompts, push the button, and it comes online. And then you take the 5G radio out of the box and you plug that into your gateway. And you wait a few minutes, and all the complexities we're talking about have been automated. It talks back to the SaaS system, gets the grant, the allocation of spectrum that you can use, and it comes online. It takes about 15 minutes. Anyone can do it.
15 minutes?
Yeah, about 15 minutes.
Compared to tower providers doing this, which would take
months. Probably, yeah.
So that's innovation already happening. That's amazing.
Absolutely. We have to get to that 15, maybe 30 minutes for that outdoor device. I think one of the challenges we'll continue to have is you have to get on the ladder, right? So that's a physical thing we'll have to figure out, but making that simpler is something we'll continue working towards.
Like, Jesse, what's the outdoor requirement? Because I know there's some regulatory-based requirements for outdoor CBRS.
So the outdoors will take a little bit longer because they're the ones that have to be that CPI certified, as I mentioned. There's a loophole you can get around that with the indoors, but the outdoor will just take a little longer. It's just more of the physicalness of it. So there's not much for, there's very few spots within the US where there's like an exclusion zone where you just can't simply install. But yeah, if it's outdoor.
Is there height requirements?
There's, I think, it's like for category A. For category B, which is going to be like these higher powered outdoor radios, I think they had to be like over 15 feet or so.
So there's a category A.
Yeah, there's different categories.
Category B.
But I think that will be part of like
based
the
on power.
provisioning. Yes. So during the provisioning process, I know they'll have like the requirements and everything there. But yeah, outdoor obviously is just going to take longer to install and properly mount, and ground it and all that. So there's a kind of, for anyone that hasn't done outdoor installs, there's probably a learning curve there, but yeah.
Okay.
If I may add, I think something that, having worked in telecom space for so long, something that, to me, that got me very excited about Helium and what Freedom 5 folks were doing. Because just to simplify, it's at the end of the day, mobile networks, a lot of data centers, towers that we talked about, and I think I'm really quoting here what Boris said, I think, at some point, at least in the past, is think of the whole network. Those are a bunch of software components, very complicated. They have like weird words like MME, ATW, STW, all those weird stuff. They've standardized here for standardization. Putting all that in one box, and that's what's being delivered right now with those gateways. You have the whole network that they're being built inside a single box. That's just transformative in terms of how they essentially deploy network at the edge. Now you add Helium on top of it, and an incentive mechanism where now operators are not owning the network. Now it's owned by you and you're part of this people network. It's just going to reshape the whole telecom industry. And just I think originally also from Africa, this is very personal to me because at the end of the day, about 40% of the world today are not connected to the internet. So when we talk about inclusive today, it's very hard. It's the same data cost is not the same in India as in the US. This is going to change the industry in ways that we never thought about. And it starts today in the US, but it's just going to move into other countries in the future.
Yeah, that's important actually, because I think everything we've talked about now is US-based, United States of America-based laws and regulations. We haven't even touched on Canada, Mexico, and our friends online from Europe and Asia, and Africa, and South America. How do we do this? Because I know it took a long time to get to the United States having unlicensed open spectrum. How do we pursue this in other countries? Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I can start and probably gentlemen. I think to me, it really starts with CBRS, right? I don't want to get political, but something that I'm very thankful of the Trump administration is really this whole CBRS thing. Share spectrum, right? You don't have to pay billions of dollars to get licensed. That completely changed the whole industry in ways we not thought about. And today, other countries like in Germany, they're thinking about, there's a model happening there. In Africa, if you go to Nigeria for it today, there are companies that paid hundreds of millions just to get a license for 5G. Governments, this is a way to generate income today by licensing. When you talk about a free license where they're not making any money, this is where the starting point, right? How to convince them, hey, you can allocate spectrum. Let's use the language we use in the US. It's an innovation spectrum, right? Because this helps us to close the digital divide. This is going to help grow your GDP. Because when the farmer in Uganda is able to connect his devices at the farm, or even this farmer somewhere in Arkansas now is able to compete because his farm is connected, it changes society, right? And I think the starting point is really having this conversation with governments, being able to open up the spectrum and saying, hey, look at all those waves that are happening. Open source. Now you can have a full network operating system inside a box. You have eSIM. You don't have to physically make physical SIMs. And I think blockchain is that fourth tidal wave, right? Because now you're shifting the economics, right? Now people you can imagine someone in a village, that's my dream, someone in a village in their hut, they might have actually a Freedom 5 gateway and an antenna, and they're building this 5G network that they can't today do because it takes billions of dollars, and operators need to justify those ROIs. They're very sophisticated. They don't even talk about ROI. They talk about NPVs. So in terms of how to return that money they've invested in, that's why it slowed down the deployment of 5G network. In my country right now, it's a little country called Mauritania. They just deployed 4G. We didn't talk about 5G. Like, what are you talking about? Right. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say something here too. I think globally, the solution, right, it's this balance of the spectrum we're talking about, maybe an innovation ban, pseudo-license ban like CBRS is, where you have this open, anyone can use it, but you also have priority ban, licensed spectrum part. But globally, it'll take a long time to get there. Like if we say there's a global shared band, that's going to take a long time. It's going to be a hybrid solution. We're going to have to put Wi-Fi as part of this mobile solution. You've seen this hybrid network be successful in Japan, for example. There's a recent success story there with Rakuten, who's deploying this hybrid network, which is this open source software-driven RAN solution, so that's a radio access network solution, has all this complexity, but it's software and it's distributed and it's hybrid. So I think we can kind of look at that and say, globally, I know I can deploy Wi-Fi. How do I get it to all the countries, whether it's Africa or Asia or Europe, South America, wherever? That's, I think, how we accelerate without having to go through all these governmental hurdles.
Yeah. Any thoughts?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that basically, somewhat maybe echoing what everybody else said, but generally we are like moving from this world where all of the wireless communication was in the like licensed spectrum bands. And before Wi-Fi, we didn't have Wi-Fi. Like basically, over time, like Wi-Fi first introduced, 2.4 gigahertz unlicensed band, and there's a lot of innovation. And this kind of like continued to progress more and more and more. And if you look at just the aggregate space in terms of like spectrum, if you can think of spectrum as like this highway that enables you to transmit information, the space started with like most of the spectrum being licensed, and over time it's moving more and more and more in bigger and bigger like bands, basically being opened up for either completely unlicensed use or like shared licensed use like we see with CBRS. So with Wi-Fi, we at Freedom Fight particularly very excited about, for example, Wi-Fi 6E, which really is going to come online, I think, like in mass next year. But Wi-Fi 6E is going to give you like 1.2 gigahertz of extra capacity. So like 150 megahertz is what you get with CBRS. So with Wi-Fi 6E, you get 10x the capacity. It won't go as far, but it's brand new band. It's also going to be coordinated for minimizing interference kind of in a central way, similar to CBRS. And it's a huge amount of capacity. And all of this is happening. I think like it creates the market, it creates the space for plays like Helium 5G to create these like community bottoms-up created networks.
It's great. I know we're out of time, but do we have time for questions, if there's questions? Because it's fascinating. So I'll just kind of call out, are there questions in the audience? There's a couple, so let's get you guys your questions in.
Thanks for answering a lot of these questions. What are people doing with local municipalities? Because I see that looking around, trying to find locations that some of the local governments by me are charging $250 to $1,500 for an antenna license. And so is there a waiver on the CBRS for that? Or, because it doesn't make any difference as far as tower height or power, it's just antenna.
So I think that if I understand the question correctly, like if you are a telco and you want to deploy in some city, you have to go to the city and you have to like agree with the city on like where you're allowed to put up, your infrastructure, your antennas and all the stuff. And it's always a negotiation process, and the city will get something out of it. The Helium model is the one where like you don't have that problem at all. Because instead of going and dealing with a city, you have somebody who already has a certain vertical asset or a street sign or a vending machine who can, because now it's simplified to this point, just take Freedom Fight Gateway, take a BioCells or MosaLab small cell, plug it in, and become part of this bigger network. So this whole question of dealing with municipalities kind of like goes away altogether.
It doesn't, because it's not about getting approved by the city. It's just literally getting a little permit or a license.
So for CBRS, for like Cat B devices, which is the outdoor devices, the license is this CPI certification, effectively, that Jesse was telling about. So there's certain regulations that the antenna has to be 20 feet above ground, that like it has to be the radio that is FCC certified CBRS radio.
So for instance, like if I want to put a vending machine in, even though vending machines are legal, I still have to pay a $35 fee to the city.
So it sounds like this is a local
but it's many local areas.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing. Like when you're talking about this, are you saying you're going to install it in a public place or a property that you own outright.
I mean, typically they would consider any commercial application.
Okay.
So, which you would fall under.
Yeah, it's a good.
I'm just wondering if anybody else is, and if,
Yeah.
is it giving like, and will these cells be available like on a ledger again somewhere where they can see where they're at? So
So
can't
all of
really
the
hide any of
cells,
them.
there's a central database of all of the cells, and they all get centrally granted the right to broadcast.
Okay.
As far as the specific permits, I'm not sure if I have a good answer for the specific case in this particular city, but generally speaking, like if you own the piece of real estate, or maybe you have a contract with the city, like it's like you don't. The dynamic is very different when you're solving this problem in the bottoms-up fashion versus the tops-down fashion, like a telco coming into the city and negotiating for the right to put their infrastructure, or in that city, like I can have a house in the downtown, for instance. Like you go downtown Palo Alto, there's a bunch of still private buildings, and it's a private building. And if it's my building, I can put the CBRS Cat B device on top of my roof, and there's nothing that the city can do.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there's a question right here. Yep, no, it's the guy right there. Yeah, standing up.
Yeah, mine's way more basic.
Sorry, their mic's coming.
Yeah, mine's way more basic. So, so 5G. So this Helium network and these small antennas on all the domestic houses, etc. That's going to be the way that 5G networks sort of get transmitted, is it? Because, rather than having the big towers, is that kind of the crux of it? I'm not a technical guy, so forgive me if it's a dumb question. I'll take the mantle of being the dumbest guy in the room from you, Frank.
Take that, Jesse.
Frank, that's a question for you.
I can take it, Jesse.
Jesse,
so this is a CBRS radios we're selling, right? So it's what's classified or categorized as a small cell. So it's like a lower powered device. That's not to say you couldn't install it in like a macro fashion, like put them up on a really tall tower. But the bulk of the radios, most likely is going to be in a smaller footprint type setting. And a big part of that too is just the characteristics of the band. So it's, again, much more lower power. So there's actually like a power limit and cap on CBRS. So you can't do like 20, 40 watts. Like a lot of the macro cells are going to be, these are like 1 watt radios. So yeah, you can do that, but you're not going to get the 10 miles coverage.
Yep.
So yeah, the bulk of this network is definitely going to be built in a more small cell, in smaller footprint coverages.
So thank you so much for being here on this panel. Really interesting topic. If you have more questions, we'll be in the back. Feel free to ask us. Or join our Discord group if you haven't, especially online. If you didn't know and you're watching from YouTube, please do join our community, discord.gg/helium. There are channels that just go into great depths about how to deploy 5G in your city. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. Nice job, buddy. Okay. So thank you to Frank, thank you to Boris, Izzo, Jesse, and Steven. Another reminder to go check out all the gear downstairs and also upstairs. What I think is so fascinating about a discussion like that is if we succeed in this mission to build this new type of cellular network, you're going to be able to look back on what was just discussed here and know that this is the group and this is the group that foundationally built this ridiculous new model that pioneered it. So endlessly exciting for me. Hopefully it is exciting for you. Okay, so we've done enough song and dance to get the chairs in place here. So we're going to move on to a panel about incentivizing the creation of public goods together. We've got an amazing group assembled to have that discussion. We've got Andy Chatham from Demo. Who here has seen the Demo device? There's a few floating. People have bought one. I see Daniel from Hotspot. Hey, Daniel. How you doing? We've got Kevin Awicki from Gitcoin, which pioneered a bunch of very interesting. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves when you get on stage. Ariel Seidman from HiveMapper, who I learned last night is a huge Celtics fan, by the way, at the bar. And then Cheyenne Ligon from CoinDesk. So take it away.
working? Yeah.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello.
We get the nice handheld mics.
I know.
Feels a little more special. All right. Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Cheyenne. I'm a reporter at CoinDesk. I don't normally write about Helium and HiveMapper, but I have before, so hopefully I know a little bit. Yeah, do you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Sure. I'm Ariel from HiveMapper. So I started in the mapping industry many, many years ago. I was director of products for Yahoo Maps. That's where I discovered how damn expensive it is to build maps. We got our ass kicked. I'll talk more about this when we get to details. Then left that, started another company before HiveMapper called Gigwalk, which is also kind of in this global data collection network, and then started HiveMapper about 5 or 6 years ago. It's been a wild, crazy, fun journey.
Hey, I'm Kevin Owaki from Gitcoin, which is a place that you can get coins if you're working on the commons in the Ethereum ecosystem. Every quarter we give away $3 million worth of matching funds contemporaneously with the crowdfunding campaign. And the way quadratic funding works is that it matches based off of the number of contributors to the grant, not the amount that they receive, which creates more democracy in how your ecosystem is funded. And glad to be here. Have heard really great things about Helium. Thanks for having me.
I'm Andy Chatham. I'm one of the founders of Demo. We're building an open connected vehicle platform. And we have a couple thousand cars that are streaming data to Demo today. It's built by a pretty incredible team of close to 20 folks with deep expertise in the automotive Web3 space, heavily inspired by Helium. Started out mining Helium very early on, and yeah, excited to be here.
Awesome. Okay. So, today we're talking about public goods and why it's imperative that we build them together. So I want to start with a broad question, and I'm just curious what your take is on, why do we need to collectively create public goods? What does, say, HiveMapper have that Google Maps doesn't? I feel like I know the answer, but...
Sure. So I think when we talk about... let me back up in terms of maps, right? So everyone understands, obviously everybody uses Google Maps to some degree, right? And so that's probably like 75% of market share globally. Apple Maps, in my view, is very similar to Google Maps in terms of it's built by them, it's owned by them, it's proprietary to them, they own most of the cars, airplanes associated with data collection and so forth. So I'll put that in one side, right? That's Apple and Google. On the other side, you have something called OpenStreetMap. So OpenStreetMap is effectively like the Wikipedia of maps. And so it's these people, hundreds of thousands of them all over the world, sitting there manually curating a map, right? And it's very, very tedious work. They've been at it since like 2005. And that data is free, right? So now what's happened over the last 4 or 5 years as that data quality's improved is now you have big companies, Amazon, Microsoft, Uber, using OpenStreetMap. And all of those contributors got zero, right? So Amazon is free to monetize that data and charge their customers for it. Likewise, Microsoft and Uber can as well. And so, look, I think that although OpenStreetMap has definitely created something of value, all of those people who spent years of their lives manually editing this map got zero upside associated with that. And I think, quite frankly, they feel burned. So I do think there's this opportunity to create a public good, but a public good that actually has ownership and monetization built around it. And so that's fundamentally what we're trying to do. We're saying is, look, if you're going to help build this map with us, you're going to own part of that map. And as the map grows and there's an ecosystem and an economy that grows around the map, then potentially you participate in the upside associated with that.
Andy?
So DEMO stands for Digital Infrastructure for Moving Objects. A lot of people don't realize that. And it is built by a team of people that have spent, on average, between 8 to 10 years in the mobility space. And the mobility world is really one that, 99% of the value is enabled by public goods. You experience that every time you drive on a road that is nicely paved, or not. And so we really appreciate the value of that. It's something that, when it's functioning well, you totally miss it. And a lot of us were working in the space and realized that as cars become more digitally enabled, features like electrification and autonomous driving are really going to require a new generation of public goods in order to be able to scale up and actually deploy in the way that's going to make people's lives better. And so I spent a lot of time in the autonomous vehicle space and realized that all of these companies, building products sort of like they're building Google Maps, and obviously the Google autonomous driving effort and Google Maps are very closely related. We don't really want to wind up in a world where one company vertically controls all the autonomous driving software on open public roads. Connected vehicle software today is looking very siloed, and a lot of applications that could be built with those endpoints opened up, whether it's new insurance products or better ways to charge electric vehicles and manage the grid. None of that's really possible because there's not an open developer platform for cars. So that's kind of the first step that we're taking, is really just making it possible for people to create these next generation public goods. And in the mobility space, so much of it is already decentralized and so much of it is already heavily reliant on public goods. We just need to be able to sort of upgrade that for the digital world that we live in.
So public goods are good. That's the meme. And the reason for that is, the reason that I think that we have a huge opportunity in the blockchain space is to help fund public goods, is now that we have digital money that we can program our values into, and if we value public goods, then we can create business models for those public goods, which are good. And where Gitcoin got its start was with open source software. There was a study in 2013 that said that about $400 billion per year in economic value is created by open source software. This is before Bitcoin and Ethereum had grown much, so it's just Web 2 open source software. And part of the problem is that because open source is available for free, the code is available for free, there's no real way to monetize it. And you see a lot of open source software developers have to work at big banks or big companies during the day, and then like nighttime away from their family, code open source and build our digital infrastructure. So there's a fundamental asymmetry between value created by open source software developers and the value that they can capture because their code is available for free online. And we, by the way, out of sight, out of mind. So our physical infrastructure is funded and built by the governments, but they haven't caught up and aren't really funding our digital infrastructure yet. So that the opportunity that I see in the blockchain space is that we can build these monetary systems that have the value of public goods built in at the base layer. But the more visceral way of making the argument is there's $1 trillion worth of capital, or there was $1 trillion worth of capital in the open source financial system. All of the money that used to go to some back office on Wall Street in the old financial system could now be going to open source software developers. And Gitcoin wants to build the rails through which those developers find the coins and the coins find the developers. So open source is my home as far as public goods, but there are many adjacent public goods. I happen to care a lot about climate change. It's great to be surrounded by people who are talking about mobility and transportation networks as public goods as well. And public goods are good. Hopefully what we discover in each of these niches, we can cross-pollinate and share across all of them.
Yeah, so I feel like what I'm hearing is that by incentivizing participation and building collectively, we're finding a way to make sure that the people that are actually working are getting paid for it and not being taken advantage of. Is that where crypto comes in? Is this possible to do without crypto, or is crypto the foundation of incentivizing this?
I think you could do it without, in our case, I think you could do it without crypto. And so, okay, a little bit of context in terms of HiveMapper. We actually started doing it in a cache-based system. And so we've been around for a bunch of years, started with this vision of how do we build a global map. So we really came probably to crypto the same way that Helium did, right? Frank was mentioning this earlier, was like, we were trying to build a map, right? That was our objective, that is still our objective. And crypto is really a means to an end. And so in a cache-based system, a couple things. One is we, HiveMapper, would never be able to pay the early contributors, the first 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 contributors, enough cash relative to the value that they are actually creating long term, right? Because if the thing works and it's massive, it's a huge map worth $100 billion, $200 billion, whatever number you want to put on it, you can only probably pay those people in the early days $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 a year. But relative to the value they're creating in terms of creating a global map, that's nothing, quite frankly. The other thing is that you're effectively playing on, in our case, Google's turf or Apple's turf, people who frankly have much bigger balance sheets. And so they could come, see that the model works, and say, okay, rather than paying each contributor who's mapping a tile 5 cents, screw that. We're going to pay them 20 cents, right? We pay them 50 cents, right? Because they have that kind of balance sheet relative to a startup. I mean, even if we raise like $500 million, right? It still would, they would have the advantage. And the last part is, I think there's something really important about ownership, right? Transactions are obviously important to an economy, but ownership instills loyalty, confidence, pride in a way that transactions doesn't.
Yeah, we had a very similar experience at the beginning of Demo. We had a client approach us through a consulting business, a venture studio that I was running with a couple of the founders of Demo, and they said we want verified data streams from electric vehicle batteries, and that set us down the path of developing the hardware device. And we thought through the process of, okay, we could pay people $50 to put it in their car if they have a new model electric vehicle, and realized ultimately that the technology we were developing to do that and make sure that people were actually plugging it into their vehicle really was much more general purpose, and ultimately could enable a much more healthy ecosystem around vehicle data and really ultimately any IoT device data, because these are expensive machines that people buy and have a very deep emotional connection with, and ultimately a relationship where the OEM of that machine controls every aspect of it, and many of those features are digitally enabled, is pretty unhealthy. We saw what was happening with the data from a lot of connected cars that are rolling off of the assembly line, and ultimately realized there's this amazing alignment between what users want, what's good for society as a whole. It would be great if we knew who was making the best batteries and how to get them more capital to do that faster. And also ultimately what the companies want, because it makes their product better if all of the software developers in the world can use their creativity to build apps on top of their product, versus what a lot of people experience today as a pretty terrible connected vehicle experience. When you open up the app, pretty much everybody I talk to, except for Tesla drivers, really doesn't like the app that comes with their car. And so, yeah, we kind of looked for that central point, and then realized that, while we were mining Helium, obviously that it was time to drag and drop that model, obviously heavily inspired by the method of incentivizing the creation of this network. And I think it's something that's going to be applied to lots of other domains. We'd love to see it move over into the public transit space. That's something that is near and dear to my heart. I spent 6 years helping public transit agencies deliver better service and incorporate new technologies. And I think a lot of that is going to kind of come full circle and compound and build on what we're working on, what Helium's working on.
Yeah, so I mean, I think you can do this without crypto, but crypto kind of superpowers it. We now have a global coordination substrate to solve global coordination failures, like the funding of digital open source software. But what I would love to tell people about is how what we've pioneered in the crypto ecosystem is now being backported into meat space. So we're one of the largest deployers of quadratic funding in the world, which is, again, just like matching contributions based off of the number of contributors instead of the amount funded, which is a more democratic way of funding an ecosystem. And when COVID hit, we actually took quadratic funding and we went to the Boulder Chamber of Commerce. I'm from Boulder, Colorado. And we said, hey, all these retail businesses are really suffering from a 90% drop in foot traffic because of COVID. This is in March of 2020. And we said, we have this thing, quadratic funding, that we would like to run in downtown Boulder. And we recruited a coffee shop, a comic book shop, a bookstore, and a yoga studio to do a quadratic funding pilot. And turns out it works really well. Just in meat space, we did $50,000 and about 2,000 contributions from the crowd. So this is an example of something that was pioneered in the crypto space that's been backported into the real world to support real world public goods. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for cross-pollination.
Yeah, I think that's a super important point to reiterate, because a lot of the public goods that already exist just need to be upgraded. It's not just about creating new public goods. It's about connecting digital technologies, the new tools that we have that have largely been developed by massive corporations that we all kind of feel like we're in this, sort of evil dance with. But one example from Demo Land is like one of the long-term outcomes of what we're building, I think, is that we can end up turning the DMV into smart contracts. And so there's a huge amount of effort that we've put into determining and kind of nailing down a definition of what each vehicle is, down to the VIN number, what features it has. That's going to extend into title and registration and allow people to kind of rethink our relationship with a lot of these government entities that a lot of people don't necessarily really like, but feel like they have to kind of deal with as a part of just being a human and owning a car. And so a lot of that stuff, we don't approach from like an antagonistic viewpoint. We're really thinking about like how do we take a public transit agency or public fleet or the DMV and plug in a lot of these new tools that have been created, because I think they're mature enough to handle the transaction volumes and the user experience is getting better. And ultimately, it's if everybody decided like I don't actually have to go to the DMV anymore, I think that would probably be a pretty good thing.
I mean, any project that means that I don't have to wait 3 hours at the DMV sounds pretty good to me.
You just have to wait for your transaction to clear, and then you're good, yeah.
Let me just actually add an interesting anecdote relative to Waze and whether or not crypto, you can do this with cash versus crypto, which I think is an interesting question. So Waze, everybody here knows Waze. There's really two parts of contributions to Waze, right? There's what we do in terms of using the app, right? And then sometimes you're like, oh, there's a cop here, or like there's an accident here, that kind of stuff, right? That's obviously important. There's another part of it where there's about 25, 30,000 people sitting in front of a screen, literally like, drawing like this is a one-way street, there's a stop sign here. And so given that that was not all crypto-based, when Google acquired that, who made all the money? It was all the employees and their investors, right? But the real value came from this data network and these 20 or 30,000 people who are sitting down there. By the way, those 20 or 30,000 people still work for free for Google, which is like a $1.8 trillion company, right? Just like mind-blowing. I don't think many of them actually realize they're working for Google, unfortunately. And so I think if Waze was constructed as a crypto network, it would have effectively made it quasi-impossible for Google to acquire that, right? And so I think they've effectively, over the last 5 or 7 years that they've owned it, they're in the process of destroying it because they just were taking out a potential competitor, right? And so by creating a true crypto network, you make it more resilient to just all of these technologies and data networks ending up back in the hands of Google or Apple or whoever it may be.
So are you recruiting former Waze volunteers?
They know where to find us.
So something that Andy mentioned earlier is, that this has room to expand, right? So you guys are all in your own lanes, but are there other public goods that you think could benefit from a model like this?
I think healthcare data is a really big area. It's obviously, pretty sensitive. It's private. There's a lot of value that could come out of aggregating that in a new way that can deliver health insights to people. I hear a lot of people, kind of come inbound to us saying, I want to do demo for healthcare. And we have a lot of stuff on our plate right now, so we're not going to tackle that, but it's certainly something that, there's a massive amount of data being collected from wearables, electronic, medical health records, I think, would benefit a lot. I'm not saying we should put everybody's healthcare data on the blockchain, certainly not, but I think there is something there as far as how that information can be aggregated and used to help people out. And I think the electric grid is also another area where that's like kind of the original user-owned IoT network, and it's obviously a huge part of getting us out of the mess that we're in as far as climate change, and that does have a pretty direct impact with what we're doing as far as how we want to incentivize people to charge their vehicles with clean power. And yeah, there's a pretty incredible model. Like every electric utility basically has a different governance structure, like different incentives, and there's some really interesting stuff that gets done in that world as far as how they're governed and expanded, and good parallels to draw there.
I'll start with one that you shouldn't do, which is drones. Like I see a lot of people coming to me who are like, "Oh, we're gonna build a map of the world with drones." I tried that; it doesn't work right now. And the reason it doesn't work is around battery technology and around government regulation. So those problems will get solved over time, but it'll take a while. The one I think is interesting, maybe not directly a public good, but I think is something around Uber, Lyft. And I haven't yet seen interesting approaches to this one in terms of, building a crypto Uber version, or because a lot of that adversarial relationship between Uber and its drivers, I think, stems from the fact that the Uber drivers have no true ownership stake in Uber, right? So most of the value is accruing to the shareholders and to the employees. When I don't think, look, that underlying all of the Uber is the fact that somebody went out, bought a car for $20,000, $30,000, whatever it is, and is now spending 8 hours driving around that car. And yeah, sure, they're making money from it, but they don't have any ownership stake in it. And so I think if you can shift that ownership stake, then I think it gets interesting. Technically, I think it's really hard, right? Because every single ride is its own SKU, and so you're making these near real-time decisions that tend to be better managed centrally. So I think that's the critical tension point between, if you're going to do that, figuring out a solution to that, I think is critical.
Yeah, I think, yes, there's areas to cross-pollinate mechanisms and funding sources across different public goods. I envision Web3 as being the Trojan horse for a pluralistic web-scale infrastructure for funding public goods and upgrading democracy to web scale. And there's going to be a plurality of mechanisms: quadratic funding, dominance assurance contracts, effective altruism, conviction voting, tokenization we've talked a lot about. And there's going to be a plurality of funding sources. It's going to come from high net worth donors. It's going to come from layer 2 sequencer fees, NFT auctions we've been experimenting with. And I think that there's going to be a plurality of funding mechanisms and funding sources. And we're going to build this beautiful overlapping set of concentric circles of different public goods that are going to cross-pollinate mechanisms and funding sources together, and hopefully be the foundation of how our digital infrastructure is funded. And I just want to agree with what the other speakers have said about what's at stake here. I don't want to live if the metaverse is going to be the world's everyone's interface with the world is going to be intermediated by the digital. If we're building that, and that's what the metaverse is, I don't want it to be owned by Zuckerberg or Bezos or the Google shareholders. So I think that that's what's at stake when it comes to building this infrastructure for bottoms-up funding of community-owned public good infrastructure.
Kevin, something you've talked about a lot in the past is, the idea of regenerative finance, right? Is that where that fits in?
Yeah, I think so. We have been writing a little bit about how crypto can regenerate the world. And so just regeneration means a system that its resources go up over time, as opposed to degenerative, which is just a system where resources go down over time, where they're captured by a minority of people. And so basically, we're kind of starting to map out what we call the impact DAO space, which is any DAO that has positive externalities for the world. And I think that it's in this network of impact DAOs that are working on all these amazing things that we're going to cross-pollinate a lot of mechanisms and create a lot of momentum for regenerative crypto economics. And I hope that that's a major theme of an upcoming cycle of crypto projects, is things that actually object level help people, I think, is what the capital allocators should optimize for.
Was Constitution DAO an impact DAO?
I am not sure.
That's fair. Okay, so I think we have some time for questions from the audience. I hope you guys have some burning questions. I don't know if there's mics going around, but if you want to raise your hands, if you have a question for our panel, one over there.
I hope this is not a silly question. I remember in the Web 2 stage, we have a company called Waze, right, which was acquired by Google. I just want to know, how, we are going to do better, compared to Waze. Is that just because of the incentive system is different, or there's other way to make this, work more efficiently compared to the, Waze of the Web 2?
Okay, so Waze, so first of all, maps, there's a lot of different layers to maps, right? So Waze is definitely a very good at traffic specifically, right? Initially, they started out kind of building their own streets as well and places. They've effectively abandoned that now that they're owned by Google. But yes, from a traffic perspective, they did a good job. In terms of why, I think the crux of the question is like, why is HiveMapper better? Why is HiveMapper better is, than like a Google Maps as an example, is a couple things. One is it's about freshness, right? So let's just take the Google Street View car. Google Street View car, by where I live down in San Francisco Bay Area, let's take University Avenue and Palo Alto, which is Google's backyard. Google Street View sees that one street, which is fairly wealthy neighborhood in Google's backyard, maybe once every 12 to 14 months at best. If you then go to a place like Lagos, Nigeria, which is one of the largest cities, if not the largest city in Africa, growing like a weed, they see most streets in Lagos, Nigeria, maybe once every 3 to 5 years, right? So for that same cost, going back to the example of University Avenue in Palo Alto, a HiveMapper dashcam can see that basically once a week, right? So our ability to then refresh the map and refresh the map with very, very quality attributes is exponentially better, right? And therefore, it's a better map, right? The other part in terms of going to places like Africa, Southeast Asia, South America, Google is good, but it's a very, very expensive approach to mapping, right? And so what we can then do is say, okay, look, given that our costs are much lower, right? We're not buying the dash cams. It's not our cars. It's not our gasoline, right? These are already people who are out on the road. We could be mapping in places like Lagos, Nigeria, in places like Southeast Asia and South America, and do that much more frequently and build a much, much better map much faster than Google ever can because of Google's approach, which is inherently a good approach, but very expensive approach.
Any other questions?
There's one right here. Can drones be used for the? Can drones be used for the gated neighborhoods and such places where you can't drive to?
Well, I look at the question of drones from the perspective of that airborne perspective, right? We have to have the airborne perspective, right? So whether that comes from satellites, airplanes, or drones, I think is the critical question. And so my perspective is that in the next 2 to 3 years, doing kind of large-scale mapping with drones is off the table. And so then the question is, okay, are you going to do airplanes or are you going to do satellites? It's a different topic, but I'll very briefly touch on that. Satellites, the approach that I liked in the satellite category was Planet or Planet Labs. Many of you may know that. In terms of this, lots and lots of satellites, very, very, very high refresh. The problem with it was that it's very, very, very low resolution. So I think if you can solve that problem, then satellites are actually the best approach, right? You just get a large swath of the Earth, environmentally much more friendly than running airplanes and kind of these lawnmower patterns, right? And so I think there are some new technologies that are coming in the sensor world that will enable that. And I don't know, maybe HiveMapper will launch some satellites one day, we'll see.
How do you map gated communities?
Okay, so if you're talking about inside of gated communities, all of those different roads, hopefully we have the network grows to millions of contributors where there's somebody who actually lives inside of these gated communities who's driving to and from inside of these gated communities. That's one part. The other part is you have delivery vans, right? FedEx, UPS, others that are entering into these gated communities, right, to deliver packages. So that's another way that we can map inside of many of these gated communities. Good question.
Anybody else? If not, I have another question for you. So this all sounds really expensive, right? We're talking about drones, we're talking about satellites, and I think that we've focused a lot on, what the utility of this is, and there's no question that there's a lot of utility, but what are some of the challenges? And I feel like just from my own reporting, a big challenge is how do you get the machinery that's needed or the knowledge that's needed into the hands of enough contributors that you really have a global network? We're talking about Lagos. How do you make this affordable and available to people who live there?
Yeah. So look, we're building the first 2 dash cams. Those are definitely a little bit more pricey. I think they're like $500 a pop each. So that's really where we need hardware partners, right? Like the beautiful part about what Helium did was engaged with a lot of hardware partners who really did the hard work and the amazing work of then building all these different kinds of devices for all these different kinds of markets. And so, yes, there's definitely, talking to a whole set of hardware partners that can help bring down the cost. I think that's one part of it, but also really understands the consumer in some of these different markets, right? Like, look, if you go to Russia, I don't know if you want to go to Russia right now, but if you did back in the day, like everybody there has a dash cam, right? And so there are specific reasons why a Russian driver has a dash cam, right? This is true in many other markets. And so I think if you understand why somebody is already buying a dash cam, right? Forget mapping here for a second. Then I think that you go in there and you say, okay, this is a 2-for-1, right? We're actually providing you real utility with this dash cam for something that you already need. And oh, by the way, it maps. And oh, by the way, you can actually earn some crypto. And here's the benefits of that and so associated with that. That's one part. The other part is there's a lot of entrepreneurs and investors who are saying, look, I'm going to buy 500 of these. I have relationships in Sao Paulo. I have relationships in Lagos, Nigeria. I understand that market. I'm going to go recruit Uber drivers. I'll buy the dash cams up front, go deploy them, and then we'll do a token split, right, with those drivers. I think that's a great approach as well. I got my hands full, but I would be doing that. So those are the kinds of things that we're doing to really get this out into the world beyond the US, beyond the UK, Canada, all the markets that it's already going to grow fine in.
Anything to add?
It's a very similar model with us as well. Obviously, different use case, and in our case, we're really kind of like servicing something that is already there as far as the data from these vehicles, and so building really friendly tools for developers and then creating the conditions under which they can show up and say, wow, you've solved a massive problem for me. I don't have to go integrate with 12 different OEMs. One of the things we like to say is that our community is really great at owning every car, and so we have a really awesome place for somebody who wants to build a mobility application or already has an application that needs better mobility data, whether it's insurance or getting people more money when they go to sell their car. A lot of these things are going to happen at the edge of the network or within companies that are already doing these things. And so, we look at the challenge as creating the right conditions for a lot of these things to emerge, and then injecting, capital or expertise or whatever else is needed to kind of like get the flame started. And we've seen, some really encouraging things start to emerge from other projects that are crossing over. Helium hardware manufacturers approaching us saying, I want to make a telematics device, or I already make a telematics device. Let's put a secure element on it, get it certified for demo, and get it on your network. And on the other side, we have an incredible number of large OEMs that I never would have thought would be interested in what we're doing at this stage, who are thinking through the process of what it would look like to open up their vehicles more just because of what we're doing. And they've sort of thought through the game theory of like, if I do this and people, if I do this because people like it, it makes my product better and I'm going to sell more cars. So like creating those sort of, game theoretical conditions where large companies want to participate in a network like this is something that we spend a lot of time thinking about and talking with people about. This isn't, meant to be something that's just purely done by like individual, open source developers. There's like huge teams of people that we need expertise from to be able to make this happen.
Yeah. So on the Gitcoin side of things, we're more focused on the digital. Gitcoin Grants Round 14, which has $3 million worth of matching, is going on for the next week and a half. So if you care about funding open source, check out Gitcoin Grants Round 14. And we're just about to offer the technology, quadratic funding technology behind Gitcoin grants to any community in the Web3 space. So if you want to incentivize your community, augment your grants program with the same technology that's working in Ethereum, you can come find me and we'll try to figure out how to set up a grants program for your community. Thanks so much for hosting, Cheyenne. This has been awesome.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to that fantastic panel. Highly encourage you to go talk to that group if you're interested in what they're building. So we're going to get Joey Hiller up here to talk about hacking an IKEA air quality sensor. Actually, I want Joey to come up really quick before that because I want to embarrass him slightly. I'm not going to roast you. I could roast you, but I'm not going to roast you. I've had the pleasure of knowing Joey for probably almost 3 years at this point. He's been super early in the Helium community. The first project that he showed up with, or one of the first projects that he showed up with, was a connected chicken coop, which I still love to this day, and I'm told he still might do it, maybe?
We'll get there.
He's going to get there. He's a busy guy.
Yeah.
And on that topic of being busy, I want to take a moment to call out something very specific. So we all are part of the Helium community in some capacity. The nerve center of the community is the Helium Discord server, which for all its warts is a fantastic place, which most of you, if not all of you, have spent some time in. The Helium Discord community would not be anywhere close to where it is today, 200,000 people with people from all over the world, without our intrepid group of moderators. And Joey is one of many moderators, and without sort of doxing people here who are mods in the crowd, don't want to be called out, I just want to say thank you very much to you and everybody else, and moderators, if you're not here and watching on the stream, we are forever in your debt for being a part of the community, and I just want to give a round of applause to you and the rest of the moderators.
Yeah. I know a lot of them are watching, so.
Yeah, all right, so I'm going to hand it off to Joey. He's going to talk about an air quality sensor that he built from something at IKEA. Super cool.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. All right, everyone feeling good? Do we need like a little shoulder stretch? It's getting warm in here, so. All right, if you want to do that, feel free to stand up and kind of get into things. Yeah, so I kind of want to tell this a little bit as a story. This is me just being super interested in hacking on things and trying to figure out new applications for the Helium network. Any new opportunity that I can think of where a sensor can be built or deployed, or there's a new use case to be sort of uncovered. So the sort of genesis of this for me was just a late night of like being tired and like scrolling through Twitter. But I came across this post, and it was somebody that was doing a teardown of this IKEA air quality sensor. And it's not something I'd ever seen before. It's always exciting when there's something on IKEA's shelf that we can hack. I think everyone's kind of got that like interest in IKEA hacks, probably especially this audience. So this is, I'm going to only say this once because I'm only going to butcher it once, but this is the IKEA Vindictring. I apologize, but it's basically just a little PCB and what is otherwise like sort of just a commodity air sensor. And so seeing the price on there for $12, like that's super cool. But what is it? Like this thing is not smart. It's a light that changes colors. Like, all right, we're living in the IoT age. How can we do better? So I do a little bit of reading on it, and I managed to find a project. So this guy, Soren, put together a GitHub repo for this thing to be hacked with an ESP8266. If anyone's familiar, it's a really common Wi-Fi capable module. And the nice thing is they put together this code base in like a really clean way. So I was able to jump in here and just do the like classic hack of like take their code, paste it into my code. And this is like very much just like a weekend project, like not knowing how this is gonna go. So I'm kind of sold on at this point. Like I've seen some code that I can maybe like rip from. So I run off to IKEA. This thing's 13 bucks. I think maybe they're 14 bucks now, but sold, that's easy. And then I had some of these cube cells on my desk. And what this is just a LoRaWAN development board. So there's a bunch of manufacturers here. So Rack, Seed, there's other folks that make LoRaWAN development boards. This is nothing unique. But I just happened to have one, and it also just happened to fit inside of the case of this cube cell, or the IKEA board. So cool, like this is, 16, 19 bucks, whatever. All in, I think we're talking like 30 bucks, and now you have like a connected air sensor. So I'm pretty stoked going into this because it feels like really accessible. So let's build one. This is where my expertise is like super fuzzy, and like I had to just like hack my way together through this. So, trying to make sure that voltages are going to be compatible and all those things. Like this is kind of like the basis of my weekend, sort of being able to tear this thing apart. ultimately it works out. But the way I like to start any of these projects is generally just jump straight into the Helium console and like provision a device. And so for anyone that doesn't know, I know a lot of folks in here are going to know, the Helium Foundation runs an instance of console so that anyone can jump in and create a device and sort of start learning how to use the network sort of on like a trial educational basis. There's a bunch of other partners in the ecosystem that provide this service, so like I always like protecting the like, oh, but it's centralized. No, we offer one instance of this. There's a whole bunch of other stuff out there where folks can go grab this code and run their own. We don't even know that they're like running it sometimes. We see the transactions on the chain. Just to note, the Helium console that we offer, it's at Helium or console.helium.com. You can run 10 devices. You can run all the packets you want through there. There's a ton of cool integrations. Like, I definitely recommend checking it out. If this isn't the project that pushes you to go check it out, like consider building a mapper, consider buying an off-the-shelf sensor, like go just onboard something, see how it works. It's super cool, and it's the obvious next step from having a hotspot. Anyway, that's all the tangent from this. We're gonna name this thing, I call it the name that I won't say. This is he should not be named. But what we see now is it's in this pending state on console. And I think it's worth noting, like there's certain parts of the architecture that are in there and they take a little bit of time. Like basically what's happening at this point is this device is going and getting onboarded on the Helium blockchain. So there's this mechanism that we call the XOR filter, and it's this part of the protocol that we use that basically is meant to help us scale to like billions of devices, because otherwise it would just be too much routing and chaos in there. So that's being added. Whenever you create a device on a LoRaWAN network, and particularly the Helium LoRaWAN network, you're going to end up with sort of set of keys. And these sets of keys they're just like unique to your device, and it's what helps sort of route things through the network. They're, not going into like crazy detail on this, that you just basically want to make sure that you get those, and like we're going to take those and we're going to push them into the code base. So you take the keys from console and you paste them into the keys for the code, and that's it as far as the configuration goes for this particular project, because I've put it all together. It's documented. I've got a slide at the end. You can scan a QR code. It'll pull it up. So I won't go too far deep into that right now. Needless to say, you do not have to code unless you consider copy pasting code. So it's pretty straightforward. This is the other part. This is a lot of fun. If you're new to soldering, this might be a little bit of a challenging project, but I think it's a challenge worth undertaking, again, because that barrier to entry is pretty low. So this is the inside of that IKEA device. We got a little glimpse of it in that Twitter post. But getting a little bit closer here, this is a close-up of that IKEA board. And so what we can see here is this like unpopulated, I guess you call it like header pins. And that's like the gateway for what we're looking for here. So not only are we getting power, so our ground and 5 volt, we're getting this data pin that is sort of this direct access to that sensor that we saw sort of hanging off the side before. And the gold pads, I sort of like similarly colored them. It's a little easy to miss, but if you get choices of where you want to solder to, basically, whether you like gold pads or silver pads. So taking that, we're going to also look at the cube cell. So as far as like the code library and set, like all that, it's set up for this. So we're going to tie that previous, I'm going to go back here, that data pin, we're going to tie that into pin 2 on the cube cell, just sort of programmed that way. You could probably put it on other ones, but it's the one I chose. And then the 5 volt and ground is actually what's going to power the entire LoRaWAN chip. So you don't have to do extra power, you don't need extra circuitry, like it's just like glue the two together. So in practice, it looks something like this. So Vindictoring, I said it again, cube cell. And then because I like keeping things nice and tidy, this is my addiction to 3D printing and modeling. I bought myself a Fusion 360 license like a year ago as I was starting to get more and more into Helium stuff, actually. And so this is just a way to like sort of mount that cube cell board on there. In practice, it kind of looks like this. So we can see that board sitting on top there. And then that whole 3D printed thing, it printed in clear. I don't know, because it was what was on my printer. It doesn't matter, it's gonna get hidden. And then all the wiring is just sort of like straight underneath, so you can kind of see that sort of bridging the gap there. Noting, like there's resistors in this picture. Don't worry about it. Like, just don't, imagine they're not there. That was me again, just sort of like learning, seeing if I needed a voltage divider. Turns out it didn't need it. It worked just fine without it. So for any of the more technical folks in the audience, there's 5-volt logic and there's 3-volt logic. If that sounds familiar, you know what I'm talking about. You should also come talk to me after this because I want to hire you. So we've got all sorts of fun stuff that we want to do at the Helium Foundation like this. And then that's it. Like, you've glued the two things together. You've pasted the two code things together. Like, that project is done. Like, this thing is onboarded in console. And the next step is basically find a way to start playing with that data. The favorite way I like to do this with any new sensor that I'm experimenting with is usually just start dumping things into Google Sheets. And Google Sheets is an integration that is in the Helium console. And as long as you can like put that decoder in there, which again, all that stuff's in the GitHub, you can start to like visualize and understand what these metrics mean for us. So even though we're seeing sort of noisy data here, I think it's like super fascinating that I can see the difference between like daytime and nighttime in the city that I live in. Because on the left side, you've got all these cars driving around, your air quality is worse. And then as all the cars stop driving around, it like sort of bottoms out. And then on the right side, you can see I woke up and started messing with the uplink interval and just started seeing what's going on there. So like you just like have this like direct reference and immediate understanding. You start making these interpretations about the data in your environment. Of course, charts like this are no good for most people. I like to start thinking about like, what are the applications that we can think about for things like this? So the obvious stuff is like, this should turn on an air filter in my home. And realistically, it doesn't need a push notification. It can kind of just do it silently. But I think it's neat to think about, all of the opportunities that come along with the connected home or connected devices, or even if this thing's not in my home, but it's running on batteries out in the middle of a forest or something, like just kind of understand, like if I'm gonna go for a jog today, is this the right time to do it? Like air quality is like a really important thing. I'm from California. We think about it a lot, especially this time of year, it starts getting a little smoky. Yeah, that is the project. I encourage anyone that's excited about this kind of stuff to check out Discord. Again, I'm sure there's probably been a couple of plugs for that. There's a sensor dev channel there where you can jump in, ask any questions, smart questions, dumb questions. Usually there's somebody that's around that can kind of like point you in the right spot just to sort of help like add a little bit more context to what you might be running into. And then this last slide here, if we can get to it. So this is the GitHub project that I put together for this specific project. I try to do more of this stuff, but I think this is like a really good intro one, again, just because that price barrier is so low. And then, as I promised, it's a QR code, so that'll take you straight to it. And there is documentation all throughout this project. So in the GitHub, there's some pictures. There's those 3D printed stuff. Like you can kind of get into all of it. Yeah, I love seeing the phone scan. Thank you. Yeah, and that's it. That's it from me. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, so thank you very much to Joey. Everyone should go check out that project, build an IKEA air quality monitor. If anybody here works for IKEA, like come talk to us and we'll help you in your stores and stuff, because this is very important. We need good air quality when you're walking around looking for these, boxed pieces of furniture. Okay, so this talk, although it's going to be on the shorter side, should be one of the more enjoyable and fascinating ones of the day. Something we talk about a lot in the Helium community is the composition of the people in the community. We have what is, arguably the largest peer-to-peer network in the world, largest blockchain in the world. It's a layer 1 token that creates a wireless network, but most of the people that got into it didn't really know much about any of that stuff early days, but they get very deep down the rabbit hole, they get addicted, and they start as, relatively non-technical people who now know everything there is to know about deploying wireless and using the network. And so this is a fantastic story with someone named Tim Laws, who's come to us from Hawaii, yes? Maui, yep. And then Clarissa Redwine from the Helium Foundation. So I'll invite them up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so good to be here. I know you had a long trip out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought it might be fun for us to hear a little bit about your entrance into the Helium community. You know, what got you interested? How did you start to learn more and dive down the rabbit hole? All of that.
Yeah, so I originally found Helium on the internet, probably like a lot of you did on YouTube. I bought my first miner, which I still haven't gotten yet, and that was April of last year. And then so I ordered 9 more with my wife and some friends, because I did a little research, found out you can't own just one, and it's really no good to mine with. So I ordered a few more. I set those up. Once those got set up, I realized I wanted to get some more. So I ordered 40 more. And then I knew I had 6 months before they come in. So, and there used to be a discovery mode. So you could set up your hotspot, hit discovery mode, and see what hotspots could see you around. They got rid of that. And when that happened, I needed to know what hotspots could see me. So I found the Mappers channel. And with the Mappers channel, you could get a small device, and it would send out beacons and tell you who could see you. So that was my first sensor. I call that the gateway sensor.
Yeah.
You know? So that one got me going. And I met Joey. I thought it was going to be a simple project, like order the mapper, hit the power button, and go off mapping. But it wasn't so simple, at least for someone like me. I was not very technical with computers. I'm a mechanic. I build boats, stuff like that. So I didn't have a lot of technical knowledge at that time. So I met Joey. He helped me integrate my mapper, get it going, and then I went off mapping.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Did you meet on Discord or?
Yeah, I met him on Discord. Yep. So.
Yep.
And it was my first Zoom call ever was with Joey. I'd never even done a Zoom call. So everything was a learning process. Like every step was a learning process along the way.
Yeah. And when you ended up working with Joey and learning about mappers, and you started to get a sense of what you could do with Helium, when did the wheel start to turn? How did you start thinking about what you're building now, and what are you building now?
Yeah, so you can even go to next. This is just one of my off-grids.
Oh, right, yeah, you set up one of these on a pole?
Yeah, I had to set that up on a pole, on a flag. The landlord wanted me to take it down, so I added a flag, and now it gets to stay. You can even go to the next one. So these are some of my off-grid deployments I put up. Where I live is pretty rural. Some of the places you look, there's no infrastructure in the back. It's all farmland. And so I had to set up a lot of off-grids.
Yeah. And what are you building now? And sort of how did you get the idea for what you're building?
So, well, after building the network, I figured, for me, building something to me isn't important unless you can use it. So in the meantime, while I was waiting for the next batch of miners to come in, once I found out you could use sensors on the network, I approached a water company and a chocolate farm. So my grandmother's in ag, so I naturally was drawn to ag. And living on an island, you're limited on resources. So it's not easy. We import 85% of our food. So if anything I can do to help the community to provide more food and do it more efficiently.
Yeah. One thing that I loved hearing whenever I was talking to you about your story is how you come up with the idea of the solutions that you build. Like, it sounds like you spend a lot of time talking to the people who are actually growing and Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about how you approach them, how you talk to them and start that conversation?
Well, I've done it in many ways. First, at first I would go in and say, hey, I have these sensors, and then I learned it's better just to ask them what they need. What's their biggest concern right now? What's your biggest problem? How can a sensor help you? save manpower, resources, things like that. So I go in and ask the customer first what they need,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then build a plan off of that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I would love to hear a little bit more about what the customer actually needs. Like, what have you found when you talk to them, and what have you built for them?
Okay, so with the chocolate farm, when I went in, they had an issue with their solenoids for their irrigation.
Yeah.
They're on ag water, so the ag water has lots of sediment in it, and it will clog the solenoids.
Yeah.
And so then the water would shut off to a row of trees, and they wouldn't know about it because the rest of it's going. And then that row of trees would start showing signs of stress, so then they go check on it, which is kind of too late at that point. So for them, I set up soil moisture sensors, and if you can probably go to that one. I set up soil moisture sensors. You can see here, this is in the chocolate farm. So it alerts them when the parameters drop below the level, the optimal level.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And how did they respond when you said, hey, I can build this for you, and this is how it'll change how you operate?
Well, yeah, they already had some 4G, they used a 4G weather station. And they have the option with that weather station to run 4G sensors, which cost double. They're about double the price of a lower-RAN sensor. So I approached them, I said, they already wanted it. If I could save you money and do it in a cheaper option, will you go with that option? And that's what they decided.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, one thing that we're really excited about are the ag tech solutions, because it makes a lot of sense. You know, you can cover a wide area. You need so many different sensors to measure, you know, different aspects of growing. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the specific challenges of connectivity in the area that you're trying to build solutions for.
Yeah, so on an island, as you go around, obviously, you're in a circle. So as you go around the island, you lose connectivity with the towers. And then there's valleys, you know, and they don't get signal in those. So with LoRa, one radio or one antenna can reach deep in the valleys or really far. I have a hotspot that sees 200 kilometers or 200 miles.
Yeah.
Over the ocean to another island. So, you know, if you can just set up one radio here and one radio here, and it'll cover that whole side, and this will cover that whole side.
Yeah.
So it's really easy to use.
Yeah, yeah. And how did you find out how far the signal was reaching?
Sorry.
Thank you.
So how I found out was when I set up my, I think, second hotspot, and I put it up on the mountain. It's about 6,000 feet. And it's just sitting in the window, stock antenna. And then it just started witnessing hotspots from Oahu, which was 200 miles away. So then I really learned the power of the network, what it could do. It really blew me away even. I took my mapper to the top of Haleakala, and I sent a beacon with a little teeny antenna 200 kilometers and hit 7 hotspots on Oahu.
Whoa.
So it doesn't take much to send a signal really far.
Yeah, yeah, that's amazing. And can you actually tell us a little bit more about the hardware that you're using on, you know, with the chocolate and maybe also the water metering, stuff like that?
Yeah. So with the soil moisture, that's a Dragino, just soil moisture. Here's the dashboards I built for the customer. I use data cakes. And if you look here in the graph, you can see this is where the water comes on every day. And it dries out through the day, and then it comes back on. And then at the end of the graph, you can see where it didn't come on. It just kept drying out. Yeah. So then they will get an alert. And when I started with them, they were about 60% soil moisture level, right about there. And then since I got them the sensor, they were able to do a test, run down the soil moisture to about 35 or 30% before they saw stress. And so now they get alerts, so they don't have to have that buffer. They were overwatering to keep that buffer.
Just
which
in case something goes wrong.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And so which leaches their fertilizers more, so they're using more fertilizers, which leach into the groundwater. Yeah. So they're saving fertilizers, they're saving water.
Yeah.
That's why I did it.
Yeah, and I think we have a picture in here as well of, so can you tell us sort of what you've learned about the hardware that you're using and how it's affected by the process of, is this curing chocolate? Tell us what's going on.
A fermentation. So all chocolate goes through fermentation from the pod. They ferment the beans.
They're really acidic. The juices around the beans are very acidic, so they don't have to add anything. It's a natural fermentation process. This is where the chocolate actually gets all of its, or most of its flavor profiles from, is during the fermentation process. So it's a very important process of chocolate making. So for them, they need temperature sensors in the fermentation boxes. So I used the Dragino as well on this temperature sensor, 3 leads. But you can see in this picture, that's only 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks in the box, and the acidity ate up the leads. So you think you might have a solution for someone's problem, and then you get the sensor, and then you realize this isn't the solution.
Yeah.
So that's some of the difficulties I've run into.
Yeah, where did you go? Like, what community resources or tools did you use to learn what hardware would be a better fit for this particular application?
So for me, a lot of the stuff I learned on was Discord. So I met with Travis in the Helium Hacks happy hour. So there's a lot of technical people on there that I can ask questions and they can help me. So that's where I learned a lot of the hardware stuff is from Travis.
Yeah, awesome.
Joey too, Joey as well.
Yeah.
I just asked them too for everything. I probably abused that a little bit, but they've been very helpful.
Yeah, that's great. Have you actually found yourself teaching other people how to do this stuff?
Yeah, so I went from knowing nothing pretty much, what I would consider knowing nothing about sensors, to now in the Discord, I mean, I'll get messages once in a while with people saying, you know, you've inspired me to start using sensors and stuff. So that alone is a push for me to keep doing it. You know, just seeing other people wanting to do it as well, yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. What about locally? Like, are you getting people involved?
Yeah, so I have a group of people. There's only about 5 of us that own 90% of the miners on the island. So I made a Discord group with us so we can all communicate and help each other. And then I've starting to make mappers to pass out and hand out to get them, you know, started in sensors.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you got started, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, okay, so like, what's next? What are you, now that you've like actually deployed some IoT use cases, like, what are you thinking you want to build next? Is there a project you're more focused on right now? I'd love to hear where your mind is at.
Yeah, so I ordered a couple 5G miners. So besides the other protocols, besides LoRaN, I'm working in talks with the county to do invasive species trapping to protect the watershed. So the top of the mountain's all protected. There's nothing built up there. It's all just reserve, nature reserve. They build fences around it, and then they put traps below the fences to capture the invasive species. So I'm working on putting sensors to alert them when the trap's close.
Yeah.
So, because right now they're sending out a guy 3 times a day to check the trap, you know, and then so if I can just get them an alert, it saves a lot of manpower.
Yeah. But how did you even figure out that this is a use case you wanted to focus on? How'd you?
Well, just even working with the water company now, because I work with them. They're the ones that supply the farm with water as well. So I'm putting sensors on their water meters, and so they have multiple projects.
Oh, amazing. So you're like learning more about the different players that come
different
into
players in the water game.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. And I have to ask, did you bring anything with you to share with anyone?
Yeah, I brought some chocolate. So if you like chocolate in the back, there's some chocolate. Help yourself.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tim. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thanks. No. All right. Let's get another round of applause to Tim. I mean, that was awesome. Like, that was unbelievable. Okay, moving right along. We've got, I think, 2 talks left, and then Amir and Frank are going to close it up. But we are not done yet. We still have some excellent stuff to cover. There is a woman named Stacey Higginbotham, who writes something called Stacey on IoT, which does fantastic coverage of all things IoT and wireless, and she's written a lot about Helium. One of her first pieces she wrote, there was a quote in it, because she had just taken delivery on a miner and she deployed it, and then she was watching the market grow and how the protocol worked. And there's a quote in there, which I'm going to butcher, which was something like, the Helium network was like watching network optimization driven by day traders, which I thought was a remarkable way to sort of think about how the wireless coverage gets built. We're about to bring up a panel of, quite frankly, the goats of network deployment, right? So we've got Daniel Andrade from Hotspot, Dennis Agerkoff from Layer 0, along with Ion from Layer 0, and then, of course, Grizzle King. So I will cede the stage to these people and enjoy.
All right, so before we get started, why don't you guys just stand up? I know this shit is, I shouldn't swear. I know this stuff is kind of boring sometimes. So just stand up, like wave your hands in the air like you're at a concert. Be silly, don't worry. Look to the left, look to the right. Give your neighbor a shy smile. Nothing crazy. Great, couple breaths in, couple breaths out, and then sit on back down.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Hello there.
All right, so Daniel, Dennis, Jan, and myself. We're going to do something. I was laughing with my wife, Lee, back there. This is like a nerd rebellion. We're going to do something we didn't really talk about doing or didn't tell Helium we were going to do. She's like, what are you going to do? I'm like, well, we're going to talk about 5G and not about LoRa. So in the world of Helium, that's like a funny thing, but for a non-nerd, that is probably a stupid joke. We were asked to come up to talk about the stepping up the setup idea. And what we thought was, instead of talking about what you should have done over the last year, which is basically of no use to many of you now, is we'd talk about what we think we're going to do over the next year with 5G. So I think we'll start with you guys, Dennis, and we'll talk really briefly about what we did last year and what you guys came up with, if you want to just kind of show off the alpha piece for a second.
Yeah, so we basically were always optimizing and trying to understand how to move deployments faster and faster, and move it from basically 4 to 6 hours per piece to an hour, then to like 10 to 15 minutes or so. And so we came up with basically internally with some gear, which is an weatherproof outdoor conversion kit for a lot of miners out there. So you can take that and convert it into an outdoor piece that already has an antenna built in. So that really helped us to like streamline our deployments. And so, for about a year, we've been kind of testing it all across 50 states, because we also allowed us to turn our hosting program into something where we actually outsource the installation to our hosts as well. So, that was kind of the peak of our deployment practices, is we just boiled everything down into something really, really plug and play,
Love it, love it.
It looks so, I can't say bad words, but it looks really good.
Thanks, man.
It's much better than the $3 keys I used to get from Home Depot from Portugal, the ones that we have. And I mean, they're still up and running, I think. But
yeah, surprisingly enough, a lot of the early, like 2019, 2020, kind of like Christmas trees, we built like insane stuff. Is still on today, which is kind of surprising.
It's still up and running, yeah. LoRa is pretty durable. And it's forgiving of us newcomers and of the experienced folks. So what you're looking at over there is kind of the peak of what we could do with the LoRa miner. I think of what the peak is with LoRa miner. Everything fits in one box. Antennas attached to the top. There's a couple of little loops or strap holders in the back. Strap it onto a pole, walk away. You're done in, what do you guys, 10, 15 minutes for a deployment? So
yeah, that's right. I mean, whatever it takes you to put a mass to zip ties and power. So that's it.
From like my first hotspot setup was what, like 5 days or something?
Right. Yeah, a lot of savings in time, but
I mean, it's nice. The more you deploy, the better you get. You learn through pain as well. Like things happen, and you're like, okay, this I shouldn't be doing next time. I'm gonna fix it. I think as well, like in Lisbon, Portugal, that's where we deployed most of our hotspots. There was 3 people like me, Max, and Alexis. Alexis was called the tile crusher because he's big and then he breaks all the tiles and you need to patch everything that we do. So that adds a little bit of more complexity and more time, but it was like a really fun time that we had last year. Before, of course, we decided to run into like a software company and build Hotspot. We first learned as much as we could to deploy hotspots, and we wish we had what you guys have right now. It would definitely make our life much easier.
I mean, not to take too much time, but it's like it took us quite a bit of time to get to this, because as you were saying, right, you start buying parts of Home Depot, and then you get yourself, oh, this is like really a lot of loss and really heavy and really expensive. And then it's like, oh, maybe we can do like less loss cable. Yep. But guess what? It's like super heavy. And then, you iterate. And, by this time where you make a mold, yeah, and then you start making molds and tooling and design, and then you get on like CNC and engraving, and, end up being like like a lot, but actually then you come back to deploy at scale, and it makes a big difference for us. So yeah, learn through pain. I think that was the.
That's been my entire engineering life, I think.
So that's Laura, but what we've got ahead of us, the people in this group, the people up on the stage, the people watching the stream, is how do we deploy 5G? And let's start off with what the first units look like. So I went downstairs and grabbed this guy. This is the one that they're selling downstairs. So the first thing on 5G is that it comes as two pieces, right? There's the radio piece and the antenna piece, and then there's some guts that get kind of thrown back and forth between the two. So the first thing we all have to kind of wrap our heads around is this stuff is not going to fit in a box that size anymore, right? So that's kind of step one. Bobcat has the other radio setup, so I just want to kind of give you an idea of the size of these things. It's inside this case. It does not come with the case. So when we think about how we are going to set these up and how I'm going to set mine up and you guys are going to set yours up, let's kind of set the stage with what the questions might be and where you guys are coming from. So you two guys in the end of the white shirts have been setting up LTE deployments, which are more or less the same thing as what all of us are going to be setting up here in the US. And then you're going to be running the software side and helping people understand how to map these things out. So I'll kind of start it off with maybe what are you guys thinking about like an optimal 5G setup for someone walking in like me who's basically a knucklehead and trying to figure it out?
I think one of the really important things to understand is it's way more involved. It's a different ball game because something like this you really can install in 10, 15 minutes if you really want to and run cable. That thing has two components. So you have the gateway that goes inside. It's an indoor gateway, so that doesn't go outdoors. And then you have a radio that goes outdoors. So it's quite big. And so you're going to run a bunch of PoE, injectors and splitters and stuff like that. So way more involved and directional. So very sensitive to, this is 65 degrees cone, quite sensitive to the azimuth. So when you're pointing it at a particular direction, you better watch out, like which direction, azimuth and tilt. So you're having to deal with that as well. So this bracket doesn't show the tilt aspect of it, but there's also that included as well.
So the azimuth will be like this, and the tilt is
correct.
Like that.
Yeah, right. So a lot more involved. Yeah, exactly. You can do your gym workout there.
The yep.
And yeah, I mean, I think the involvement is significant, and the cable run job and the scouting of your location, and you need to start. All of a sudden, you understand what actually telco deployments mean, and you start understanding. Oh, maybe we gotta go scout. Oh, then.
So let's talk through that then. So it looks like the first thing that you're going to be looking at, the first thing that I'm going to be looking at when I, can you guys hear me okay? Yep. First thing I'm going to be looking at when I get on site is where is this stuff going to be? And you've got those two locations. So is the inside location that's going to be near your router, that's going to be plugging into something like this. And then you're going to run Ethernet cable from this up to the radio. And it depends on what you're doing. Bobcat's a little bit different. But thinking about where that cable is going to go is that it's not just a question anymore of running PoE like this up to the roof and then having an antenna sitting on top of it. Is we're running pretty long distances on Ethernet cable because you can't connect the radio, as far as I know, to Wi-Fi because there's some engineering magic behind that, I'm sure. Right, so now we got to start thinking about how are we going to drill holes in walls. And what I saw doing a couple hundred consults or more last year was that people like, oh, I don't want to drill a hole in the wall. If you don't want to drill a hole in the wall, I'm going to say, maybe you guys can contradict this, but don't do 5G. Right, you're going to have to drill some holes. You're going to have to figure out how to use some tools. You're going to figure out how to kind of level up your installation game. With that said, don't let that scare you off. It's a drill, right? You got this. Just like get the right drill bit, smash that hole through, put some foam glue on it. You're pretty much good to go.
And there's also the indoor stuff, right? Like you can always deploy a kind of 5G or CBRS or LTE network indoor gateway, and that's fine.
Yep.
But you will quickly realize how limited that is. So I guess, yeah, get ready to buy some tools and get sweaty and go up there and do a proper.
And another thing I wanted to point out is that this is 65 degrees or 60 or whatever. So you would probably be interested in putting up a few of those to cover, let's say you have a building with two different cross streets or whatever. So you want to, you're going to point that only one direction. So you need to point it the other direction. And then what if you want to cover the other street? So you're starting to add those up. That adds to your cable run. So all of a sudden you need to run, 100 feet of cable times 4 or something like that. And then really important to stack all of those units indoors somewhere and have a switch, a passive
and when you're saying
program.
switch, that's not a light switch. That's like a little box that all your Ethernet
network
cables
switch.
go to.
Yeah, a network switch as well. So you're probably going to be kind of stacking them, because with these guys, that was an issue, right? Like redundant coverage is not needed. With these guys, it's you're trying to look different directions to cover different sides of the streets, and stuff like that. So.
All right, so there's physical stuff, and then there's the software side. So I know I'm shotgunning with you this because I told you about this like 10 minutes before, but what are you guys thinking as far as Hotspot? How are you going to help people with the 5G deployments?
Yeah, I mean, we started Hotspot to try to teach the community and everybody to understand the data that is available on the blockchain, but it's just a bunch of numbers and letters. So we always thought about, okay, how can we, in a graphical way, visualize what's happening in the network? So for example, when HIP 15 and 17 came online, we're like, okay, me and Max were like, okay, let's study how the H3 index works that was developed by Uber. Let's try to implement this on a graphical way. We spent a lot of time, of course, learning about LoRa, but LoRa is also much simpler to understand. And then every time Helium was deploying a new update on how to, like, okay, there's an amount of hexes that's going to be, how many hotspots can be in hexes. We're trying to figure out how to display that so the community can understand and just build a better network. We're trying to do the same thing with 5G. Like I feel that I'm so stupid when it comes to 5G. There's so much to learn, but like we're talking to a lot of people, a lot of much smarter people than us, and we're trying to figure out, okay, so how can we understand this as much as we can and try to move this and place it in Hotspot that people can use it for 5G. We're planning the future of Hotspot to be like same thing as Helium, have like a sub-DAO. Every different project, we focus on that. So we try to like learn as much as we can, because we know, for example, 5G is way more complicated than LoRa. LoRa can have a bunch sitting next to each other. Of course, by the blockchain, they're going to hurt their rewards, but it's not going to be nothing physical. It's more on the software side. While if you have two CBRS cells next to each other, they're going to interfere, and you're not going to make any money, but it's going to be because of physical properties and not because of the software. So that's things that we need. We're trying to figure out how to help people. And in terms of the frequencies, we have like, okay, here's a good location for you to place a hotspot. But there are some other places that like, here you cannot place a hotspot because you may get a fine from the government, for example. So it's a much more complex project. But come on, we love projects and we love complex stuff to do. So let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. So that brings up, we'll stay on software for a little bit because I think there's another giantly exciting opportunity that is going to land squarely in Daniel's lap, as well as Aiden. I don't know if Aiden, you're in the audience with the Hotspot RF. But we've only got 2 US-based people up on the stage. We got myself and Dennis, and then we got 2 non-Americans, a Brazilian and a Spaniard, if I'm getting it right. So, bienvenidos.
Gracias.
But that brings up this really giant opportunity, is that a lot of us in the US may not want to buy a 5G unit. Maybe we don't have the money, and maybe we don't want to make that piece, or we're just kind of not sure. Is that what I've seen on Discord and what we've seen on kind of private chats is there are a ton of non-US folks who are saying, hey, and I know Keenan is out there somewhere, I will totally buy that radio if you've got a location. And so what we're going to see are companies like yours starting to help people make those connections, and that goes back to that collaboration I talked about earlier, is we're entering this age where you can not only kind of digitally meet people online, and that's pretty cool, but you can kind of digitally run a business online with real people in different parts of the world, and that is just, I don't know, super exciting. It gets me all fired up.
In fact, just a comment on that. The true example of that is we've run early on programs with hosts that are like half across the world, and they own some equipment, and we have, thanks to you, they know we use like Hotspot, so we're able to manage it, and then they ship us the hardware, and we know how to do it, and we got the locations, and then kind of like this symbiotic kind of like, ecosystem, setup, which is really interesting, and like it's clear, of course, that I think that when you push the technical aspects on like 5G or LT stuff, and that is going to get even more specialized, and I think folks will really, kind of find value in that,
True decentralization, right?
Yeah, no, that's right. And then you're also going to have folks like me who are not super technical. Bobcat, they sent me one of these guys, and they said, I think it came with a bunch of plugs, and there was no PoE. And I've been doing these LoRa hotspots. I'm like, well, how do I do power over Ethernet? And they very clearly said, you do not do power over Ethernet with this. And I looked at it, I said, well, I can read the numbers. It's 60 watts. I'll just buy a fancy splitter, and I'll do it. And they wrote me this really very polite email saying, we strongly recommend you do not do that, and you don't do this, and here's the reason. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to do it and see what happens. And I think what we're finding from that is you have folks who are really willing to make mistakes and to kind of push the boundaries. And I'm 100% sure that Bobcat knew exactly what I could and couldn't do, like they're engineers, and I'm not. But all of you are going to get to push those same boundaries and figure out these things and move a lot faster than a company may be able to move on its own. So we may end up frying a couple hotspots on the way. So far, mine hasn't. It appears to be working. But it's super exciting to see what we kind of do on a hardware that's as close as I'll get to hacking, so I'll call it hacking. But on the hardware side.
I mean, I do want to see, because the 5G are much heavier devices. I want to see videos of you going up the hill with your devices.
Super good point. So that brings up something else that I'm going to ask you guys is how are we going to get internet, or what the technical side will call backhaul? How are we going to get that internet connection to a 5G unit if you can't plug in an Ethernet cable?
You need to plug it into a router and have an Ethernet
The holy
cable.
backhaul.
No, but
the holy backhaul. You need it.
You can have air fiber if you really want to. It's really super involved, but if you can, you're doing a lot of off-grid stuff and installs remotely, so you could probably do like a kind of a multi-hop with
you can use Wi-Fi DAB as well.
Right, optical. I mean, yeah.
That's right. That's like a nice little setup for Wi-Fi 6, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, one thing they were talking before as well. I don't know. Should I plug about the Wi-Fi as well?
Do it.
Because I mean, I'm from Brazil, live in Portugal. I don't go here like the Mean Girls movie. And CBRS is not available in Europe yet or anywhere else other than the US. And I was thinking okay, Wi-Fi 6 seems such a good thing that's out there already. It's ready to be deployed. It's available. I could be saying a lot of BS right now, but I do think that I don't know if it's also a marketing part, but Wi-Fi 6 solves so many problems. It's like you don't need to worry about interference. It's already available anywhere. You can just plug and play. Of course, to deploy that on the Helium network, still going to have a lot of work to do.
We'll just let those guys handle it.
I mean, yeah, it's easier.
They're smart.
Yeah, they're smart. But I think having a push on the Wi-Fi 6 could be super interesting, because then right away you could have South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, everywhere having this. But like I said, I don't know anything, so.
I mean, it's interesting because just forget about a second just about Wi-Fi 6. Just name it whatever you want. The way Helium is structuring itself, it's going to lend itself to probably push products. We'll call it X, whatever it is, right? Wi-Fi 6, 7, 20, whatever. It's going to allow it to push products faster, and that's going to drive, hopefully, adoption and use, because something we learned from LT deployments is that you actually hook it up on your phone and you're working, or a Wi-Fi 6 spot. I mean, how many Wi-Fis? If you could have a plan in which to just, there's a Helium Wi-Fi spot and you can just jump on it and dump, like 5 gigs of data immediately. I mean, think about the DC burn. That's product use there on the real world crypto. It's working, right? So LoRa is a little tougher. It works great, but I think Helium should always push for everything. Everything you can use, everything you can expand, the best technology wins. And Wi-Fi 6, it's an opportunity. So I think it will be interesting just from the deployment side. We're always very curious to every possibility. Yep. But that's definitely one that we're always really open to it.
Dig it. I'm going to ask you guys about the two-man setups you're telling me about, but I want you guys also in the audience to be prepared. I got 10 minutes and we can do questions. I think it's really important that we get interaction, and if you guys have any questions, this is going to be your chance to ask them. So while these guys are going through kind of two-man stuff and how it may not be just this, that's the antenna, you may have something slightly bigger, is start thinking about questions that you guys have about 5G setup. So talk to me a little bit about how this is going to be different kind of antenna-wise. We're not going to be using this size antenna for 5G setups, especially if you're going to go overboard. We're going to start seeing the bigger sector antennas. Like, how big are those things? How heavy are those things? What does it take to put them up?
Yeah, so you would see this is one of the radios that's available, and you're going to have kind of an expanded array of radios available to you, and in fact, you would have something like this, you would have something similar to this, but hooked up to like 4 sectors or something like that. So all of a sudden, that's not going on an umbrella stand. So you're actually bringing a 4x4 foot platform, or starting to drill holes into surfaces to secure it and stuff like that. So all of a sudden it becomes like a 2-man job, and it's really there's a wider variety of these radios, and these sectors can get pretty beefy.
They can they're light, they're really light, but they're big. They're like this and like this. They're pretty. They're considerable.
You can put them in a backpack and hike them.
I know somebody that does that. Yeah, it's great.
So it's just a bigger thing, but it makes it exciting, especially if you like to work with people. Okay, I think that's most of like the initial big, most helpful stuff that we've got. Let's see if any of you guys have any questions and see what we can do to answer those questions. And you have to stand up because I'm looking straight into these headlights and I won't see anyone unless they're right in the front.
By the way, while we find somebody, don't get discouraged. I mean, the equipment is totally manageable, and you can learn it, especially if you deal with like LoRa stuff. It's like it's not insane. I mean, maybe for CBRS here, you need you probably will need your CPA license, but you can do it. It's not unobtainable,
I mean, it's just the beginning as well, right? Like,
totally.
Right, there's not that many like 5G hotspots out there. So also the Helium community and the Discord channel, I'm sure that as soon as things start popping more and more, the community is going to help each other, and then things are going to be much easier in terms like if you don't know I don't know a lot. I know that I'm going to go to the Discord and learn a lot with like smarter people than me. So I'm looking forward for seeing this thing actually come out there.
Yeah, no, we're all going to learn together for sure. If you want to go to the Gristle King Discord, it's discord.gg/7YP96447. All right, we got any questions out there? No one has a question about 5G yet. You got it. What do you got?
So are the sampling rates
So we can hear you, sorry. Thanks.
Hello. Excellent panel. Good moderator. So are the sampling rates going to be higher, meaning we can get more data points with 5G than with LoRa?
I mean, LoRa is like a very low frequency, and of course you can only send text messages basically, right? Like, which is sensors. The 5G is like much more shorter range, higher bandwidth. So you can stream movies, and so it's totally different. I don't know if that's the question.
Yeah, basically. So let's say you have your sectors up on the roof, and you've done all your plumbing and everything, and your software is running. Your software is running, for example. So I want to get my sensor array to be able to have a higher frequency, to basically capture more data from the sensor.
Sensors, I think you're always going to use LoRa. I mean, of course, you can use, it's the same thing as using 5G or 4G in your phone. That sensor, if it's going to be transmitting in that frequency, is going to use more bandwidth, also more power.
Also more money.
Also more money. So if we're talking about sensors, and you can send like every few seconds, stick with LoRa. If you want to send a picture, then maybe you're going to have to, or a video of a bird that you're trying to.
It'll be a totally different thing, right?
Yeah,
like they're two separate systems. It'll just be.
Yeah, one is a text message, and another is the internet, basically.
It's like a rally car and an F1 car is like totally different,
Okay.
Totally different usage. Yeah.
So in our world with sensor data collection, the sampling rates for LoRa are actually too low for many of the applications. If you've got a firefighter that's down, and you're monitoring their heart rate, for example, you're not going to really pull that from the current sensors that we use.
Not on the LoRa sensor, no. And that may be beyond the expertise of this specific panel. We may not have a good answer for you.
Yeah, but what people what usually do is like, you can have both, right? Like, because the 5G uses a lot of power and the LoRa uses like nothing, if the firefighter falls down, it triggers the 5G. They start sending like a higher throughput. So that's usually how it works. There's some kind of watchdog that triggers the other one to start sending more often.
That makes sense. The only comment on we'll call it the backhaul, the wireless backhaul, is people are actually using the Starlink ones as wireless backhaul because it's actually fairly inexpensive. It's very slow and it's asymmetrical, but it's inexpensive, very long range backhaul.
If you can use Starlink for your, let's say, home, and then also piggyback off of that. That could be cost effective. However, if you're just using, if you're trying to do an off-grid system or something like that, you have to watch your power consumption on the Starlink dish, and you have to look at the costs, right? Because I believe it's $250 or $300 or something like that, or maybe even more per unit, and then the plan is about $150 a month. So you would need to kind of do the math on that one. So yeah.
Yep. Let's talk a little bit then about finding locations for 5G, because that seems pretty important. Is that they're not going to be the same locations for LoRa, right? This is not going to be on top of a mountain 40 kilometers from the nearest thing. Our ideal locations are going to really come from talking to people, because those locations are going to be in underground bars. They're going to be in places where lots of people are looking at their phones and kind of shaking them because they're not getting coverage. When you see that, that's like, okay, that's a 5G location. So as much as I'd love to put these radios up with a massive solar panel and put the whole thing on like a mule and myself and hike it in, that is not going to be a useful deployment. And so it's just switching our understanding of what we're actually kind of going for here and then honing in on that. What do you got, sir?
So on that note, what is the ratio between 5G and LoRa? Like, I know it's a tough question to answer. Like how much further can LoRa go than 5G? I know it's a tough question to answer.
Sure, so I think
a lot of factors,
talking
right?
To the guys downstairs, they said that this outdoor unit can go 3 miles. So let's just say and I'm a little bit out of my element here, but I'll give you some rough stuff. Say like 3 to, 5 miles maybe if you're super lucky on a great day. LoRa on a crappy day with clear line of sight will go 200 kilometers, so is that 160 some odd miles? So just really, really different things as far as range. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. A lot of factors, though, obviously involved. And I'm impressed to hear it even would go that far, the 5G.
Yeah. So we've seen like LoRa go, I think, 80 miles from a mountaintop to a paraglider, so through clear air, and that's just to a little sensor. So that's not gateway to gateway. That's sensor, which is a tiny little oyster, to a gateway. That's unusual. Most of the LoRa stuff that we're going to see is going to be within, 10 kilometers?
We have one to 70 right now, so I've seen it. So
you can see longer stuff, but like what we're going to rely on is going to be much, much shorter. And so that's another thing that we saw come out of all the deployments was people were looking at their spots and be like, look, I did this 170 kilometer shot. And you're like, well, good for you, but you're earning most of your stuff off of everything within 10K. So
still cool, though.
It is still cool. So I guess that brings up, too, is that it's going to be on us in this room, on us watching the stream, on us on the stage, to learn about this stuff and help each other learn about it. So as you guys find stuff out, as you learn stuff, if you're an engineer, if you guys have been deploying stuff like you guys have, we're going to expect to see even more collaboration than we've already seen.
One more quick one, if I may. Just real quick on 5G with MM Wave. Differences between this technology with MM Wave?
I don't know.
Assuming it's exactly the same.
I don't know. I don't have an answer. You guys?
I won't touch that. I think it's too technical.
Okay. Yeah. Outside our wheelhouse.
Discord.
Yeah. Is there someone in the back that can answer that eventually? Okay. Ripon, go find that guy in the white shirt at the end. He'll answer it.
Give him a chocolate.
Yeah.
A lot of chocolate.
Yeah, millimeter wave is, I'm ex-AT&T, so millimeter wave is basically we used to describe at AT&T as, you have a chocolate chip cookie and you have the chocolate in the chocolate chip cookie. So millimeter wave is the chocolate in the chocolate chip cookie. You cannot have a universal millimeter wave because, in Dallas out here in the Cowboy Stadium, they had millimeter wave. It requires direct line of sight, but within that stadium, you can have, 1,000 people streaming data, right? And it will work like a charm. So millimeter wave is a completely different technology. It uses a different frequency spectrum and everything else. It is not CBRS. It is not CBRS. It's completely different.
I guess I was trying to understand the differences for the community so we can socialize it in the community. Coming from telco and taking telco out, that's going to be a huge question for us.
Yeah, millimeter wave is a very expensive technology to deploy.
I mean, glass is like an enemy even of it. Like you have a pane of glass and it's already just tough to pass through it. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I love seeing is people standing up and it's like, oh, there's an engineer who knows exactly what's going on. He stands up and helps each other. I think that's really important in this community is that there is always someone who knows exactly the answer to your question. And your job is not to know the answer yourself, but to find the person who knows that answer and then ideally propagate that answer out as you're trying to do and as you're helping do. So thank you guys. Exactly. Anything else you guys have?
No, I just want to say that I love Helium and and that we're a community. I think there's of course Nova Labs pushing a lot of the things, but basically without the community, Helium wouldn't be where they are today. And as more as I learn, every time I learn and try to teach something, and then if everybody try to do the same thing, everybody's going to be much smarter. Or
Ripping, love it.
I mean, I think just crack on, be curious, right? Just play around with the equipment. If you have it, put it on, turn it on. That's always great, and we will soon. I mean, wake up in like a few months, and there will be a bunch of radio modules out for broadband, and it's gonna be really exciting just to. The actual feeling of seeing on your phone the bars from your antenna, it's incredible. I mean, that's not the LoRa feeling, even though it's really exciting to see 170 kilometers. The broadband feeling, that's a game changer. So kind of like an open invite. Just go experiment, be curious, because it's really cool.
Yeah, and there's always like a barrier that you feel like you don't want to cross. It's too technical, whatever. Just get the thing and install and try it out.
Indoor, outdoor, doesn't matter, whatever. Just put it.
Yeah.
Reach out, ask us, ask me. If I can't help you, I'll find the person who can. Thank you guys a ton for listening to this. Rock on. Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you. Well done. Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks. Nice job.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, awesome job.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Okay. So we've got our last panel discussion of the day, which should be quite exciting. We're going to be talking about hotspot makers and sort of get their inside view on sort of how that goes and what the ecosystem is all about there. I did want to continue one thought from Nick Gristleking. If you came to this conference with something very specific that you wanted to accomplish, and you have not figured that thing out yet, come find me after this and tell me exactly what it is that you need, and I will move heaven and earth to figure out how to get an answer to your question. So do not leave here without getting the answers to things that you need. Okay. So we've got Ann from Bobcat. We've got Jose. I've never even met you. There you are. Unbelievable. Jose. We got Jose from RAC. We've got TJ from CalChip. And then we've got Christina, who's going to be moderating this panel for us from the factory floor, Hotspot Makers Talk Shop. Take it away.
Okay, hello. So I guess kind of just to start off, I'd like to kind of get introductions from you guys. If you want to give us a little bit about, the companies behind the Helium network.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Ann I. I work for Bobcat. So I guess, do all of you know who's Bobcat? Okay, great, perfect. So, okay, it's a little bit redundant, but we have so far shipped 370,000 Bobcat miners since the company was founded in March last year. And I joined the company very early on, basically at the very beginning. So, of course, the mothership is in China. We have our factories, we have our operations and tier 1 support over there. And then when it first started in the US, there was just one person. But then now, I think after 15 months, in North America plus Europe, we have around 15 people over here. So basically kind of focusing on product and engineering. And actually a little bit less than half of the team over here are actually from the community. So we have like support engineers and also marketing people that just already know Helium or were our customers, and then they trusted us enough to become part of the team. Yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm TJ. I'm the president and co-founder at CalChip Connect. We are an IoT, LoRaWAN, CBRS focused distributor in the space. We're headquartered out of Warminster, Pennsylvania, which is just a little bit north of Philadelphia. We were the first distributor for the Helium network, and today we've got multiple hotspots, CBRS products, and LoRaWAN-based Helium solutions available for the community. We also do service enterprises, small, medium businesses in the private space.
Right. Hello, everyone. I'm Jose Marcelino. I work for RAC Wireless, one of the first makers on the Helium ecosystem. RAC comes from a history of making LoRa hardware. So we started in 2016. I joined officially the company 2 years ago, but I've been kind of part of the company since the very first LoRa gateway they made. now we've launched Minted. You might be familiar with that. It's a brand that's very consumer focused and is dedicated to the crypto market. As well as the gateways we make and the hotspots, we also produce some IoT devices for makers, so people who want to create sensors for the network as well.
Thanks. So I feel like everybody that I talk to has like a story about how they got into Helium. So do you guys have a story about how you got into Helium? Or like a funny way?
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in. So most of my background for the last 10 years has been strictly in the IoT space. And when I started CalChip Connect, for the first 6 months, I knew nothing about blockchain, cryptocurrency. And then we were fortunate enough to get introduced to the Helium crew and learn about this really cool, innovative technology and network that Helium is bringing to the market. So overall, super thrilled that we got introduced into this space, and it's a very exciting, innovative space because if you look at historically companies that want to deploy hardware and want to deploy infrastructure, they have to spend CapEx, and quite often it can be millions of dollars. Helium solves a major problem in the ecosystem, which is giving people, giving companies the ability to get incentivized based on building a network and putting solutions on that network. So.
Yeah, so I got interested. So I was already in the LoRa space, and I got interested in Helium when I saw their formula. So I was working with some early LoRa community networks before, and the big problem was how to reward people to running them. So most people were kind of trying to join the network. They tried it for a few days, and then they just put it in their drawer and never to be seen again. So Helium did solve that. But a funny story that when I saw it initially, like in 2019, they weren't actually supporting LoRaWAN, so they were like going proprietary and stuff like that. So I wasn't really seeing how it worked. But only a few months later, they announced they are going to support LoRaWAN. And that told me that this company is kind of built differently because no other network actually does this kind of 180 changes in so quickly. I mean, they had their software stack, their business stack all done, and they saw that they needed to do this, and they did it. And I think that's what makes Helium really powerful.
Well, when I started at Bobcat, I didn't really know anything about crypto, but I knew a little bit about LoRa because I used to work at a LoRa startup. And my job at the time was basically to find sensors and gateways. So basically, I was kind of building a device catalog where I just find as many LoRaWAN sensors and gateways as possible. So with that company, I actually traveled to a lot of trade shows like Mobile World Congress, CES, and the TDN trade shows, the LoRa Alliance. So I was able to actually really touch all of these sensors and gateways and the mouse traps and everything. And it's like really, really wonderful because I learned a lot of things about LoRa. So these things were called gateways, not miners at the time. And then when I first found out about Helium, I think it was early 2021, and it blew my mind. And my heart was pumping for like really hard for a long time because I couldn't believe just like really, there are 10,000 gateways, and this is what they're doing? It was just really amazing. I think before Helium, just kind of in the LoRa world, TTN was very successful, especially in terms of building a community, because in Europe, it's quite compact, and once you have gateways set up, you can really kind of have a network. But in the US at the time, LoRaWAN was just, it's hard to kind of have like a complete network because it's so spread out. And then with Helium, it just blew my mind. And it is continuing to blow my mind. And like this is like why it's so very exciting, and it's just I get really excited talking about it. Yeah,
speechless, literally. Now, CalChip has been in this space for longer, whereas Bobcat and Rack are a little bit more newer. Have you seen any kind of specific changes that have happened in this space? Anything significant?
Yeah, so I guess if you look back over the last 35 years, there's been some significant changes just in reducing in complexity within semiconductors, right? Adding transistors, being able to add more transistors into silicon which in turn allows us to create smaller products, reduce form factors. We've got a large movement of compute going into the cloud now, which is giving us the ability to build devices that are lower cost because you can run lower processing power MCUs on types of products. And then ultimately, again, I'm going to go back to this, what the Helium network has brought to this space is this new concept of, building a network, getting incentivized, but also the incorporation of blockchain, which adds additional security layers and other things into the space.
Now, this is the topic is from factory to floor. So I imagine it's kind of similar for all manufacturers, but could you kind of give like an overview of, what is the full process for those that are unfamiliar with it? Everybody can jump in.
Sure. This is the fun stuff.
Get to the interesting part.
Yeah. So, all right. So let's, when we start thinking about how a product gets developed, what's incorporated into a product, how it gets to a customer, and all the different steps in between, there's quite a few of them. To break it down and kind of create a couple high-level processes. So when you look at this product, the Freedom Phi Gateway, you'll see there's a black enclosure around it. Inside this gateway is what's called a PCBA, and this is a board that has a bunch of little semiconductors on it. So they're little ICs that basically run all the compute and actually make this thing work. So when we think about supply chain, the first step is always the semiconductors. So all the different ICs that need to go in this box to actually make it work. And those are typically provided by companies like Texas Instruments, Sci Labs, Analog Devices, et cetera. You take the next step after semiconductor, and you really get into product design and manufacturing. And this is what Bobcat and Rack are really good at. So basically, you have to take the ICs, you have to develop the board, you have to build the prototypes. And this is very complex, and it takes quite a bit of time to do and do it right. And then you end up with a product, right, that's been tested and it's ready to get out into the field. Well, to get it out into the field and get it into customers' hands, you need to have the ability to import the product from wherever it's built. So if it's built in Taiwan, as an example, and you're trying to ship to a customer in the US, you have to import that product into the US. So you move into logistics now, where you need to talk about import tariff cost to bring product into certain regions. You have to warehouse the product. You have to create the right packaging and customer experience for that product so that it's successful when it gets into the customer's hands. And then ultimately, you have to be able to ship it to the customer and provide customer support. And so when you think about, all of these different steps, and I won't get farther into the weeds, but those are like the high-level processes that go into really creating the products we're seeing today on the Helium network, and the different great partners working to design and develop these types of products for the market. And then, you talk about logistics, supply chain, customer support, which is just as critical to deliver the customer experiences we need to make the network successful.
Do either one of you have anything to kind of add on that? I feel like you kind of covered that pretty thoroughly. So kind of building off of that, I'm pretty sure everybody in this room is aware that there is a component shortage and that, that has escalated lead times. What are some of the challenges that your companies have faced over the last years and kind of your team's strategy to kind of overcome them?
Maybe I'll take it for the team. I'll start. So maybe I'll just talk about the recent situation, because I know we all get tired of kind of using the same, either you call it reason or excuse, like it's we all get tired of it. But I think the recent development is the COVID situation in Shanghai, where everything shut down for 2 months, and we actually, like, our biggest team are actually in Shanghai. So for the last 2 months, they were at home. And the only time that they can get out of the house is to go downstairs to get a COVID test every single day. So actually, I did ask my colleague who's kind of taking care of the logistics. So he kind of gave me some quick numbers and said, yes, things are slowing down because of that as well. But just in the last 2 months, because we ship a batch every week when there isn't a holiday, because you guys all know like that there are a lot of holidays in China. So we ship a batch every week when there isn't a holiday, and in the last 2 months or so, I think we shipped from batch 45 to batch 54, and altogether that's a little bit over 100,000 miners. The speed is not as fast as we would have desired, but that's the best we could do with all the situation, because once the city is shut down, nobody can go out, nobody can come in. So with the supply chain and suppliers, we just have to wait. But then there are some other things that we're trying to do to kind of make it better, because once the coming in and going out slow down, then you kind of have to see, okay, then how do you get things to the customer? So they actually have set up 3 more like overseas, I would say like warehouses stops. So one is in the US, and this is the one we're going to work with the 5G shipping location. And then another one is in Germany. And then I think the third one is in Hong Kong. So they're basically trying to kind of open up a little bit, a few more locations to kind of make logistics go a little bit better while this COVID thing is still happening.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, like DJ was explaining, so the LoRa part of the hotspots requires very precise components because of the long range and the sensitivity it offers. So some of those parts, you don't have many options. You have like 3 suppliers of those parts. And an interesting thing was when Helium was kind of ramping up, there was like a major fire in one of the factories of this component, which really caused a global shortage of this timing chip. The situation was quite complex, and sourcing these parts was extremely difficult. It's getting a little better now, but as well as COVID, we are seeing a lot of other problems in the supply chain, like factories not starting up as soon as we all wanted. But it's improving though. Yeah, so it's good.
So outside of like the component shortages, has there been any other challenges that have been really significant to your teams? Is that really kind of the overall?
Well, I would say, so that's like one of the areas that we're always working on. And the first one I would say is customer support. Because many makers that really had an IoT background before didn't really know how to serve retail customers. It's not like we're selling pajamas and you know how to like work with customers. You just kind of give it to an enterprise and here you go, you figure out the rest and that's it, pretty much. But then this is kind of like, it kind of just launched us into the world and where we're like, oh, we need to handle customers after we sell it. And it was really a first. And now that it's a little bit unthinkable to me where like you just ask the customer to send you an email and that's it, because now we have a ticket support portal where you send in a ticket, and then if people come to Discord or come to Twitter and say, hey, how come nobody answers? Our first question is always, what is your ticket number? Because once you have a ticket number, then you go into the Zendesk system, and if our tier 1 support can't answer that question, then it's escalated into Jira for tier 2 support. So that's an ongoing challenge, but I think like over the last year, that's one of the areas that we really, really worked on, because I think this idea has been drilled into our head that once you sell it, that's kind of the starting line. That's not the finish line. You need to take care of the customer, and then the customer's feedback is how you grow the product. So other than customer support, we also want to improve the product. And when we talk about the product, it's not just the hardware. It's very important to kind of make sure, the diagnoser or the app or whatever is coming next, it's a whole piece together. And there's really a lot more that we can work on now that we have so many customers that have trusted us with our money, really. So we want to make sure with the Barber app, we can really make it worth people's while to, it's just hardware, but now what's the next step? What can I do? So.
On top of the supply chain situations and, always looking to improve customer support and get that healthy feedback, which is good for new product development and solution development. I think the other piece to really helping to scale the network and scale users on the network is being able to bundle and put together various solutions in kind of what I call plug-and-play fashion, which Freedom 5's done a good job of that with the CBRS solutions. But really, as a consumer, which even a business customer is a consumer, you got to be able to open that box, and you've got to be able to look at all those devices, scan QR codes, easily set it up, and just go off to the races with data, because that's what it's about, right? So, I think the other piece to unlocking this is, being able to bundle various solutions together, drive end node deployment on the network. And we're starting to see that now, with the incorporation of CBRS and then moving into Wi-Fi after this. It really starts to integrate all these different technologies. You've got LoRa, you've got CBRS, you've got Wi-Fi, right? And so as you think about the complexity that's involved with having to integrate those, it becomes extra critical to ensure that when you're providing these solutions to somebody that may have 2 Wi-Fi sensors or 2 LoRa sensors and maybe a couple CBRS cameras, how do you integrate that all together into one seamless approach for the customers?
Yeah. So this is a little bit more of a fun question, but do any of your teams have anything you can share or want to talk about that you're excited or looking forward to for like the next year on the Helium network? Anything just like, whether it's actually part of a project or if it's just something you're personally excited about?
We are working on several products right now. We are launching the Minted app on Monday, so that's coming already. We do feel there's a need also for remote diagnostics. That's our most requested feature. We are listening hard to that, and we'll be launching that later this month as well. And we are quite excited to be able to port some of our hotspots, so the Minted hotspots, to a 5G stack. That's something we're also working on by connecting a small cell radio. So we have some good excitements, but I'm more excited about the IoT side and seeing adoption of the LoRa ecosystem and creating sensors, basically. So we want to collaborate with makers and help make that true.
Yeah, to mimic that, I think that's the exciting part, right? Is we're starting to see this here at the Helium House, a lot of new solutions providers coming to the table with end devices and full stack solutions that leverage the Helium network that also solve real world use cases. And I think we'll continue to see those expand into next year. And as those expand, it will allow us all to be able to deploy more application specific solutions on the Helium network, which I think will be really exciting.
So for us, maybe one of the things that's kind of like the fun thing, we want to build on the community a little bit. We do have a Discord. Right now, our Discord has about 50,000 users. It's an official Discord, but really it's kind of community driven. And recently we started doing some experiments with levels. So right now we have 25 levels. So once you join, you're level 0, but as soon as you start talking, you're level 1, and level 1 is called a bobber. And then from level 1 to 25, I think level 25 is cosmic bobber. So basically you're gonna have, it's very interesting. The more you talk, the more sort of a recognized face you are in the community. So basically from like bronze to silver to gold to platinum and diamond. And we're trying to figure out, like, this is the way to kind of engage everybody a little bit more and then figure out, okay, with this, I think the point is to make it inclusive rather than exclusive. So once you level up, how do we kind of give some perks without making it become an exclusive club? I think that's the thing that we're trying to figure out. And also just wanted to say, like, the community has been like really supportive and great, and like some people such as Omo, we probably all know, like are like Mother Teresa. He's like Mother Teresa. He's like so patient with like all of the questions. So I think this is where we want to say, okay, so people who are engaging so much and so often, how do we thank them? How do we reward them? And just, you know, and then keep them engaging with everybody else in Discord.
That's really fun. So people, if you're looking for an achievement to unlock, go to the Bobber server to start interacting. So is there anything that we covered that, you know, you guys didn't get a chance to share that kind of want to share with the community?
Yeah, maybe. So on the IoT side, so we feel that there's a need for improving the sensors and kind of helping customers onboard those sensors. Currently, it's super easy to onboard the hotspot, for example, but to onboard the sensor is not as easy. And we think that people would use more sensors if it was just easier. Like, because they have the hotspot at home, the ecosystem is fully open and decentralized, so they don't need to take any contract. And if that part was easier, I think it will improve things. We are going to work on that. I also see some potential for things like data DAOs and kind of integrating data with NFTs, probably. There are some companies now looking into adopting NFTs as kind of proof that a customer has like saved water, things like that. So that opens a whole ecosystem around the NFTs, and then maybe customers can get discounts if they have that NFT in their wallet, things like that. So I'm really excited by those applications, and that will be my focus for the next year. And hopefully get this all on board on the Helium network.
I think one of the challenges in the space that we want to look to improve on here at CalChip is allowing our customers the ability to be able to come to the store, look at all these different Helium devices from different manufacturers, because we are a distributor. We don't build our own product. We don't manufacture our own product. So it gives us the ability to work with anybody in the ecosystem. And what I think we really need to strive to do is to build a portfolio of products and solutions across the ecosystem, but a place where people can come, purchase them, get them quickly to start their testing so they don't lose their budgets. I've seen that happen a lot where people are trying to build things, they can't get the product in time, and they lose budget, right? And then projects fail. So, I think, and that's more of a general systemic challenge. It's not just related to the Helium ecosystem, it's across the board. But I think these are some of the higher level challenges that we need to look to pursue and solve together.
I know we probably haven't, this is not the thank you part yet, but since you did say anything specific, I hope this is okay. Of course, we have a lot of gratitude and appreciation for the Helium ecosystem, for all of our customers, because we are who we are today because of our customers and the entire ecosystem. But if it's okay, I do really want to use this opportunity to kind of give a shout out to our team, especially to the customer support folks, the tier ones in China. And we can and we should and we need to do a better job. We started from minus 100, and so we need to constantly improve. But I do want to thank the team, because this is a learning process, and we're not giving up. We're not giving up, and we're still trying to learn as we progress with the community together. And also wanted to kind of give a shout out to the team here in the U.S. and North America in general, because half the team are from the community. So I wanted to say thank you so much for giving us this trust. And I think we're very grateful, and there's a lot of gratitude, because this doesn't just happen all the time, and it's not something that we take for granted. Yeah, of course, you come here, we give you a job, and that's it. It's a lot more than that, and it just doesn't happen that often. So we just feel we're very fortunate. So I kind of wanted to give a shout out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that. Now, Jose, did you have something? Do you want to?
Are we ending now? Or?
I think we're pretty much done.
I do have a last thing. So I do have 2 kits, 2 Helium developer kits for anyone who wants to create kits. So to get it, just tweet Rock Wireless, say I want to make Helium sensors, and then find me. So the first 2 will get.
Everybody run. All right, thank you very much. No, did you? Okay, go ahead.
So I'd like to thank the community. I'd like to also thank Helium, the Helium Foundation, Nova Labs for putting this on. What's really, really cool about the Helium community is it's bringing together a lot of people with very innovative minds and really cool ideas. And I think that's very unique compared to what's going on in the IoT space elsewhere. So keep it up, keep bringing the ideas, keep bringing the ingenuity, and let's go build this thing together.
Yeah, great way to end it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Okay. I think we're going back there. Okay, so we are going to head upstairs to the rooftop to have, I think, margaritas and a bunch of other cool stuff. So definitely join us up there. It's open from 5 to 9. Any conversations that you started or didn't get to finish today should continue upstairs. Before we go, I'm going to hand it off to Frank to finish this whole thing off.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Mark. So guys, this has been amazing. Thank you, the community, for joining us at Helium House. It's really, it's been like Helium home. I feel like this is a homecoming for all of us. I met a lot of you on Discord, on Twitter, different social media, but it's the first time I'm meeting you in person after 3 years of isolation and pandemic era. So thank you. And now we have an alarm going off somewhere, but that's not here, I think. So I know what you all need. Definitely the people at home watching on YouTube or wherever you are, get a drink. If I ever see you, I will buy you a drink. But everyone here, I'm buying you drinks upstairs. And get the margarita. It's Mosto margaritas. It's amazing. So make sure you get your fill. It's hot up there. Let me warn you on that. But I think it's worth the trek in the heat. It's like only 200 degrees, so don't worry about it. Just a couple of things. I want to thank the staff, the people that put this together. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, really. Thank you to Amplified. If you guys ever need an events team, call Amplified. They're amazing. The team that do the setup, the teardown, the employees out of Austin, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And really thank Emily Murray. She's amazing. She's the one that, if you don't know who she is, she's like the machine in the background. She tells me what to say, tells me where to go. It's amazing. I'm so thankful for her. Thank you, Emily. So we have one last thing, just so you can go away happy. New York City, September. Helium House will be there. So look out for that. Everyone's invited. Folks in Europe and Asia, if you can fly out here by then, please join us. And we'll have more information soon. Thanks again. Thank you.